could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
Lotus Notes exclusive. This week on Lotus Notes, in order to make a clever thumbnail of Chaunce Hayden, Sarah is going to have to become a rapist.
God, what a contemplative look by Chauncey. And speaking of looks, look at this man. I'm sorry. Forget Elizabeth Hurley. This is not 66 years old. This is not 66. Show him the gun. Show him the gun show, Chauncey. Look at this. Look at this. You don't look at this. He's got the Nike cut wife. Look, we got to reenact Chauncey. Remember the looks cut that you had with Howard, where you had he had the fixed contest where you would destroy him. You know, you're not that different.
Now I'm in fighting shape. Now I would destroy him. Yep.
That is not. I'm telling you, Chaunce don't crack. And you people, with the Irish skin and the farmer's tan, you're supposed to not age well, but you do. And we all agree. All agree.
Well, look. Did you see Pam Bundy in the hearings the other day when she was?
Oh yeah, yes.
She's 65. Right?
Really?
Or 60. She's 66 or 65. I believe so. Or she's 60. Maybe she's 60. I'm sorry. But look at her. She's like my age. And
yeah,
look at
there's
her.
something going on with politicians, Chauncey. I was thinking that too. You notice they never die? Do they get like checkups every day? You notice how they never croak? There's never an impromptu
They
death
last a long time.
Yeah, and they all look good for their age, and there's something strange about that. They never die.
See, I would disagree with that. There are some that look pretty gnarly. Yeah. Like you look, some of them look really, really bad, like shockingly bad. And it's usually the Democrats. I don't know why that is, but they all look weird.
Yeah,
they really do. The Democrats all look like they all look fucked up. Like there's something wrong with them. And
it can't be a matinee idol like Newt Gingrich. Chauncey.
No, and the Republicans all look like handsome guys and hot girls. Like look at all the women. How about
Andrea Mitchell, Chauncey, on MSNBC, married to, you got to get that Alan Greenspan dick, right? That guy is, what, 98?
Oh, yeah.
Spiritual, sexual, fentanyl, sexual.
Did she say fentanyl at the end of that?
I think she did.
Didn't it sound like she said fentanyl?
I did a remaster of that, and you can hear a bit more stuff going on in that.
Spiritual, sexual, fentanyl, sexual, spiritual, like hell. The name of God. My breasts, my white shining legs, my vagina, my ass are all godly. Breast in Hebrew shad. God in Hebrew Shaddai. Shaddai in Hebrew also means my breasts. God in my tits inside God. My tits are godly. My tits are God. Pop. I'm so happy I'm in the Kabbalah Center. I learned so much. I now meditate on letters TIT, and everybody will immediately notice my tits. Letters TIT. Come hither.
Isn't that crazy?
Imagine waking up in the morning to that. Imagine that's what you hear every morning when you wake up.
Or this, Chauncey.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
You are the dream.
We gotta get Poppy to cover an Emily Stern
To
song.
do a cover. That's a good
Yes.
idea. Poppy would do that. Like
I know she would.
I'll get Poppy to do a cover
She would
of that.
kill it too.
Yeah.
Oh God, so much going on today. I want to thank you, Chauncey, for joining us again because it's endless.
I love you guys. I
know,
love you.
love you
I'll
too.
never say no. Never
Genuinely
say no.
love you. But it's, I mean, we just, our pen, I mean, our, an appreciation. I do come bearing gifts because every time I do this, I give you all the audio that you don't have or maybe you didn't know existed.
For the
And that's
archives.
huge.
It's huge. And I love posting it and getting it out there. And, I was telling you guys before the show started that X has this new feature now that you can ask it a question and it gives you anything that's on the internet about that topic comes up in a story form. That's a well-written story. And I was having so much fun today typing in my name and Stern and all the controversies and everything that's ever happened. And I don't know, remember I told you about my lawyer that stabbed himself in the heart after we won the Opie? All that stuff.
That's in there?
It's all there. Things,
holy shit.
Everything that's ever been mentioned in the history of life.
Sarah did it for the Deppening, and it was like it writes you. This is why AI scares people, because you can write your own memoirs or biography just off that. Really, I mean, like a truncated version, but I couldn't believe how detailed it was.
The one thing it said, which I got a kick out of, it said, these days, Chaunce Hayden lives in Monaghan, Ireland, but we have no information on what he's doing there or why.
Wow,
we
makes you sound like mysterious. It makes you sound like
he's in Monaghan. We know that. We know that for sure. That he's somehow ended up in Monaghan, Ireland, but we don't know why or what he's doing there.
We should, Bon. Remember you did that. You had the AI guy read, like Optimus Prime guy read the AI. We should do that with Chauncey's biography and the Deppening at some point. We don't have to do it now. I'm just saying down the road it would be funny just to hear that. And he is in Monaghan, Ireland, part unknown. And I love when they mispronounce things. Chaunce
Hayden.
By the way, speaking of Emily Stern and those, I gotta thank Sarah used to tell me stories, and I never went on this, and I'm really sorry that I missed this, and I'm sure Chauncey was a big part of it at some point. The Opie and you think Howard fans are reprobates and psychotic? The Opie and Anthony fans probably run circles around them. Sarah used to tell me stories about their subreddit. They just terrorized. Like Anthony Cumia's brother Joe, they sent him to like People's Court. Did insane, and then
they called him the pest. The pest.
Did you know the story about how Howard was going to Letterman and they surrounded his limo, like in Columbus and like West 65th, I think, and they slapped a WOW bumper sticker on the back of his limo on the way to Letterman?
Yeah. That was the height of the Opie and Anthony popularity.
Yeah, I think so too.
They would do, there was a lot of them, especially in New York City. There was a lot.
They're willing to go to jail for their causes. Like they're willing to just they didn't care.
That was such a powerful show then. I think it rivaled Stern in many ways, maybe even more so as far as what the fans would do. You remember why they got fired? They had the
Sex with Sam thing. Yeah.
Sex with Sam. Yeah,
that was kind of dopey. Like that was a sloppy way to go out. That's not a good way to go out. If you're gonna go out swinging. Put a grenade in the hen house and take them all out. That's not a good way to go out. It's like a Neanderthal prank, and it's not even clever. It's kind of
what makes me laugh about that, because at the same time I was on eYada.com, and there was a thing in the city that weekend called the Voyeur bus.
Oh,
do you remember the Voyeur bus?
Well, I remember that thing. Voyeur.com was a website. Okay, shit, that's the same one?
Same one.
Oh, wow. I can't believe I remember that.
They had a glass bus. There was just like total glass. You could see completely inside it. And they traveled the country, and they would have like girls doing all kinds of stuff, and you could watch it on the computer.
Can I say it was everything? You notice, Chauncey, it's always Florida. Didn't it? It was like a house, like a real world house,
like a reality house with all kinds of weird sex going on.
Hot 20-something chicks living together and getting paid. Were they nude, or did they allow nudity, or what?
Yes, okay. Yeah. No, it's pretty. It was everything. It was wild. But the only problem was we had modems then still.
Yes, dial up.
And so it was all like very in and out, and you'd have to wait for it to download. Sometimes it would take 20 minutes for the house to download onto your screen. You know, it was one of those. It was during those days, and the reason why I bring it up because Opie and Anthony did a thing where Jim Norton and their another producer, I think it was Rick Delgado, they were on the Voyeur bus, and the police arrested them because they were all naked on the bus.
Oh wow!
And they all went to prison for the weekend.
They have tinted windows. They just had they just let people. They wanted people to see it.
They wanted people to see.
Okay.
So, but what was odd, that same time the bus picked me up before it picked them up, and I was on the bus. I have pictures of this. I was on the bus broadcasting my Yada show.
Oh wow!
And they were all naked, and we're all on the bus going through Times Square, and every sex act you could imagine was going on this glass bus as we drove through Times Square with people
and this
banging
is an
on the
Opie
bus.
and Anthony event. This is an Opie and Anthony production.
Well, they had their event and we had our event, but it was
okay. It's not okay. I was going to say Howard.
Same bus, same girls, different. They had theirs and we had ours. And I said, I'm going to get on this, and take advantage of it while they're here. And so we didn't get arrested. We were able to go through the whole city doing everything you could imagine on that bus while broadcasting. And we were lucky that we never got arrested. Nobody bothered us.
What was the mantra was
clapping. What?
Chauncey, the mantra was 5 boroughs, 5 orgasms.
What was...
I bet you didn't go to Staten Island. I bet you didn't go to Staten Island. There's no way you went to Staten Island. I call bullshit. There's no way you went to Staten Island.
But that was the beginning of porn on the internet. It was like it was before Pornhub and all that stuff. It was the beginning when people went, I'm at work and I can watch naked girls. That was the first time.
That was the first. Yeah, I'd say 2002 was like when people started. Oh, we can do that. But did. That remember Voyeur.com came on the Stern Show and Doug Goodstein went to their house to film it for the E! Show. Were you in on that segment?
No, I wasn't, but I remember it.
Okay. Yeah, and they showed this, and I don't know how long, I don't know if it was like, if you age out of it, could it still possibly be going on?
No.
Is it possible?
No.
I don't know.
No.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back.
Why isn't it still going on?
Stepping Out Magazine and Voyeur.com in hand.
Well, it is. That would be kind of tame by today's standards. What's on?
Oh, I know. Nobody would care.
Nobody would care. Yeah.
It's like Mr. Skin.
Right. That was
at the 14-minute and 55-second mark, you can see Terry Hatcher's cans. You're like, Skin, come on. We got this.
And it would take a half hour to download. Her shoulder bone for 20 minutes. Then you see your collarbone. Then you would see like her breastplate going armpit for 20 minutes. Across the screen, waiting for your computer to download it.
Look at Bon Jovial. He's got David Lynch's. Rest in peace, David Lynch. Is that Lily Sobieski popping on Bon? Oh, it looks like her, right?
It's Laura Palmer.
Oh, okay. That's like Lily. Yeah, Sherilyn Fenn was on that show. Depp's ex-girlfriend, whose Prince stole Sherilyn Fenn from Depp. I don't know if you knew that, Chauncey.
I didn't know it. And who was the other girl you just mentioned? Lily?
Who did you say, Bon?
No.
Who did you just say? What was the girl you just said? They mentioned the name.
Laura Palmer?
Yeah, that's from Twin Peaks.
Oh.
This is, yeah.
Who did you watch Twin Peaks, Chauncey?
I didn't. But you know who I used to have as a roommate?
Oh my God.
You remember the show? Remember the show Dallas?
Yeah, sure.
Do you remember Ken Kercheval played Ewing's brother?
Oh shit. That was your roommate?
That was my roommate, and ended up banging her. And then when I bought a house in New Jersey, she ended up buying a house with her husband right next door to me.
Oh my God!
Her
it's
father
crazy.
Her father was Ken Kercheval, who was the same Kercheval from the Popcorn. Kercheval Popcorn?
Yeah.
That's Ken Kercheval, who played the brother of the Gene Hackman on Dallas. She was my roommate. When I was at William Patterson with Ian Ziering.
With Ian Ziering, that rocked my world last week.
She was in the same class.
That's why that kind of precipitated this. The Ian's earring story. It made me kind of want to go down that. Let me just say hi to some people in the chat. A. Smith, thank you, sir. You're the best. There's Dr. Sarah. Matt Man says arm is my N-word. How do I respond to that? I say play the DMX song, my N-words. Soft R, right, Sarah? Thank you, Matt Man. Dr. Casey Racula. He is when you come on our show, you're going to give us your radio history story, because I'm sure we can connect to Chauncey into it in some way, shape, or form. I'm going to get to a Stern daughter I wanted to play for Chauncey. I finally dug it up. Yes, this is live, by the way. This is not pre-taped. It was just a 7-day the whale of a show only got a 7-day suspension, and I got more in-school suspensions in high school than that. There's Melvin. Welcome, Melvin.
I can't believe Melvin's memory. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite. The superhero hoagie, the chicken cutlet hoagie with lettuce, tomato, bacon. I don't use ham on it though. Some people do. I don't like the cordon bleu thing as much. I wouldn't put ham on it, but all that stuff I would put on. Some kind of cheese too, sharp cheddar and mozzarella.
I'm eating that right now.
I can't believe you remember that, Melvin.
Chubby Pickle, who's a huge Chauncey fan, actually made that very hero and added on vinegar to it, which is a great addition. We love our Chubby Pickle. Anyway, this is Melvin.
Right.
Oh, there he is. Melvin. This is an actual Melvin production. Remember this, Bon?
Melvin.
Oh my god. Oh yeah.
Have barbecues. I want to feel the sun. Have barbecues.
Oh my god.
I want to see my friends. The old and new.
Oh, look at this.
We'll turn on the game and share some laughs, Howard.
This is a remix Melvin made.
We'll turn on.
So the backstory behind that, Chauncey, it is. And I thought it was really underrated.
Good work,
backstory
Johnny.
behind that.
That's ferreting. That's ferreting.
That
Good
is.
one.
I had it saved. Honestly, I had it saved. I loved it so much. Lauren Marie, Melvin. God damn it, there was so many good ones. Who else did it? Bon, you remember? I'm trying to blank on the other ones. JJ Thrash did the death metal one, right?
Look, we got new ferreting. Look, that's you trying to find the mouse, John. Look,
oh man,
when the mouse isn't working. Look, you're eating the scroll wheel. Did you see that?
So that was great. That was really. So we brought up Radio Gunk there, and I didn't want to. So I want to thank Shitster Extraordinaire, Gamma Man 69 for bringing my attention, and our constituents and our donors that we were mentioned on Radio Gunk, the show I kind of helped or created. How do I put this? So we got to give red meat to the Radio Gunk subreddit, who we love so much, right? Those animals, they need something to chew on. And I'm not gonna go scorched earth on this, but I want to play this for you. Bon, I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if Chauncey saw it. They just love this. Dabblerverse loves when people hate each other. You got your wish, Gamma Man. Is this what you want?
Yeah,
and we love that Radio Gunk stuff. They are animals. Anyway, this is.
Do they have a whole Radio Gunk subreddit?
They do. That's what I brought up. Right.
I had no idea that they actually have one. That's.
I don't know if it was Miserable Mouse or Minute Mouse. Courageous cat.
By the way, I don't know the history with you guys. I apparently there was a falling out of something. I know nothing about any of this.
It's really convoluted, Chauncey. It's not. I had a mental health.
It's actually
breakdown.
really simple. Yeah.
All right, you explain it then. You
give
your
you
take.
Explain it. No, this is you. This is your show. Go for it.
You know, something about Bobo having cancer. I'm not really sure what happened with that. Yes, Dennis went to join Arm & Bond. Yes. And yes. So they can, do mean things and troll and do shows that are not too dissimilar, but yeah, whatever.
Oh, that's sad.
It's very
That's a
sad.
shame. I haven't
So
seen it yet.
she's mad at you guys?
Well,
Obviously,
it's unfounded and erroneous, and
that's a
the last
shame.
thing offensive. I was accused that last one is that's infuriating when you're accused of plagiarizing a show I created. How can I do that? Right? I wouldn't plagiarize you with Fillmore's dick. I mean,
Yeah.
how on earth could that's incredible? And
Yeah.
it's like the I want to feel the sun. It's like when you leave your Xbox at your roommate's apartment and you can't get it back. That's my brainchild, and I'm taking it back.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
so
man.
that was the contest, Chaunce. I'll explain that to you later. But
Okay.
We didn't Bond. Are you trolling? I wouldn't troll you with Grace's private investigator. It's not my style. I don't that Groundhog Day format. Now, granted, I will cop to hating that format and probably contributing to my mental illness. But initially, Chauncey, when you were first on, we did a format was we just would take on what this is controversy, something from the past, maybe present controversy. Would throw together a theme, and it was a lot of went into it, and I would just spend hours ferreting and looking for stuff. And now it pivoted to this Groundhog Day daily recap of a show no one listens to or cares about. And it's a format I have nothing to do with. I despise. And I don't know how they don't get sick of it, that it would rot your cerebellum and your cortex and your brain stem. Seriously. Right, Bob?
I want to use that word in a sentence. I've never used it, cerebellum.
You can't have a Chauncey on a show like that. That's a Bond. And then, can you speak for yourself? Are you trolling anyone?
No.
Do you have the
I
time
can't
for
believe.
this shit?
No, that's the thing. Like I've been making whenever we're no. How would I? You've seen how many shorties and things are going up. Like I'm doing all of that kind of stuff, but I'm not. No, and I'm not, and I'm just that was just a depressing little clip. I think everyone who sees that will say that's sad to say that and it's so disrespectful to you. Take
Especially
me
to
out
me. Yeah,
of the
it is.
equation.
I don't want to act like a professional victim here and martyr, but that is. You know how much
I was in and around the show for like 4 years, but you were at like 9.5 years, 9 years, and that's what you get. You're trolling. That's what she's just said to you. Play it again.
You tracked it from the first day, right? Are you in agreement with me with that? No bias, that I am very much in the creation of this show.
Oh,
who doesn't know that?
It's not even I've asked you about that years ago. The format was your concept.
But are you guys in competition somehow?
No.
Or why would her show care about your show? Like, I don't understand.
Because it's just a bitter because she got trolled in the comments. It wasn't even a troll. Hold on. It was an innocuous joke by Gamma Man. I looked who said it. It was Gamma Man 69 stirring the shit. And he goes, did Dennis join? Dennis, like, blank, I don't know. He had like an internet outage or something. And so Gamma Man goes, did Dennis go join John and Bon on Lotus Notes? And that precipitated that comment.
Oh, so it was perceived that you were stealing people into your world.
It was clearly a joke, and there's no way she believed that when he said that. So this is it again.
Something about Bobo having cancer. I'm not really sure what happened with that. Yes, Dennis went to join Armin Bond. Yes. And yes. So they can, do mean things and troll and do shows that are not too dissimilar, but yeah, whatever.
Isn't that the new thing now, though? All these shows, like the Dabbleverse, where these people all fight with each other and argue with each other.
Yeah, well, they live in strife. They live in the strife.
She says mean things. Like
but
what
the
mean
doing
things?
shows dissimilar comment is what really irks me. Like I said, I would not knock you off with fucking Fillmore's derivative dick. I would never. Everything I've done is for my own brainchild, and everything. I don't know. That pisses me off. That's something you don't. I don't fuck around with like plagiarism allegations.
Yeah, that's an insult.
Have I ever been known? And do I not credit? I quote someone. I'm so fastidious with this. Even if I quote someone, I give that person the props. I'll never take someone's shit. It's the worst.
I mean, this fucking guy.
That was it. Sorry, John.
That's it. That's it. Oh, I thought it was good.
Sorry, you're grooving. I'm ruining your groove right now.
And they live for these little feuds and stuff, but there's no way I'm sitting back and making like some throwaway thing like it's like I'm just gonna there's nothing about this I would siphon off. Nothing about that Groundhog Day format. That's why I'm not there. Right? That's why we're going back to the original, for which I conceived. The original from 2000, it's coming on 10 years.
Back to your roots.
2015. Right? I mean, am I out of bounds?
Yeah.
Am I delusional
Don't fix what ain't broke.
Exactly. It wasn't that, John. There was so many concepts we sat on. Oh, so right. So Sarah's. Speaking of Sarah, so she goes on the comments and writes this. You see, it says Sarah Deppening in the thing because I'm looking at my screen. Does it come up on?
Oh, okay. Here we go. She writes 25. The doesn't discuss you, and she means Monique. He's not trolling you ever. He's actually much nicer than you'd think. Don't blame anybody on the Deppening for some chat bombing or whatever. If you've got trolls, sorry. We all got 'em. Do your thing. We do as weird misplaced anger from a host who took super chats meant for a former co-host who spent days.
Then she puts ... I think she means me, like working on the show. Days, like it's exaggeration.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's not. You know what? That's not exaggeration. It was days. It was days in a row. Sometimes that's actually true.
It was. I remember it was,
Yeah.
and it was when you were doing this channel. So you'd be doing all of that, and then you'd come on later and do the same thing. And
No, well then Sandra Bullock. That's one of my favorites. She chimes in on our comments like I don't know, like intermittently, like half the time. Writes LOL. I hope we get to hear you again on Lotus, Sarah. Don't be bashful, stranger. We love it when you're on. Yeah, I agree with her, and I want to hear her on with Chauncey. Like you'd think this was the show to do that, Sarah and Chauncey. Right?
Oh,
This
yeah, I want
90210
her all the
team.
time. I love her voice. The moment she comes on, I always tell her I love her voice. It's fascinating to me. There's something fascinating. And she's still angry with me, though, isn't she, John? So we're still working on that. She's not talking to me because of the whale.
Thank you,
so
Casey
I'm still
Dracula, and thank you, A. Smith. And yes, everyone who
still
can
working
contribute
on
to the pirate ship, please. We I don't know what we're short of our goal, but any bit helps. Thank you for all the days and hours I put in, as Sarah reminds you on there. And Bond, don't forget Bond's fucking shorties he's been working on, and that Chauncey's pretty much the epicenter of them each time, and each time they're great. And it shows you Chauncey's
this kind of stuff. I mean, look at this. Look, you think that takes minutes?
No, I don't. I think it takes days.
I mean, it actually does take minutes. That takes about 5 minutes. If I composed the music, it'd take longer, but that's not original. That's your Eastern tradition.
That's no whale,
meets
by the
Western
way.
culture. No, that's no whale. It's.
And if you're Monique Bond, right? Not only are you privileged to have trolls, like who doesn't want trolls? I mean, Pete, you should be privileged to have these types of trolls. She has trolls in 3 different states.
Trolls
That's how privileged she is. Right? She's trolls in 3 different states. Who can say that? So there's none of that. I mean, I'll cop to a lot of things, but knocking that shit off is so out of bounds. There's no pain.
And I'll just say it for the hell of it. At the moment, she's
what the kids call a basic bitch.
That's what she's being when she talks shit. Because we're not even the times we bring her up on the show, and especially me, I've said I'm talking about great memories of RADIOGUNK. I haven't said shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I mean, meant as. I agree with Casey Darula or Dracula, however you want to pronounce it. Chauncey is the realest person who ever at the Stern universe. I couldn't agree more, and you'll see more evidence of that during this show. Incredible.
That was nice to say.
It is nice to say, and again, we are here for your vindication. As Brendan's favorite Canadian superhero Vindicator would say. And you're going to get it, and we're going to keep getting it. But you know, it's amazing because this is an excuse to do almost like a cleaning out the computer through the prism of Chauncey. Right, you know? You're jumping around year after year, and I find things. If it wasn't for Chauncey, I wouldn't have found that King of All Blacks clip with Dr. Bob Ostrowski, which I've been looking for 4 fucking years. I never would have found it. I just found a great Trump clip with Chauncey.
I'm just glad to contribute. Like I'm just glad I can add anything. You guys do such a good job. I'm just whatever I can add to it is awesome.
Do you realize the legend you created from fucking from the Gary's dad's funeral in 2006 and rolling that grenade into the hen house with Richard Johnson.
A decade ahead of my time.
Incredible. To Neil Cavuto and the insider trading stuff, to Lila R. Sierra, who penetrated the fucking, Castle Gayskull West.
Yes.
That's insane. That's incredible.
So much. The D. Snyder disc.
Yes.
It just goes on and on. I mean, you could sit here all night and just one after another. The Dice Clay.
Yeah.
When he went on and said that he never forgave Howard for making fun of Ryan White, the kid who died of AIDS.
Yes. That was on Bill Maher's show. I remember that well. Yes.
It goes on and on.
And Brooke Burke. There's so many feuds. I mean, I don't know where there's no end in sight, and I never get bored. And why get bored with it? Because you're so prolific. We just keep shifting gears onto a new person.
Yeah, you can get lost in it all. It's like quicksand. You can just drown in it. So you have to pick and choose your battles. There's so many. You have to pick one and just deal with it.
Yes.
John, speaking of cleaning out the computer, in case we ever do it, I made a new intro, if you remember.
We never got to use that. That's one of the sad state of affairs. Is we never got to use that, and we're not, because this whole thing is welcome Saturn Dragonfly. I love that name, by the way. Welcome King. Welcome Tweedledee. Hooper's in there. Welcome Hooper. We still gotta have that drag race on William Floyd Parkway, right? I drink for an hour and you smoke marijuana, and we see who wins. And we have a cop trail us. We see who the better driver is. From let's say the Atlantic Ocean to 25A, and we have a cop trail us. That's a great driving contest. Chubby Pickle is there. Chubby Pickle and Chauncey need to get together and dish on P. Diddy with Richard Johnson. We got to get in on that. We got to do that.
Yes.
First thing I remember is how stupidly Xavier got the Matlock thing. Oh God, so I want to say so shout out to the RADIOGUNK subreddit, and all of and they love this red meat, right? They've earned it.
I don't give a fuck about Bon Jovial.
That subreddit puts the daily work in. They've earned it, right? That little group of delicious, prolific minions. I love them all. Sky Spectre, welcome. Anything else? Jose Villataro,
fuck
welcome.
Bond.
Yeah, Jose loves the strife too. Sketchy press. Monique hates me because of sketchy press. Imagine that's the bane of your and the gist of your anger. Sketchy
press. Does he not know that's from The Simpsons?
Family Guy, Simpsons. What's the other one? Dr. Sarah says Chauncey is a stellar guest, and we are so thankful to have him. Yes.
Thank you again.
I think it's funny that fucking idiot can't freaking figure out the fucking nuances.
You don't understand, Chauncey. Sarah is a misanthrope. She hates everything. For you to get a compliment from her is the ultimate. I mean, you need to cling to that because
I'm getting chills as you say that, like the hair in
She's
the
a
back of
beautiful
my.
woman.
She's tough. Vindicator, aka Guardian. Yes, Autobot. Chauncey was just about to correct me. Well, yes, he goes by two on Alpha Flight. The leader of Alpha Flight has two different handles. Vindicator, which is way better than Guardian, which is very basic bitch.
Good theory, Dr. Sarah.
That scream is how I feel when ARM doesn't meet deadlines. Oh, you white people and your deadlines, right? We don't believe in those. Ready? When you are ARM, marble mouth Matt, like, all right. So with that, I want to show Chauncey this. So speaking of things I created for Radio Gunk, this is something they cling to. And I'm like I said, this is like you're leaving your Xbox at your roommate's and you have to go get it back. This is something we did. So Chauncey, let me give you the backstory on this. This is Beth's mom had a Facebook account, and a gentleman named Lou Cipher, I think, who gets credit for this, went and mirrored or downloaded a video. She befriended Beth's mom on Facebook and found this. This is a video Howard made frame for frame, used the music, and he took it from. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Please be in this folder. I know I moved it over. Come on, I can't do a setup like that and lay an egg. I want to feel.
We'll
the
wait.
sun.
Don't worry, John.
Oh, here it is. I got it.
Breathe.
Okay.
I've got a drop of Sarah telling you to relax. It's wonderful.
Oh, Sarah says Lou Cipher is actually a woman. Holy shit, I didn't know that, Sarah. So this is called Boys in the Hamptons. So Howard, if you don't think he's gay, I don't know what to tell you after you watch this. Chauncey, a supposed heterosexual man in his 60s at the time with 3 daughters made this video of Beth and her brothers at Castle Gayskull in the Hamptons. The music is his, the arrangement is his. This is when he got into photography, and
art, painting.
Yes, he did this video. I swear to you, nothing is doctored or contrived. This is it.
Wanna feel sun, have barbecue.
So that's
already. I'm laughing
already. This is Beth's brother. This is Beth's brother, Dave.
This is gay porn.
This is gay porn. This is so Howard has Beth's brothers in with their shirts off, oceanside in the Hamptons, black and white, and they're frolicking, and it's incestuous. And so I brought this video.
Are you allowed to show that? Are you allowed?
Yeah.
Were you getting?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, trust me. Monique showed it about 3 or 4 times an episode on Radio Gunk.
I mean, when I'm saying, are you allowed? Is gay porn allowed on this show?
Not only I'm thinking about I'm thinking about copywriting this. I'm thinking about taking ownership of this, like full on.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm thinking about because I brought it out, even though Lou Cipher discovered it. I've been obsessed with it. Who absolutely deserves all the credit for even finding it. And then I took the baton from him. And I'm just kind of running with it, and then I brought it to Radio Gunk, and they play it like 5 times a show. But this is ours. This is ours. This is mine. And I'm
very erotic, very homoerotic.
So this is Beth's brother Dave, who he played at Penn State, by the way. His other brother played for Vermont.
Penn State.
Yes, with under fucking Sandusky, by the way.
Really?
I swear to God.
Okay, that tells me.
Her other brother played power forward at Vermont, which is actually great. I mean, that's Division I.
Yeah.
So that's a white power forward. That's not bad.
Yeah. Have barbecues. I want to see my friends. The old and new. We'll turn on.
Look at this, Chauncey. Look at this. This is a 60-something-year-old man married with 3 daughters doing this.
It looks like an ad for a gay chat line. Like, see all the space here? That's where you'd put the 800 number. Men on men chat.
How about this, Chauncey? This is meant for Beth's mom. Her kids are in their 40s frolicking on the beach. They're not toddlers. Who would send this? What kind of mom would do with this? An almost billionaire this is his present to her mom for, I think it was her 70th birthday. Bon, was that it? Was that or anniversary?
I can't remember.
So he sent Beth's mom gay porn of her child for her birthday.
This is his present to her. It was stolen mirrored, I should say, by Lou Cipher from her mom's Facebook.
Wait, is there any question now that Howard rubbed my knee and my back?
No, I believe you the whole time. I
believed
you that. I know. Your girlfriend said it.
Yeah, tickled the
right?
back of my
That's
neck.
how you know.
Game and share some laughs.
Look at this, Chauncey. Look at what Dave's leaning against.
This man wants another man in his life.
Oh my! You know David Boreanaz, Chauncey from fucking Buffy and all that stuff. Doesn't he look like? Doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's why Howard wouldn't have Boreanaz on the show, which he actually got turned down. He's got his own David Boreanaz in the Hamptons. Why bother, right?
Wait, do you think Beth has dark hair and she dyes her hair blonde?
Sarah, isn't Beth's hair originally brown in the video, the high school video?
Yeah.
I swear to God, Chauncey.
So she dyes her hair. Okay.
Yep.
And by the way, do you remember when I told Beth she has a blue vein coming out of the side of her head?
Yes.
And she nearly hit. To this day, she can't get over it. Like, she never knew it until I said it, and now it's all she thinks about is that.
She
blue
kept emailing you,
vein.
didn't she? Asking if it was.
She
I
goes,
remember you told
were you
this
joking?
on
Were
Radio
you joking? Yeah. She goes, do I really have a blue vein? And I said,
there we go,
Beth,
Sarah.
You have
Sarah
two blue veins.
Dark blonde. Okay, like dirty blonde kind of thing. Okay. I'm looking for it right now. I don't want to waste too much time. Look, I'm going to see if it's very available. I know it's on my hard drive. I just can't.
You're
there it is.
Fired
I
up,
think I got it. Okay, Chauncey, this is Castle Shannon High School. This is her senior year. Beth's like miss everything, you know. So she did it. She's trying to be like an Access Hollywood correspondent, which I think is her dream, Chauncey, to be like Erin Andrews, sideline reporter.
Was. Yeah.
That's her dream. I think that's what she wants, and this is her attempt at that at Fox Chapel High School.
They tried to do it for her when she started dating Stern, but she failed.
Yep. And she was on Extra.
Yeah, she was do all that stuff, and it just she wasn't very good.
You know, it was funny, Chauncey. The only thing she did was right outside their apartment. So she interviewed Alec Baldwin like in Lincoln Square, and it's like all friends of theirs, and it's right downstairs. So all she's gonna do is walk downstairs, and Howard would have
with his leash.
Here we go.
I'm Beth Ostrowski, and I'd like to welcome you to Fox Chapel High School. During the last 5 years, our school has undergone some major changes. I'd like to show you some of the changes that have been made.
Shake your love. I got to shake your love. She's got that Debbie Gibson thing happening.
Yeah.
Right? Or like
Tiffany. Totally has a Debbie Gibson thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah, because this is Sarah got me this. I wouldn't have this. Sarah made like a Beth compilation video.
The most obvious change in the building is the new exterior. The facade of the building.
Chaunce, you ever notice Pittsburghians especially can't pronounce L's?
I didn't notice that.
Dennis Miller does this, Chaunce. He goes, me and my kids took a private jet and we watched Wolfman movies. I'm like, Dennis, there's two fucking L's. There's an L in Wolf. It's not Wolfman.
Wolfman, like Wolf. Wolfman.
Updated and modernized. Along with the visual improvements, energy-efficient windows and an energy-efficient roof have been added. Let's look and
now. This is 1990-ish. That's a pretty. This is a very highfalutin school. You don't have that shit in 1990. This is high end shit.
This is cute.
I'm used to like Crazy Joe Clark and Patterson High School, Chauncey, right?
yeah.
Used to call me Crazy Joe. Now they call me Batman.
Look at this. Sarah's going crazy in the chat. Look at this.
Coke nose. This Sarah lives for this shit.
Did she have a nose job? Because her nose doesn't look like that anymore.
That's the theory. A lot of people think she had a nose job, Chauncey.
She did, because that's not the nose she has now.
As we go.
The renovation.
This is Breakfast Club.
That's a nice school. That's it for 1990? That's nicer than the school now.
Where's the gunman running through the hallway, though?
Oh, I know. Columbine.
Home economic.
Look at that mullet. Look at that hockey hair.
Wow.
Look at that Pittsburgh Penguin hockey hair.
Oh, I'm loving this, John, you bloody ferret.
That's you got to thank Sarah, because she's the one who sent it to me.
Wow.
I want to see Johnny Depp and Peter DeLuise walking through these halls right now as the McQuaid brothers popping open a locker.
Classroom sizes within each wing are varied to efficiently utilize available space. Smaller classes.
I wonder what happened to that teacher.
Yeah, these students look like they're miserable.
They look very engaged.
As you can see, guys, in Castle Shannon, a lot of racial diversity. Sees a lot of black students here. There's a
lot of mullets. All I see is
like
mullets.
A Republican convention.
Good learning environment. Wherever possible, rooms have been equipped for incidental learning to take place. Each department has been given an instructional display case to encourage students to explore a subject on an individual basis.
It's a little cheesy.
And each classroom is
Hold on a
wired
second.
with 10
Let's go to that.
display
Let's go to the Sports
cases to encourage
Hall of
students
Fame.
to explore a subject on an individual basis.
What do we got here? Can you guys make that out, or is it too pixelated? Look at Friar Tuck in the top left. What does he have? What does he have? The shot put record. Look at the guy on the top left with that fucking. Look at that. Look at the Friar Tuck hair.
Oh yeah, look at that.
What is that guy?
And each classroom is wired with 10 ports for computer terminals to link with the district's main.
Look at that.
That's pretty high end for 1990. Honestly,
yes.
You got printers and shit.
Yeah, but those printers, they. Did you ever use one of those printers?
Look, I know it's no Stepping Out magazine, Chauncey, but come on.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Is that an app? That's not an app. That's a process. That's not an Apple, an early Apple.
Is it? Could be. Apple's the first.
No, you'd see the Apple logo would be in the front.
You're right.
You'd see
Oh, I'm
Apple
sorry,
logo.
sorry, Jeff Schick. I didn't see the logo in the front.
Computer. The purpose
Look at
is
this
to
computer
provide
room.
State-of-the-art learning tools for teachers and students to
Another
use
mullet.
in preparing for life in the
That girl's
21st
hot.
century.
Chauncey's looking at that girl's hot. He's looking at a 17-year-old with the back of her head. He goes, "That girl's hot."
She might be 14.
That's not her real hair color though. That's gotta be that she had highlights put in.
Where's Nobby and Ken Seal when you need them right now, right?
This is John. This looks like everyone working at Sirius.
One of the major
in the little
It does.
pages.
That's great.
Yeah.
There's got to be something we can
Battery
do with
ends.
that. Benjamin goes, "Color monitors, damn." Jason S.O. goes, "What is it? Quasum? In the classroom. The Domino's, the Commodore 64." Sarah says, "That's my current setup right now. That's what I'm using right now to stream this." I haven't updated it at all. That's so
I
funny.
have the same computer to this day.
Kentucky Klondike bar. I got your Klondike bar, honey. Didn't Alec Baldwin know she was with Howard because of her? Yes, she did know Tweedledee. Yes, good call. Yeah, we're talking about the interview.
Was this before contact lenses?
My first contact lenses. That's a great question, by Chauncey. Was in 1989 because it was really difficult for a kid. Yes, what Chauncey's saying is kids will not wear glasses in high school because it was like you get teased for it. They're just ruthless and you have nothing else to make fun of. And you go to the contact lenses, and that's 89 was the first year I wore them.
They used to have plungers. Remember, you had a plunger to take it in out of your eye. They gave you like this with a little.
I can do it now. I actually dropped the contact lens in the middle of a basketball game. I went for a steal.
You lick it, put it back in.
Well, yeah, I did. I went for a steal, and the ball handler swiped. And the lens came out of my eye. I had to stop the game, take it off the dirty floor, and put it back in my eye in front of the crowd.
You give it a good lick. You lick it.
Yes, I had to. Can't see it. I can't see.
Do it up with your saliva, and it goes right back in.
Footage of that.
I know. This
updates of the school is the preparation for extensive use of computers today and into the future. 7 new computer labs have been included in the school renovation. One of these was developed.
You can see that acid wash jacket with the Metallica. Look at this.
Oh,
He'll regret that
Justice for
in 1
All,
year.
yes.
Look at that kid's arms.
The Black Album had just come out, I guess.
In 2 years, grunge takes over the world, and he'll regret every bit of this.
Oh yeah, this
Right?
is
We're about 2 years
right on
away
the
from grunge.
About 2 years, this is going to come the most embarrassing picture in his life.
Tiffany's still top of the charts.
That's what Beth's looking at.
I think I'm alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Nice, Chauncey.
Developed as a cooperative venture with Apple Computer Company, and the district is cooperating with the company to develop new curriculum
Teacher's got a
to
nice
instruct
body.
students in writing and using computers to facilitate the process. Students can produce creative writing, work on.
That's Rachel Maddow. That's Rachel Maddow, by the way. She went on to. She's playing LPGA tour right now. This girl.
Listen, if there was only something called Facebook, if we only had something called Facebook.
I do think you're looking at computers back then. You're going, where's this gonna go?
It's an elaborate calculator.
You just because you're thinking like it can't get any better than this. Even at that time.
Do you remember when Apple first came out with that user-friendly computer and they had Mac Village with chat rooms?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
It was called Mac Village, and you'd go into it, and in the village they had all these chat rooms, and the chat rooms you could start your own chat room, and it could be anything. It could be horny guy looking for this or that, and people would just come into it with their little Mac names.
Chat rooms were the first allure of the home PC. That was the thing that got you in. It was just amazing. You could talk to someone that wasn't in your state, and it's free.
Yeah, and no, at the time AOL used to charge. Remember, by the minute, AOL you had to pay.
Oh, right, the
AOL.
original, right. They had the minutes. Shit, that's right.
It would be like $1 every 3 minutes or something. It was crazy. That's when Steve Case had it.
Research projects with the speed and efficiency of using computers.
Imagine getting a copyright from Castle
The
Shannon.
math department has also benefited from a new computer lab. Computers were originally designed as massive mathematical.
How about the irony of a woman narrating a computer room in 1990 and she can't open a Word document? This is the same woman, Bon, who can't open a Word document narrating this.
It's a compelling news story.
It is. This is hard-hitting shit.
This is like next to this. It's like the JFK assassin.
This is Pulitzer shit.
Problem solvers. Fox Chapel High School.
Why didn't she submit this to ABC right across the street, Chauncey? Right, just bring this over.
Audition tape.
Yeah. Yes. Just leave it. Why? Don't
she
touch
actually
a
probably
thing.
did. That's why she was doing catalog work in Glen Rock, New Jersey.
Ames
have the advantage of learning how to solve complex problems through the use of the computer.
She needs a dentist.
Look at this wise ass Benjamin. He goes, Arm's current printer has a daisy wheel. Benjamin, you son of a bitch! What a wise ass!
Within mathematics is now elevated beyond pencil and paper problem solving.
Autobot is a great line. Looks like Matthew Broderick's computer from War Games.
All these kids now are on Social Security.
Oh, I know.
It
really is crazy to think about how much time's gone by. It's true.
So all these kids are so old now.
The industrial technologies classrooms have been updated and are ready to welcome the demands of the year 2000.
Is that a printer? Like a printing press?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Look at this. And Beth never took any of these classes, by the way. Like she would never take graphics. She just does not have that brain.
And are ready to welcome the demands of the year 2000 and beyond.
That girl's really hot for real.
Machinery and the work environment have been updated to streamline the.
She's auto-filleting the assistant principal from period 5 to 8. Look at that Calgary Flames jersey. Whoa!
With the mullet.
And the mullet. Good God, is that a Canadian in the class? The dude's got a Calgary Flames jersey and a mullet. That's G Canada.
You know why all these kids have mullets? Because this is when Achy Breaky Heart came out.
Yeah.
Billy Ray Cyrus. So
it's a little before that. Was it?
When did he come?
This is hockey. This is like heavy metal hockey hair. This is like this is like metal. But that's G Canada actually from the chat.
Computer-aided drafting facility has been added to the industrial drawing program.
Craig Elo.
The computer drafting lab gives students an
Craig Elo King is the Billy Zabka of the NBA. That's a great reference, by the way.
Opportunity to use modern facilities to
look at that Calgary Flames jersey.
Kid. Oh, they could cure that now, kid. If you were only around today, they could
execute him, right, Chauncey? Gotta know that T-zone.
There was no reason for that. This day and age.
Utilize increasingly common.
You get teased merciful. I think acne's worse than glasses in that instance.
The
Electronics
terrible back then.
Lab incorporates practical knowledge with electronic theory and prepares students to understand and embrace the technologies which dominate all facets of life. A new environmental learning center.
Yes, Casey Derula. We played the whole thing with Bob Ostrowski and last week 2 times. I have 2 different King of All Blacks and Bobo precipitated it from 02. Chauncey didn't realize that her dad was on house arrest.
Has been added, and study of the environment can now be conducted in a realistic setting, outside, rather than from a textbook. The center provides a workshop for experimentation and allows the student to test theories. With the addition of a new planetarium, there now exists
They have a planetarium
for students to explore the universe from both a traditional and futuristic perspective. The same stars that once guided tiny vessels across vast seas.
Do you think Roosevelt High School had a planetarium? Do you really think that?
Have become the new worlds of our future. Astronomy encourages students to look forward.
No planetarium, no pool.
Ooh, a black Earth.
A television studio has been added to the facility.
Now we use a cell phone for that.
Encouraged to explore careers in television. While
I know. All this is like compromised by a cell phone. Is that Dana Plato? There she is on the right. Is that Kimberly Drummond?
Everybody had Dana Plato hair back then.
I know that was a very typical look.
That was a
Each
typical.
classroom is equipped with a monitor and can be used.
This is the most privileged school I've ever seen for 1990, whatever it is. This is crazy. This is high-end stuff.
Videotapes, live broadcasts, video discs, cable
Cassettes.
programs, or live satellite feeds, which are distributed from
That girl's got big breasts for her age.
I knew you'd say that. You're a hornbag. We need to
But
get
she does.
him.
Look, that's with a sweater. With a
He
sweater.
needs to get laid, John. We need to get
Mr.
Chauncey laid. Sarah,
Mr.
write something about getting Chauncey laid.
Yeah, please. I'll fly you into Ireland. I'll fly you.
Mr. Skin, if you're watching, 4:45 is Chauncey's timestamp on this. You got to add it to the. I know you're running low on material.
Yeah. Yes.
Traditional science laboratories have been updated and include the latest equipment and.
Is that Ben Chu from the Depp trial as a teenager? Look at the guy on the left.
Oh, Johnny.
Safety features.
That's
Students may explore and extend what they
That's
are learning
classic
through
arm
labs
right there. There's a
and the
window.
resultant data collected from
Oh, this is where you
experiments.
make the bombs and kill the frogs.
A foreign
Kill
language
students.
lab has also been added to the building.
Wow, this is a Sirius XM right there.
To practice
Kerry Hammer, Nobby and Ken Seal. We got to
skills and to develop oral proficiency in
That goes
a foreign
very
oral
language.
proficiency. Ask the principal at that, Beth, huh?
Bueller.
Oral proficiency.
Bueller.
Beth
Look at
uses
the nails on that
proficiency a lot.
girl. Imagine him scratching your back with those nails.
She's
That's what-
14.
How do you know?
No, I
She
don't
could have
know.
got
She-
left back. She could have got left back.
16, 17.
No, this is. I think
What
this
if she's
is like.
what if she's special ed in like 25?
The center allows
You can make a case,
for
Beth, should be
group
in
as
special
well as
ed.
individual
Yeah.
instruction.
The little yellow
Students
bus.
may progress at their own pace and develop mastery of a
Ewan.
foreign language.
Yeah, look, Sarah's got some advice for you, Chauncey.
New
Look,
library
there you
What's
go.
it say?
has
He
been
needs to
added
hook
the
He needs
up
school
to
and
hook up
with
augment
an
an
Irish
Irish
barmaid down the
research
cobble
materials
street.
and equipment.
The
library
cobble
houses
street.
It's called Dublin Street, by the way.
as well as
I want her to come on and say that.
And the bar is
John
called
be on the show.
Shambles.
and retrieval.
If
Wouldn't
ever
you
there
love-
was a show for Sarah, this is the one.
I know. Wouldn't you love to hear her say
School's
cobble
auditorium
street?
has been
Yes.
updated with new seating,
They got some money at
parking,
this
lighting,
school, though.
and
Look at
sound.
that.
The
That was a
stage has
nice
been
auditorium. Look at that.
formal gathering area.
Look at the commons area.
It's
This
like
is
a college.
crazy.
It looks like a junior college.
It does. It does. It does. I'm so
The latest
affluent.
conditioning machines
It looks like
How does-
13th
that
grade.
allow students
A black guy.
Oh.
Oh my God! There's
No, they rented him for the day. He's a rental. He's in SAG. He's in SAG for the day. You got.
Oh my!
day
Is
rate,
that Jerome
day rate.
Bettis? We gotta find
No,
this
that's
kid.
LeVar Burton.
Look at this gym. This isn't for the football team. This is just a.
That was state of the
gym.
art then. That gym was
Yes.
state of the art.
develop physical skills in a controlled environment.
Controlled.
The building has been improved aesthetically.
Yeah, that kid is the Robin Quivers of Castle Shannon High School.
as
Chris
well as
Rock.
physically.
Oh, it did look like Everybody Hates Chris. That is the premise of Everybody Hates Chris, Chauncey.
Yeah,
A
the
black
only-
kid
the
in
only
a white
black kid
school.
in
That's the
school,
premise
yeah.
of it. That's crazy. So let me just finish this up for them. I'm gonna go.
Animal play, listen that.
Oh, no, not
Now
this.
say goodbye to rainy days.
Is that
Yes, everyone.
Is that
Fox
Beth?
Chapel High School. Thank you, Sarah. And this is yes, Pittsburgh area. Yes.
Is that wait? That's Beth right there.
So that's Beth. So this is Howard taking these pics, these stills. That's her brother. So you see this. What do you think this wall is, Chauncey? That's Castle Gayskull. That's the Hamptons mansion. That's the
what, that's against Howard's wall.
That's all he's going to give you. That's, you know what I mean? Like, he's not going to go he specifically does not want to show you too much. That's all you're going to get is this wall.
Wait, I have a question. Yeah. Do you think when Howard took this portrait, he said to him, okay, pretend you're biting into an apple.
Yeah, he's directing him.
That's your model face. Right there's your model face.
You
bite
kid,
the apple.
He's definitely directing him in some way like that. Yeah. Yes.
To rainy days, to the colder nights.
Sarah with a Deshaun Hardell reference.
Is that her pennies?
That's a 90210 reference.
Is that her pennies?
Yes. To her
so
mom.
We're looking. That's way too much.
And this is sent to her mom.
I'm actually offended by that picture.
This is for the mom.
So she showed for the mom got to see her daughter's vagina.
Yeah,
but it moves sort of quickly.
This is the final product. He didn't edit it. This is what they got.
Crazy.
And she showed it on her Facebook page.
Wait.
She's proud of it.
That's way too much info right there. That's too revealing.
Yes, everyone. Thank you, Jose. Like and subscribe, everyone. Like and subscribe, and anyone who can donate to the pirate ship to let us meet our goal, we would greatly appreciate it.
Life in colors new, and it's all here for you.
Bite the apple. Bite the apple.
Look at this. So
is that Howard's infinity pool? Is that the infinity pool?
What is this?
Oh,
they're not in the ocean. What is this?
It's an infinity pool.
Do you think it is? Do you think it's some part of the house that's an infinity pool?
Yes, absolutely.
The ocean's in the background. So what is this? Yeah, this isn't the dunes.
No, it's an infinity pool.
And you can regulate like the water. It can go from 8 feet to 2 feet or 1 foot.
It's one of those pools. Have you been to the Delano in South Beach?
No.
Where you can they actually have chairs in the pool. Like it goes so gradual into the deep end that you can lay on your belly in the pool it's like a wading pool that goes into the pool. It's a very, very sophisticated pool.
That's Bianca.
Yeah, I got pictures of Bianca and Beth.
It's on the way, kids are out, safe to play, and it feels just like
rest in peace.
Look at this shot. That's your brother-in-law taking this picture. Look at this shot. Who is this for?
Do you think Howard took his finger and put it where his little dimple is under his chin and said, let me just make that little dimple there for you?
You know how Chauncey, they say like directors like jerk off to their own, like Paul Verhoeven and fucking Showgirls and shit. This is what, or like Roman Polanski. This is what Howard's doing. You, Dan Schneider and Nickelodeon. This is what he has the outtakes. Why would your brother-in-law take this picture? Look at this.
The hair looks like remember Hair Club for Men. Cy
Sperling.
Cy Sperling. It looks like, and look, you can even swim with it. Doesn't it?
Yes, no doubt about it. It does. But Howard strategically had him wet his hair in that. Well, your brother-in-law in his 60s is orchestrating this.
And make that face.
Safe to say that it feels just like a beautiful day. A beautiful day.
Happy birthday, Mom.
All the
Happy birthday, Mom. What can the mom do with this, Chauncey? This is for their mother.
I don't know. It's so weird. It's so inappropriate.
And homoerotic and incestuous and look at this. What can the mom do with this?
Howard likes his men wet.
Bad shot there. The wonky eye.
Not a good shot.
How about this?
This is disturbing. This is their sister and brother.
Yeah,
sister and brother, and their 40s.
John, Chauncey, I mean, I don't know if you guys have brothers, sisters, but would you think of picking up I have a sister. I would never, if my mum said, or my dad, let's get a photo of you holding your sister, I would say no.
On the
That's
beach.
Not happening.
On the beach. And she's in like a makeshift wedding dress. On the beach.
If my sister was choking, I wouldn't pick her up.
That's brotherly love.
Oh, look at Chubby Pickle in the chat. Aren't you adorable?
Thank you, Chubby Pickle.
I hear you're coming to Australia. I heard you're going to bring the truck to Australia, and let me tell you something. You are welcome, my friend. You are welcome. And John, how about the last show? Where do you ever see someone in the chat saying, "I'm just heading down the shops to get some cigarettes"? Awesome.
Yeah, he drives to South Dakota to get cigarettes and back to Atlanta.
By the way, look at Beth's nose. That's not the nose of the girl in the video from before.
I think she had several nose jobs. I think she gets it. I think that
and veneers, or
the Hamptons house. And why do they go to Palm Beach? That's where all the plastic surgeons are, right? I mean, there's no question they both have like a plastic surgery like wing, and they bring in no doubt about it.
She has no eyebrows. She paints those on, so her eyebrows are gone.
One of the theories, Chauncey, was when Howard went to Sirius, and you were onto this, that he was so insistent on having that sort of part-time schedule, like the vacation, I call it, that every time he would take these 2 weeks off, he would get some kind of plastic surgery. So the schedule was revolving around cosmetic surgery.
Healing.
Yes, healing.
Oh, and John, Radio Gun sells those T-shirts saying Vacation.
Vacation, wait, that's my number. Get it there. Rub it in.
I love to fly.
No, I'm sympathizing.
And I bring
new rims. Look at this. Chubby Pickles. He's coming to Brisbane. Chubby Pickle. Come for the Olympics too in 2032. You know it's going to be cool.
We'll watch the sun.
So there it is, Chauncey. Howard took that video. Do what you will with it. It doesn't send it to Richard Johnson. Just have him watch it. Don't do anything with it. And just tell him this supposed heterosexual 60-something-year-old did this video with Beth and her fucking brothers. I swear to you. That's for the mom. Even worse.
And the mom posted that on Facebook.
And the mom posted it on Facebook with her daughter's panties popping out on a fucking horrible cartwheel.
That's bizarre. That's crazy.
A 45-year-old with a cartwheel with her panties dropping down for the mom.
Incestuous kind of images.
Speaking of incestuous, Donald Trump and Ivanka. I don't think people realize this. One of the many great things Chauncey's done. So I'm looking for Chauncey stuff with 90210, and I do the Control F trick, which is sort of like the orgasm hot button. This is the magic bean button. And I find Chauncey with Trump and Dominic, and Chauncey unleashes this bit of gossip, which to this day is, I can't even look at Tom Brady without thinking of this. And this gossip was certainly as the Trump's first presidency came in 2016. This was the thing, and he wanted any celebrity endorsement. He was trying to get Brady to endorse him, and Brady wouldn't endorse him, and he said, so anyway, this is Chauncey with Donald Trump, not the famous thing with AJ. This is not, you all heard the thing when Trump called Chauncey 3:00 in the morning, Bon. I think I actually made that shorty. That's the first shorty we did. So Chauncey had that footage, and he generously gave it to us. But this is Chauncey with Trump in 2004 on the first promotion for The Apprentice. And so he calls in with this bit of gossip, but I actually weaved in Dominic Barbara with this too, because I didn't realize that Dominic had a relationship with Trump. I don't know if you knew that, Chauncey. Or...
I well, Dominic was in everybody's pants.
Yes. Hello, Dominic. Hello, Dominic. Well, he's gone.
Dominic loves you.
I love Dominic. Yeah, he loves you. He loves you. How did he do with the weight? He got the little operation. How did he do? He's thinner. He looks like a helium balloon that they let out all the air.
Right.
It's odd to see him walking around thin. He looks hungry. Well, has it been successful? Yes, he has lost.
I would Trump with Howard and Beth there at the horrible Nick Hornets game. I would How much would you love to eavesdrop on this conversation?
That's a great photo.
Right? There's another one, right, Bon, with Chris Rock and his wife who hates Howard in the middle of that, I think.
They're all very similar.
Yep.
Like Howard and Beth just...
What a phony he is. Look at him.
I know.
Kissing up to Trump.
James Dolan does this. Well, James Dolan goes out and he recruits celebrities. And this is like everything wrong with the Knicks, right? This is really all they care about. The Knicks haven't won a championship since 1973, and the best thing that's ever happened to them was Chauncey going into the locker room with Lou Hudson before that.
And getting slapped in the face with his penis.
They don't care, and teaching you manners too while he does it, by the way. They don't care. The Knicks don't care about winning or losing when you win the fiscal NBA championship every year. If it's about money, right, and you're charging $4,000 and you're bringing in celebrities hoping, it's not about basketball, it's about money. And this is all they care about, this shot.
Lost the weight. He is.
What, Chaunce?
You guys used to work for Dolan. Do you know that? I used to be on a TV show called Naked New York on MSG, and he used to hand me my check every week.
What was the premise of the show?
I would go to.
Oh my God!
They had me go to strip clubs all around the tri-state area, and I would review them. And then I go on this show called Naked New York
for MSG.
Yeah, but MSG. And Boomer Esiason was right next door to us. He had an office next door to us. And I would go on the show. Bob Berkowitz was the host. And I was the strip club reviewer. And I would give reviews of strip clubs.
What did they pay you for that?
I forget. I think it was like $500 a week I used to get.
That's phenomenal.
Just to go to strip. And they paid for all the drinks. They paid for everything.
Oh, my. So you had a per diem on top of it?
I got per diem on top of it.
Man, you are a masterclass in making the most out of your life. It's crazy.
And you know how we rated them? By tassels. So one tassel was a terrible strip club, and you can go up to 5 tassels. So all the strip clubs would do anything to get 5 tassels on Naked New York. So they would offer me blowjobs, coke, anything when I walked in the door. So I would go on Naked New York and give them 5 tassels.
What time did this air?
I think like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it had to be after. Probably after like whatever Nick or Ranger game was on, and then they.
Yeah. I got tapes of it somewhere.
I gotta see this. I thought I saw it. What years was this, Chaunce? Like early 2000s?
This was early 2000s. Yeah. 2003.
Okay, the David Lee, Zach Randolph years. The Allen Houston years, I think.
Thinner.
But he still looks like a fat guy.
Let me tell you about. I've known Dominic a long time. Number one, he's a good attorney, a really good attorney, and he's also a good guy. Now he'll probably get on and kill me.
But he looks like a deflated beach ball.
That's too bad.
You have to see it.
Looks like all the
Come on,
suits
let's find Dominic. Let's get Dominic.
Mr. Trump.
You know, after hearing this.
So in the same call, and it's very quick, Chauncey has a lot more to say, and they fucking cut him off. They kind of step on you. You have something else to add. You have more gossip, and he steps on you.
Because I just interviewed him. I had lunch with Donald Trump right before this. I was in his office having lunch with him, just him and I had so much info on Trump from that get-together.
Brendan's read that Vin Dilworth and Jim Dilworth made the same video for their parents that Beth and her brothers did. Brendan, that's a Sable reference. Dad, Brendan. From Bill Redurka to fucking Vin Dilworth.
Story.
Believe me, I lit up the wedding.
Howard. He's not allowed to talk to the press.
I lit up the last wedding.
Oh, yeah, you made all the newscasts.
Yeah, I think.
Does Chauncey, do you believe that Trump likes I believe he loves that because he doesn't have to brag. You're bragging for him, and you bring it up. But like, it's almost like you can't sandbag him because he loves bragging.
He loves it. Good or bad, just get it. Just spell his name right.
Sandbragging.
Melania, I lit up the last wedding.
Oh yeah, you made all the newscasts.
Yeah, I think Melania likes me. Show.
Do you think Melania hates Howard, Chauncey?
Oh yeah. I
do too.
Absolutely.
I do too.
Despises, I would say.
Do you have any Melania stories? You have any experience with her? One-on-one?
No, I have none with her.
She's
you know
weird.
what? If I would have still been in that business, I would have interviewed her by now and had tons of stuff on her.
Yep.
I probably would have been friends with her. Ivanka and I used to email all the time.
Oh, why?
Because I interviewed her and I photographed her, and she loved the interview I did with her. So I was looking for an apartment in Jersey City.
Holy shit.
And she had Trump Tower in Jersey City and other places. So
she
was helping me, hook me up with finding an apartment. And then we just started always going back and forth, having like great conversations. Like she would tell me where I should eat. She would ask me questions about something to do with a show, or we were just friends for a long time.
I always felt she had a really good, she has that finishing school accent. You roll the R's an extra way. She always had that cool factor. I always thought, every time I saw her, I was always impressed with his kids.
His kids are great. Do you know remember HBO did a documentary called Rich Kids? And it was
I didn't see it.
Oh, it's great. They had all the kids of all these rich people, and they're all drug addicts and arrogant assholes, except for her. She's like this prim and proper and intelligent and squeaky
she's
clean
the paradigm
kid.
of daddy's little girl that done well, where you can't get shit on her. There's no scandals, there's no baggage,
nothing.
It's crazy. But even Donald Jr., who had this crazy, he had this kind of like, didn't he have like a Hunter S. Thompson like runaway thing where he moved to Colorado and he tried to bartend and then he came back and stuff. But he even cleaned himself up. He like his kids adore him, and he seemingly, whatever he did, he raised them in a way where they're never embarrassing to him.
Ivana really raised them, quite honestly.
Oh yeah, right.
Give all the credit to Ivana. He would even give all the credit to Ivana. But
I was always impressed with his kids.
Yeah,
I mean, even
there's a movie out. There's a movie
out
now. There's a movie out now called The Apprentice, and it's
the
story of Donald Trump.
Winter Soldier plays the lead. Winter Soldier plays Trump.
And the guy who plays Roy Cohn he should get an Academy Award. He's amazing.
Oh, who plays? Oh God, I haven't seen it yet. I know it's somebody I know.
Yeah,
it's a
famous actor.
Autobots. It's a good movie.
You saw it?
You saw it already, Bon?
Was it good? I thought it'd be a hatchet job on Trump. I was like, I'm not gonna watch this, but it kind of makes him endearing to it. You see why he's the way he is. Like,
he was influenced but it also shows that he never had an original idea in his mind, and he got it from that guy, that lawyer,
Roy Cohn.
Everything,
And the scene when his brother dies, and Donald is taught not to show emotion, and he's laying in bed with Ivana, and his brother had just died, and you see him, his arms are folded, and he's looking at the TV, and he starts bursting out in tears, and it makes you cry watching it, and you can see how this guy is tortured and how he had to please his father, and he had to be so perfect and couldn't drink, couldn't smoke, couldn't have fun, couldn't do anything, and just driven to win. Either you win or you're a loser. There is no in between.
And
that's on torrents, John. You can get it on torrents if you haven't seen it yet.
I'll watch
TV.
I forgot about it.
It's on Apple too.
There's so much to watch now that you just forget. Things just go through the ether. You just forget. You have it in your head. You're like, I gotta watch it, and then it goes away, and something replaces it. And when you factor in sports, and you factor in, there's so much on. You can't get it all in. It's crazy.
I would recommend it if anyone hasn't seen it. I thought it was great. I really did.
Did you ever see Death in the Art of the Deal, Chauncey? They did a comedy movie. They did the original book Trump did. They said it like Ron Howard is in it. Depp plays the lead, and it's from that Funny or Die thing. I gotta send it to you. It's like 50-something minutes. It's good.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I interviewed Trump for that book too. I interviewed him a couple of times.
It's called The Art of the Deal, and they make it like it's 1988 when they do it.
Oh, that's awesome.
The biggest reality star though, OJ or Donald Trump?
OJ.
Thank you, Tweedledee. By the way, thank you, Tweedledee. Thank you, sir.
Still holds the record. I'd give it to OJ all day long. Chaunce, you're on the air.
Just to give you a little context, this is 2004, and he's promoting. So Chauncey's still on the show.
My days are numbered now.
Your days are numbered. I think you have literally 4 months.
The clock
you
is
make
ticking.
it to 05. You make it to 05, and then you don't. You didn't go to the last day, right? So with the last day of K-Rock, you were not. Yeah, you were on the shit list.
Oh, I'd give it to OJ all day long. Chauncey, you're on the air quickly because Mr. Trump is very busy making.
So listen to this gossip Chauncey dropped, which to this day, I cannot look at Tom Brady and not think this. This is a huge story. They ran this all through his first nomination in 15 he was nominated, in 16 he won it. And so this was like a huge, and Trump needed Brady's endorsement, and he wouldn't give it to him.
Trump is very busy making money. Go ahead.
Yeah. I happen to know the football player that Donald Trump tried to set his daughter up with.
Who is it?
It would be Tom Brady of the New England Patriots.
Wow.
You want him doing your daughter?
Oh, well, he's a great guy. First of all, I don't admit to that, Chauncey, but, he is a great guy.
Right.
He's a member of my golf club. He's a terrific
You would have
winner.
approved of...
First of all, I don't think Howard knows who Tom Brady is in 04.
And you know how I knew this? Trump told me this.
That's what you just said. You interviewed him.
I interviewed him, and we were talking about his daughter. And we were having the same conversation you and I were just having about that documentary. And I said how well Ivanka came out in it. And he said, and I said, is it hard when men have to meet you? The dates have to meet you. It's got to be intimidating.
It is. That's a great question, by the way.
Yeah. And he said, yeah, he goes, probably the only guy that's not intimidated was Tom Brady. He goes, if I had to pick a guy for it would be Tom Brady. That's how I got this information from him.
That's such. I don't think people give you the credit you deserve. This is a massive bit of gossip. This ran for years when he was running. Like this was the thing, and I remember vividly. Trump wanted Brady to endorse him, and he would still use this. Brady easily could have been my son-in-law. And I'm sure he was embellishing and lying about that, but he would use this gossip over and over again.
Let me tell you this. I think this is how smart that Donald Trump is. I think he told me that so it would leak in the papers.
Yeah.
And it would be a way of saying to Tom Brady, why don't you date my daughter? Like, I think that was his way of trying to get Tom Brady to date his daughter.
And he's the master manipulator of the media, right? I mean, that's his whole
he used me
MO.
to get that out there.
If he's calling you at 3:00 in the morning, about Victoria Zdrok, which ended up being true, and that's how obsessed he is, not just with himself, we all know that, but just manipulating the media. That he's taking 3 a.m. If Chaunce, have you ever asked him what are his sleeping hours?
He doesn't sleep. He never sleeps. And how great that we were just talking about that movie. How great would it have been if that scene was in the movie?
Oh God, yeah.
Where he calls me up at 3 a.m. and they use that exact conversation as a script for that part of the film.
It's hard to do a Trump movie and not use Howard in some capacity because much shit came from there.
Yeah.
But that's amazing gossip, Chauncey. I'm telling you, that is A+ gossip.
Yeah,
and were you scared to say this because he confided in you?
No, I was because Donald Trump. You just said it yourself. You couldn't get in trouble with him. I could report that Donald Trump whacks off 10 times a day, and
to himself.
He would to a picture of himself, and he would love it. He would read that in page 6 and go, yes, thank you, Chauncey. Like you couldn't embarrass him. You couldn't. It was impossible.
During the election against with Kamala, Tim Walz said this thing. Said that there was a Zoom, I guess, like a drone got a shot of Trump's phone. He's like, how people have pictures of their kids or their pets or their wife on their phone. Trump had a picture of himself on his phone.
No, I believe that. Do you know what he gave me when I after I got done interviewing him? I was at his office. He gave me Trump water with his face on it.
Oh, I would love that. I would love to. I wanted the vodka. I wanted because he claims to be a teetotaler. I wanted the vodka because like a sober guy is selling vodka.
In the movie, I don't want to give too much away, but in the movie, he gets drunk.
Does he really?
And he starts puking all over the place. Yeah, you watch him puking from drinking.
So that's a real story. He actually did drink.
No, they forced him to.
Roy Cohen forced him to drink. He said, if you want me to be your attorney, then you have to drink with me.
Oh, I love it.
Like you, John. They don't trust you if you don't drink.
Yes, I don't trust anyone who doesn't drink.
Yeah,
look at this Sarah comment here on the screen. Have a look at this. There you go. There's Beth holding.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's Barron.
Barron, yeah, and
Barron's 6'10" now, but that's 6'10" Barron Trump.
Isn't that amazing?
God damn it!
That kid's got the world by the balls, man. He's a good-looking kid. He speaks 4 languages.
Does he speak 4 languages?
Yeah, and there's a video out where him as a little boy, and he has an accent. He has like an accent like Ivana. I mean, like Melania.
That's
because she's always raising him.
I have not heard him speak yet, so
It's really weird on this video because he's got to be like 6, 7 years old, and he sounds like a foreigner. Like he has a thick, like Yugoslavian accent.
Did Chauncey? Anthony wants to know: does Scores actually sell fresh underwear?
No.
So I guess that's supposed.
No.
That's supposed to mean, I guess, if you finish, quote unquote, you get to throw it out.
No.
And replace it.
No, you went home.
I've never heard of that.
You went home with your stained underwear.
That's.
As a son-in-law.
Him as a son-in-law.
He's a great.
So this, again, I'll set this up. This is Chauncey asking Donald Trump about Tom Brady and Ivanka hooking up. Trump confided in Chauncey the day before doing an interview. I guess, did you go out to lunch? Where did you do this? At Trump
in his
Tower?
office, right in his office. Okay. Yeah.
Which, the Fifth Avenue one or the?
Yeah, the Fifth Avenue one, like the top floor. Yep.
Guy. First of all, I don't admit to that, Chauncey, but he is a great guy.
Back it up.
Quickly, because Mr. Trump is very busy making money. Go ahead.
Donald Trump.
OJ still holds the record.
I'd give it to OJ all day long.
Yeah. Chauncey, you're on the air quickly because Mr. Trump is very busy making money. Go ahead.
Yeah. I happen to know the football player that Donald Trump tried to set his daughter up with.
Who is it?
It would be Tom Brady of the New England Patriots.
Wow.
You want him doing your daughter?
He's a great guy. First of all, I don't admit to that, Chauncey, but
I should also say Trump has a relationship with Robert Kraft.
Yo, he does. I know. So does Stern.
Oh, that means John's.
We lost him.
Done what?
Okay.
Yeah.
He's back.
Oh, he's all right.
Hit the US people. So he's a intimate relationship with Robert Kraft, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Owner?
So does Stern.
So does Howard. I know. They used to. Gary and Artie performed for the Kraft son on a private jet, and I don't know what they got for it. I'm sure Artie would tell us if we asked him. But yeah, Kraft. So that's why Trump tried to buy the Bills. I think. What is with the Bills, by the way? Like, didn't Bon Jovi try to buy them too? What is this? Some kind of like? That's so bizarre.
It's affordable because they're in a crappy market.
Yeah, right. Buffalo, everything's there is affordable.
And he's a great guy, Fred. He's a member of my golf club. He's a terrific.
You would have approved of him as a son-in-law.
I love him as a son-in-law.
I mean,
Sarah said she doesn't drink and she's the most honest person in the world.
God, I didn't know she didn't drink. Wow.
But she would for a price. She would definitely, for a super chat, for a $50, super chat, she would definitely drink.
Does she drink at Christmas though? Thanksgiving? I mean, isn't that
here's the thing with people like Sarah.
Okay,
here's the thing with people like Sarah.
This is good.
These chicks and guys do this too, where they're kind of foodies or they like yummy things. So she probably likes sweets and cookies and stuff like that. So when you're too into sweet things that taste good, alcohol, it's kind of yucky. So these people who are still into the yummy phase of things that we don't, Chauncey and I, we know that alcohol doesn't taste good. We know that going in. I know that coffee doesn't, but I want the other things to go. I doctor it up with the Armgria and stuff like that. But I believe Sarah's into things that are yummy.
Though, John.
Yeah, girly drinks, right?
The
so it's like White Russians
that taste like lollies. They taste.
Yes.
Doesn't she drink those kind of drinks?
Creamsicles and White Russians and shit like that, right?
The girls have like one can and they're off their face. Yeah.
A dirty martini, like Chauncey just said, is really straight alcohol. It's really nothing
just
about
a giant glass of pure alcohol. Kettle One
vodka.
Extra dirty martini. I want to see that water fog up with 3 stuffed olives. Oh.
And then you got
Chubby
Poppy looking at it.
Drunk.
Oh, look,
He's off his face right now.
He's the best.
I'm drunk now.
Chubby Pickle has no flaws. He cooks, he drives, he does. He's helping out the fucking fireman.
He smells great too.
Oh, definitely. Black don't crack.
Look at this guy. First of all, he always throws the pass accurately. Mm-hmm. He always wins the Super Bowl. He always wins the game. White.
Trump is a huge sports fan, and he has to dumb himself down for Howard because he knows that Howard can't speak the language. So he just says things like he knows how to throw the touchdown pass. He knows how to win the Super Bowl. Those are the only things Howard can understand.
He's a winner.
If I ever spoke to Trump, the way I would charm him, I would talk about nothing but I would only talk about the USFL the entire time.
and Herschel Walker.
And Herschel Walker.
The Generals.
Philadelphia Stars.
Doug Flutie, Herschel Walker. And
the Chicago Blitz, the Birmingham Stallions, the Washington
Federals. Did you ever go to a New Jersey Generals game?
No, I wish I did. I wanted to.
It was amazing. So at halftime, it was such a circus. If you remember the old Giant Stadium, it had 4 like these winding paths that went up to the top tier.
Yes.
So and you could look down, you could actually throw things or spit down to the ground from the top. So at halftime, everybody would get beer in cups, and then they would throw money down into the pit, and kids or people would try to run out and get the money. And when you ran out to get the money, everyone, it had to be 300 people, would smash you with beer. And that was the halftime entertainment. It was great.
It's really ballsy to try to take the NFL on. Like, there's nothing more. Like, that is hubris right there. Yeah. That is fucking bravado to take on the NFL. And you got to remember, when they did that, the NFL was in a strike year. Remember that year they played 9 games? I think it was like 82.
Replacements?
Yeah, they replaced. Yes, the scabs. And that's when Trump decided it was a really good attempt. I thought the USFL worked for about 2 or 3 seasons. I kind of wish it picked up as soon as the NFL ended. It started. Maybe it needed competition. You know,
they weren't ready yet. Now I think they're ready. But what's that new league they have now? They
had there's a
X.
There's a Canadian Football League and there's an XFL and there's the XFL originally was the WWF one and there's another one that's sort of like. But you remember the USFL stole all the top draft picks. You had like Steve Young and Herschel Walker and Flutie and stuff. And it was a noble attempt. And they had cool uniforms. Sarah's Precious Portland had a team. Remember the Portland Breakers? They would choose cities that didn't have teams
and put them all.
And that was smart.
Yeah, that was smart. Open up
Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah.
Oklahoma Outlaws. Shit like that.
He's the most handsome. I didn't hear that. He's the most.
Would you let your daughter date a black guy? Like, what if she brought home Dennis Rodman?
He's a blue blood.
What's your next question?
Ivanka Rodman.
Ivanka.
No, that question's for Howard. That's a better question. See, that Trump usually would push back. Trump should turn that around on Howard and ask him if he would. That's a great question. Yeah. Because isn't Colin Christie half black? Isn't he Deborah's husband?
I don't know.
But Deborah's, is he half Asian? No, half Asian.
Oh, half Asian. Okay, Howard wouldn't.
I thought it was.
My daughter is very open-minded. I would say.
Ashley, that was dating.
Beautiful.
I think Tom Brady's a fantastic guy, and one of us.
All right, Dominic, what did you want?
Maybe he'll marry Tiffany.
Hello, Dominic.
Quickly, because I have to end the interview. Yes.
Tiffany is the Trump that never comes up. She's very.
Quick 2 things. Number 1, the best way to protect your prenup is do it on video.
Oh, this is interesting. So they're doing prenup advice here, which he takes. He said that you video it, and Howard is listening intently to him.
Yeah.
Because Trump got him to admit that he and Beth had a prenup. That was the first time I'd ever heard he admit to that. He's like, Howard, you have a prenup, right? And Howard's like, yeah. And he's dead, right?
The best way to protect your prenup is do it on video. It's a guarantee. You videotape everyone's time. I do it all the time.
No, I'm asking Donald.
Donald, do you do that? Will you videotape your
I think it's a good idea. I do video in other ways, but I don't do video necessarily for.
I would put mine out on DVD, CD.
You do video in other ways.
No, you do a lot of video contracts nowadays. Where,
really?
You ever see those pictures of Trump and Ivanka? Where she's giving him a lap dance, Chauncey, and he's like, he's bragging how hot she is. I mean, you could see Trump to Brady going, "Oh my God, that body on Ivanka is incredible, Dom, incredible."
Well, didn't he say on The View that if he wasn't Ivanka's father, he'd date her? Date her?
He said it to Howard. He said it to Howard like 5 times.
I would date my daughter. She's so hot.
But really, even more so than just like incest, it's like him bragging about that he cultivated this woman who.
But it's him in love with himself because he sees himself in her.
He's in love with himself, right?
He's in love with himself. Yeah.
I don't think in terms of this so much with Melania because, like everybody else, I say it'll never happen. Nothing bad is going to happen, and I really believe that. But I think it's not a bad idea, Dominic. You're right.
I would put it on pay-per-view so everyone could see.
That's right. I'm afraid the problem with me doing the video, I'm afraid somebody's going to get it and they're going to broadcast it on ABC so that ABC can finally get some ratings.
That's right.
And finally, the way you talk a woman into a prenup is that a year before, when you sign a contract with a bank or any of your bank business dealings, you put into that contract that they require a prenup. Then when you sit with...
This is pretty ingenious. So what Dominic's saying here is to not offend your wife, your potential wife, you say to her, "Oh, it's my agent's making me do this. The bank is making me do this. My financial advisor and my lawyers are making me do this."
In the movie, that's what happens. A whole scene about this.
Are you kidding me?
No. And they sit Ivana down and they tell her she has to read the contract. And she goes, "This is insane." She goes, "Wait a minute. I have to give all my gifts back. So any gift he's ever given her, she has to give back."
That's crazy.
And she gets up and she storms away.
Is it possible that he took this advice from Dominic, and that's where it hatches from? It's the same thing. If you're describing, I mean,
no,
why
because
not?
this was before that. This is when he was married, when he was getting married to Ivana in the 1980s.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
maybe Trump. Okay, that's.
So you say, wait a minute, I have no choice. Don't you see my business partners want it?
Do you do that, Mr. Trump?
Well, Dominic, let me ask you about this. What about giving him the prenup about 15 minutes before the wedding ceremony?
Absolutely not. I do a video. I've never had one open in 35 years. And Howard, I do not look like a deflated beach ball.
That's one man's opinion, that's all.
How many? Dominic's been married 3 times?
Something like that. I know his whole life went to shit.
Chauncey, did you ever see a picture of his Shelter Island house abandoned?
No,
it's depressing, but it's scary. Like, Shelter Island on Long Island is like, it's like the north side, and it's like its own. You need a ferry to get there, and it looks like, yeah, it'd be a great like haunted house kind of thing. There's these people who go to Epstein Island now.
So it's abandoned now. It's abandoned.
Yeah. Yes, and it was.
And it never sold. It's just sitting there rotting.
He just let it go, and
wow.
Didn't Ronnie say Scores had an attendant who helped him clean up? Autobot asks you, Chauncey.
What's that? What's the question?
Didn't Ronnie Mund Scores had an attendant who helped the guys clean up?
No.
Okay.
No, you just picked your pants up and you wiped off with a napkin or whatever you could find. And
thank you, Wiggy dearest. Thank you. Yeah, I don't.
Buckled up.
People who don't drink. There's a whole swath of people who are sexual predators who don't drink, who are sober, like Chris D'Elia and people. You always find like there's something off when someone who staunchly doesn't drink. Not every time, but seemingly 8 out of 10 times, there's some kind of vice they have that goes on the sex side. They have to fill that up with something. There's usually some creepy shit going on. Yeah. I always find that. Didn't already go to it. Yes, it was it might have been a helicopter, G Canada. I think it was. The Crafts it was a helicopter they sent for him. You're right.
Yeah.
When they perform, I don't know what Gary's performing for, but Gary just went along. He just gets crowbarred
because he's Gary, and Gary. People, it's as close as you can get to Howard. So we didn't get Howard, but we got Gary. Yay, Gary!
God, there's so much. The next thing we're gonna do here, I want Chaunce's opinion on this before we get to the 90210 stuff. This is Chauncey. Do you know who Marianne Garvey is?
Of course.
Okay, yeah. So this is interesting. This is the genesis of this. She was an intern. She was Howard's personal intern on the show. Turned Daily News columnist.
No, New York Post columnist.
New York Post columnist. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is Marianne Garvey calls the show as just Marianne from, I don't know, New Jersey. And I think
she was banging Benji too.
They say she says no. He was trying to, and she wouldn't have it. And
I always saw them together. Wherever she was, he was.
She calls in, and she's not telling really who she is, but she asks a question, and of course you come up in this controversial question.
13. There's going to be a big happen.
So this is her. This is from the Howard TV. Marianne Garvey, like Chauncey said, so now she has a column for the Post, or she does like a.
She was working on page 6.
She's working on page 6.
Yeah.
And, this is how Howard has the media, sort of the New York gossip media in his pocket, that he deploys people like her for the Post, and then Harvey Levin's represented by fucking Buckwald, and they have ex-interns working for TMZ. This is how you can control, and then Mike Walker and shit like that.
And Richard Johnson.
And Richard Johnson, right.
She worked for Richard Johnson.
Putting out there with Artie and KC.
Polka nuts.
Yeah, polka nuts. Love it. Marianne, you're on the phone.
Howard.
Yes.
I have 5 questions for you about Beth.
We'll take a couple of phone calls, and then we'll get into some other business. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. You going to answer them?
Am I going to answer them? I'll answer anything.
Okay. All right. Ready? Number 1. What's the most stubborn personality trait that you had with Allison that you were willing to change for your relationship?
These are some of the last. So she's bringing up Allison, which these are the Allison smear campaign years. So this is this is 2002.
Okay.
So you could still, he would bring her up all the time, and it's like the very definition of defamation, right? You defame, you make yourself look like a victim, and Allison's the bad guy, and she's cleaning you out, and he would, do these passive aggressive shot every day at Allison.
With Beth.
I'll talk about Beth. I ain't going to talk about Allison. I'll tell you why.
No, you don't have to talk about Allison. Just
Allison's the mother of my children.
It's about
you. Asked you about your personality trait.
Like, what was your worst?
I just hear the word Allison, and
I can't talk about it.
I can't talk about it.
No, what was the worst that you were willing to change? Like, what was so hard?
Look at Sarah over here. She goes, "Hey, deal with your life instead, dumbass, instead of hiding behind chemicals." What a wise ass.
Awesome comment.
Arm drinks White Claws. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Sarah. What do you do for fun?
There was nothing hard.
That you didn't have.
I'm the same person. I'm the same person with Beth that I was with Allison. That's the shock.
You didn't have to change anything.
No.
Or work
Howard,
on anything.
Please.
I don't change anything.
Did you have to work on anything?
I'm sorry. You're both talking at the same time. You're both attacking me at the same time.
No. I'm just saying. I'm repeating what you said the other day. That there was something, that Beth had a concern about, and you said.
I want to thank Frank the Tank, by the way, for a couple things. That is legalese advice also. The town of Hastings, I'm obsessed with, and that is where they film all the seedy scenes in 21 Jump Street. And from what I understand, it's outside of Vancouver, and I wouldn't know. Frank the Tank confirms that it is just as bad now as it was during this. So in the last Jump Street watch along, I show you the Hastings bus where it blows up. So I want to thank Frank the Tank for really orienting me to Hastings.
You learn from your psychiatrist. Sometimes you have to sit and listen. And you said that was a very difficult thing.
Robin's right. I learned to listen. There.
So, Chauncey, is it a court order? Do you believe, did he confide in you that it was a court order that he had to go see a psychiatrist because it would, Allison's orders, who is a social worker, that he could have, custody of the kids sometimes, that part of the court order was that he had to see, that's my theory, that he had to see a psychiatrist.
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. Could have. I don't recall.
I don't think an egomaniac like him would do that unless he was forced to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't see him. I just don't see it.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Simple as that. Listening.
Okay, ready for number 2? What was your worst fight or disagreement so far that has made you, doubt the relationship?
Okay, this is where Chauncey comes up. Here we go. This is Chauncey again.
There.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Simple as that. Listening.
Okay, ready for number 2? What was your worst fight or disagreement so far that has made you, doubt the relationship?
With Beth?
Yeah.
Haven't had a fight.
Not at all.
I'm not a fighter.
No disagreement.
I'm trying to think. The only thing, we had one thing about, what was it? We got upset about, I got upset about Chauncey's interview that he did with Steppin' Out. The Steppin' Out interview that he did,
But it
Chauncey.
didn't make you doubt the relationship.
Didn't make me doubt the relationship. We both got very upset about it because Chauncey was going around press releasing and.
So it caused stress in your relationship?
It caused some stress because I feel that, especially when it comes to my kids, it's very hard to have a father whose whole life is in the public. Because you know me, I talk about my sex relationship. Beth was in FHM, and it was kind of a sexy layout and stuff. So I can imagine it's difficult for my kids having a father like me, and I felt that.
Did the girls see that layout?
Sure, they did. Okay. Yeah, they did. But the fact of the matter is,
Chauncey, let me stop him here. You got to speak to this. You got to speak to this. So what exactly is he won't expound on this. It has to be something about Beth's relationship with his kids, right?
Yeah, I think my questioning was do they call you mom, or are you a mother? Are you a friend or a mother to Howard's kids? What's the relationship? And
awesome.
do they accept you as you're their dad's partner?
Great question, sir. Great question.
Yeah, I went down that road for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you stayed on it. You didn't just go, you weren't just one and done. You were like, no, I'm going to ask follow-ups on this. And who wouldn't want to know that?
Well, what else would I talk to her about?
Right.
A model in Sears catalog? We're going to ask her about the latest bras that are coming out? The entire interview was her relationship with Howard and how it affects their lives. That was the whole. What else would I ask?
Do you have this interview saved?
I might. I have to go and look. I might.
Even if it's written down.
Yeah. I don't have it on tape
cause...
for sure. Those tapes are gone.
God.
But I'm sure I have it written somewhere, the transcript.
That is great stuff. That is great. Yeah. Who wouldn't want to know that? And the more you went down that road, the more uncomfortable she got. But this is the only person giving her this press, and she's nice enough. She's going to answer it, right? And then Howard's infuriated because there is Emily hated her. Emily hated her, Deborah hated her, and Ashley was too young to care, so she was the only one who had a relationship.
They hated her, and there's more to it than that, because you have to understand, I knew Beth before Howard.
Yep.
So Beth and I were very close. So whatever I wanted from Beth, she gave me. Like when I did an interview with her, and I did a couple, she always gave me more than she would tell anybody else, because it was like two friends talking.
Yep.
And now you know how private Howard is, and how he he banned me from the show for life because I got in the news about some private business affair. So you can imagine. Well, Beth said that she was going to talk to Howard about coming over my house for dinner. Wow. Beth wanted to bring Howard to Glen Rock, New Jersey, to my house. There's even a show where we talk about it.
Yeah.
Where me and Howard have a fight about it, because he admitted it. He goes, yeah, now Chauncey's got Beth making plans to go to Chauncey's house for dinner.
I'll get that for next time, Chauncey. I definitely saw that.
I'm not going. He goes, I'm not going. I'm not going to your house.
Thank you, David Irving. Chauncey, David has a question. Do you have any intel on Shuli's affair? So that's after Chauncey's time, David.
Somebody would have an affair with Shuli? Like that's a bigger story than anything else. Forget an affair. Who would have an affair with Shuli?
David, I have that. Well, I know what he's talking about. David, I have the audio of that. Where Ronnie calls him out. Chauncey, that's way after Chauncey's time. If he did, Chauncey would have known about it. But I have the audio of that where Ronnie actually calls him out on that, and Chauncey Shuli goes crazy. We played that on radio. I had that for cleaning out the computer for Radio Gunk. I will totally play that some other time.
I hate to trash anyone, but whenever I swear, whenever I think of Shuli, I picture him in my head. I picture his face in my head, and I picture him wearing striped pajamas. I don't know why. There's something about his face.
Thundercats pajamas. Yeah. You're right. He has a backpack on in that Stuttering John fight they had when John kind of ambushed them at an LA hotel, and he has like a Thundercats like knapsack on.
Yeah, he always looks like he's like being liberated somewhere.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
no. That's
right.
Looks
like he's being liberated.
Always try to think of them, and it's probably difficult for them to have a father going through a high-profile divorce and a mother going through a high-profile divorce, and so you try to be somewhat smart about the press. And I got upset that Chauncey now was in charge of the press. You know, that's the last guy.
And it slipped through your fingers into Chauncey's hands.
Yeah, and somehow it went horribly wrong.
He's such a fucking slimeball hypocrite, too, because if he had a celebrity on and that were their dynamic, that's the first fucking question he would ask that person.
Of course.
How is it? He loves divorce. He loves ex-wives and divorce. He loves that shit. So you should feel no compunction about doing that.
Oh, no, I never did. I never did about any question I ever asked anybody.
No.
Because that's
the way to do it. That's the job. Holding him accountable.
And not necessarily through any fault of Chauncey's. This is the way he does business, right?
Because all he's used to, Chauncey, is getting softballs and puff pieces from the media that he's manipulating around it, the Marianne Garveys of the world, and nobody asks him a hard question.
And he just said, and not no fault of Chauncey, because that's what he does. Howard even knows. What am I supposed to do?
Yep.
Yeah, and somehow it went horribly wrong, and not necessarily through any fault of Chauncey's. This is the way he does business regularly, but
business.
This is a bonus question. Do your kids like that?
Backhanded insult.
Yes, they do.
That's a lie. They hate her guts. Immediately, he answered it so fast. Yes, they like her. They still like her.
Do they like her a lot?
Yeah, I think so. I think they do, yeah. I think they think she's a nice person.
Has she ever hung out with them alone without you?
Yes.
And how's it gone? Is it like weird?
Chaunce, do you have anything to do with this line of questioning? Did you write these for her?
No.
These are hard hitting.
She's getting gossip for Richard Johnson, and that's what she's doing right now. But that's okay. If it was me asking those questions, slimy Chauncey, there he is being slimy Chauncey. You know how he is, Robin. But Marianne, no problem. I'll answer those.
Anyway.
Well, I mean, at first it's weird, but it's not that weird. Now, 2 years I've been going out with Beth.
Are they comfortable with it now?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them that, but I'm comfortable with it.
What do they think about the age difference?
I think they were. I'm guessing now because we didn't really have a problem. Well, I mean, I think they were thrown by it. They're used to me being with their mother. I think they were freaked out by me with anybody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And now they're comfortable with it? It's cool?
I don't know that they're 100% comfortable with it, but we're working on it.
Okay, I have another question. What's the furthest you've gone with, flirting or fooling around with other girls when Beth wasn't around?
Flirting with other girls?
The furthest you've gone where you almost pushed it and almost, cheated or almost...
Well, when we first started going out, I was seeing other people.
Well, that doesn't count.
You're asking me. You're asking me in my relationship with her. I was seeing other people when we first started going.
Chaunce, so who besides Angie Everhart, Robin Givens,
Layla, what's her name?
Layla Arciera, who I mean that didn't really I hope that didn't go anywhere. What you uncovered is the only thing we know about that. What don't we know?
Well, I would think the others would be strippers.
Yeah, names we don't know, right? Buying the car, right? Mercedes.
There's a whole host of strippers that I'm sure he saw coming in through the back entrance of his, apartment building. And
yes.
Not everybody was.
Yeah, but that's not what she's asking about.
But that
cheating?
She's unaware of right now.
I haven't really cheated. I mean, I don't think I've gone. I mean, I flirting on the show a little bit. Maybe if
No, off the air.
Sometimes I'll go to a club with a bunch of guys, and women will come over and talk to me and stuff. That's flirtatious, I guess.
Have you ever made out with anybody behind her back?
No.
But what about the day you got Rebecca Romaine Stamos drunk in your apartment?
I didn't lay a hand on Rebecca, and Rebecca and I talked about Beth and talked about John, and we didn't.
We're to believe that he's simultaneously with Angie Everhart and Beth at the same time, and/or Robin Givens. Was he going back and forth with them?
It's possible. I would say they were all trying. Listen, that was the lottery ticket for these girls.
Yep.
So I'm
no
sure
doubt about it.
They were all competing for the golden ring,
This is Marianne, a video of her coming on the show, and she tries to do a stunt to get on the air, and she's considered an intern. This is 3 years before what we just listened to.
She's so cheesy. She's so cheesy.
She is. She's cornball.
Yeah.
What kind of lick are we talking? What kind of lick are we talking?
I don't know. They think it's probably going to be a big lick, but it's not. I'm not going to lick the hair. I'm just going to lick around it.
Now, why would you do that just to get on the air?
This is my last day. I want to say bye. I'll never get a chance to do it.
So right after this, Chauncey, she goes to the Daily News. I mean, the Post.
She goes to the Post. She had a thing on VH1 where she was like a talking head for celebrity news. She had for a short while, she had a career. She would write I think she wrote for Us Weekly. She wanted to be in the gossip. She wanted to do what I did. She wanted to be me.
They, yes, Hooper, that's another good one. Republican, the Christian right who don't drink, they are some creep. Yes, that's a good one.
No.
And when did you come up with this plan?
I didn't. I said I want to get on the air. And he said, would you lick Benji's armpit? I said, yeah. Yes.
Do you have a problem with Marianne licking your armpit?
No, I don't want her to have to. But I don't have a problem.
What was your relationship with Benji, Chauncey?
Good. It's still good. It's still good.
You talk to him still?
Yeah. On Facebook once in a while. He's never did anything. He's never said anything bad about me. Even when they all hated me, Benji was like, hey, that's what it is, man. Don't take it to heart. Like Benji was always cool. Like always.
He likes to be a contrarian, so he looks at you as a contrarian, as the other side, or he wants to. Does he give you dirt? To this day, if you ask him...
No, he doesn't give me dirt, but I remember when I would go on the show, he'd always come up to me and say, oh, man, I'm so impressed by, what you do in your career. He goes, I look up
because you're a
to you.
troublemaker, right? He wants that anonymity, or he wants that autonomy.
Yeah, he could never be me.
No.
He could never do what I do.
Like he wants that. He wants that autonomy. He wants to be like a free agent, and he needs the show too much. It's just nobody would. He's too like this the shtick coma, and he's too much of a fucking scatterbrain, and he doesn't. So he doesn't have that kind of the skill set you have to pull that off. It's just not in his.
It's not in DNA. It's not who he is. No.
He needs the show so much, and it pisses him off.
Would you let her?
Of course.
Do you know his sister, head of the Creative Coalition?
No.
She campaigned.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
What's the deal with his?
yes.
Tell us the deal with his sister. Robin Bronk. Robin Bronk is her name.
Okay. I don't know much about her. Do you know?
Okay.
More?
She's the head of the Creative Coalition, and she would be booking guests for the show when they had a tough guest. And a lot of time that was job security for him because his sister had some weird in where there were certain guests that they couldn't get, and the sister could get them for him and shit.
Right.
And she's
But I would wish she wouldn't have to and everything if it bothers her and everything, unless she wanted to do it.
Well, I guess that's her only option.
Television.
And you do that.
Sure.
Can I try to do it now?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why did you say that?
Are you guys still gonna like me when I'm done?
She loves you so much. I call her on the phone. She talks about you for like 2 hours. And
really, what did she say?
love you.
Like she wants to replace your wife. She wants like how she could be like the best wife for you and everything.
Say that.
Hey, it's Amy Fisher.
No, it's not. I don't say that.
Do you think you'd be a better wife to me than my wife?
No, I don't.
Be honest.
No, I don't.
Would you take care of me and really worship me?
You. Well, I do worship you.
You would.
Yeah.
Already you're winning.
Okay.
You promise you won't criticize me?
Look, our wife worshipped you when there was very little for the rest of the world to see.
My wife worshipped me from the beginning.
She's got it up on you.
That's right. That's right. All right, so Artie.
That's 99, by the way. So I'm guessing that Marianne's probably in her mid-20s at this point.
Yeah, she was young then. Yeah.
What was your relationship with her like? Did she try to be your understudy?
Well,
I want to do it.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I remember at the MTV. I first met her. I was at the MTV Awards.
Oh yeah.
And she couldn't get in, and so I was leaving. I was done for the night, and she said, "Oh," she goes, "Chauncey." She goes, "I'm Marianne. I'm friends with Benji. If you're leaving, could I have your pass?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm out of here." And I gave it to her. And she goes, "You're so cool. You're
wow.
So cool." But then we had a tremendous falling out because she was working for Richard Johnson, and then she left. And I wrote something in my magazine that Richard fired her for some reason, and she went crazy. She goes, "Who the fuck are you? You don't know what happened. You're a douchebag."
She left a message for you? She like called you?
Yeah, like one of those long, hateful messages that went on and on. I just laughed. I used to love those messages.
Did he really fire? Was that true?
Yeah, he fired her.
Yeah. Why wouldn't? I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, maybe
she did something. I forget what it was, but she did something.
Oh, I got it. Here's what she did, and I don't even know her. She's one of these people who's always ulterior motivated. I guarantee you he caught her trying to get another job under his nose, and she was trying to get another gig somewhere. And he's like, "All right, I'm beneath you now." Bye.
With a competitor.
Bye.
With a competitor.
Yeah, with a competitor, guaranteed.
Yeah,
she's constantly trying to social climb.
She was a star fucker. She
star fucker, right?
She wanted to see how far she could get. She wanted to be on TV.
Exactly.
She loved Howard. Like everything she ever wrote was Howard's great. Howard's great. That's all she ever wrote about. Howard's great. So you can imagine when I had my falling out, I was shit, because Howard's great. So I must be shit. And so then she hated me from that point on because Howard hated me.
Saturn Dragonfly, that's Marianne Garvey, who was Howard's personal intern. And so she left the show right there in 99 and then went on to work for the Post for Richard Johnson. And that's who we're talking about. And she does puff pieces on Howard now.
Yeah. Everything she does is how great Howard is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's such a starfucker. Like anything in her way, you are in the way of me climbing, and I will. I'm going to use you to get what I want. And anybody could see through that. She's a classic fucking Manhattan, right? Like ulterior motivated starfucker.
She'll
every
climb
cliche.
over you so fast to get to the next level. Yeah.
Sarah says he's seething. Yes, Sarah, you could hear that's passive aggressive Howard seething in that Chauncey had asked Beth really hard-hitting questions about the kids. That is his Achilles heel beyond, especially back then. I don't know if Bon, are you with us? Bon, are you in there still? Bon? We did a fucking Andy Cohen had Beth on her show, and he asked Beth a similar line of questioning. Oh, I'm sorry, a caller did. A caller called in and this is more recent. This is like 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And she was rattled. She's like, yeah, we talk all the time. Really?
I think I remember that. I think I recall that.
Speak? It was really good. The caller was excellent. She didn't. I don't know. I and you know, Andy Cohen loved it. Andy Cohen loved every second of it. When he's
because by the way, they really could break up over this. If Howard thought Beth became a liability because of something she said, he would slam that window so fast on her.
Especially at this juncture in his career, he has so many options and shit.
Yeah, I'm sure when that happened with me and Beth, that Howard said, if this relationship's not going to work, if you're going to talk,
they had a massive fight. That was, they
bring it up on the air. For him to bring it up on the air, it was a big one.
Yep.
It probably was close to ending their relationship.
No doubt about it. That's rule number one.
Yeah.
Not confiding, and she broke I guarantee she had a set of guidelines she had to follow, and that's the number one thing, and she broke it.
I guarantee during that fight, Howard said these words to her. It's pick who, it's going to be me or Chauncey. Me or Chauncey. I swear those words were said to her. Who's it going to be, funny. Beth? Me or Chauncey?
That's so fun. This is a good clip here. This is so Chauncey calls in, and I'm trying to remember what precipitated this. This is towards the end of a show, and you ask him if he would. This is such an eerie foreshadowing to the thing with Gary's dad's funeral that Howard brought up. So this is Howard bragging about he won't go to people's funeral, and you ask him if he'd go to your funeral during that. Do you remember this?
I don't remember. No.
Oh shit!
I'm sure he said no.
Chauncey, why are you ruining my show?
You know,
what's this picture of Poppy here, Chauncey? What's this? How many years ago is this? 2?
Oh my God, she was probably 9 years old then. Now she's going to be 13.
My moles, Marianne Garvey sent me this. No, I was just
There's something wrong with your phones. I'm not even kidding. I'm answering you.
I don't care. What do you want?
Don't walk so bad. Okay, what I was calling for, you were talking about earlier, people you speak to and don't speak to that, you used to be friends with. What happened to Booker? Because you used to talk about him a lot.
When I listened to this, so this is like one of the things I fared along the way. I was looking for something else. I was thinking that same thing, Chauncey, about Booker at that time. He just dropped him. He had not. Remember, he's brought him up every day with fucking.
That was his pal. They went out
together.
Yeah,
and now he just stopped bringing him up.
Booker started dating Jennifer Lopez's sister.
What's her
Lisa
name?
Lopez.
Lisa Lopez, right.
And they had a show together on WNEW. And at that point, Booker, and he just got a job with Entertainment Tonight as on-air talent. So Booker's career was like skyrocketing. And at that point, Howard's like, I can now hang with this guy. Like I can be with this guy. But then
do you remember he punched a cop?
Well, yeah, they were on that Manhattan Street, and she was crazy. Lisa was insane, and they were in traffic, and she started screaming. And the cops came, and it got out of control, and Booker almost lost his job over it.
And he punched a cop, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It was crazy.
They broke up over that, or he was with her for a few years. It wasn't like
it was a serious relationship. Like he was hanging out with Jennifer Lopez.
They They would double date with Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez.
I hang out with him a lot.
Booker's still my friend. We hang out. I just saw Booker a couple of weeks ago.
No problems there?
What would there be problems?
No.
What are you hinting at?
Yeah, what do you got for me?
No, you just don't talk about him as much as you used to. You used to talk about going out with him a lot, and you haven't in a while. So
he was working a lot in L.A. because of his commitment, Entertainment Tonight.
That's such an underrated line of. You're such a fucking imp. It's such a cool insider question. It's a weird thing to bring up to him. Who's thinking about his relationship with Booker? And it kind of triggers this thing. It's just a great question.
But he's back in New York more now, and I get together with him.
Okay, no, not hinting at anything. Just curious.
I thought maybe you heard something.
No, didn't hear a thing.
By the way, you and me will stay non-existent.
Would you go to my funeral after the show's over if I die?
Chauncey was almost trying to get into my life because he started emailing Beth.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
This is so great. Scott, how often would you every day have a correspondence with her?
Several times throughout the day. Anytime when Howard was on the air, if he said something, Beth would email me. Did you hear what Howard just said? Like we were doing our own show of the Howard Stern show, Beth and I. Like
That's
back
crazy.
And forth.
Could you? This is what sucks is that cell phones weren't further along. If you had a smartphone, you would have all that shit saved. You would have a texting correspondent, but you don't have these emails saved.
My emails go back to 2010.
Ah, crap.
That's as far as they go back.
Yeah, we're talking the last time you did that with her was probably 04, 05.
Yeah. It was like in the early 2000s, right up until I got kicked off the show, like right.
Prodigy.
He gave him her email address.
Yeah.
That was like, I was like, what did you do?
Sky's. That's so funny. God, people don't realize how involved every fucking moment. I don't think we got it at the time. I keep saying this. It's just every time something salacious and exciting happens when you're involved. I
was so in and in a sneaky way. Like it wasn't in your, like Ralph was in your face. Like Ralph was in there in your face. I wasn't. It was subtle with me. Subtle.
And you're still and he's still not dropping you. Like I think he's afraid of you, number one, because I think at this point you have so much on him that he can't drop.
I had the media in my back pocket. Like I could.
And the moment he dropped you, what do you get? Insider trading. You get Gary's dad's funeral and that whole thing.
Fox News.
Fox News, right?
Internationally, I was destroying him. I was tearing him down on an international level.
All his fears were realized when he dropped you from the show, and you modestly admit that really you going to Ireland was precipitated by him having you sort of outlawed from the sort of tri-state celebrity media.
I got blackballed. Well, I did make a comeback like on Channel 9 and Channel 5 and stuff like that. I started getting back on the air, but it took a long time. You don't think for one second that Beth said to Howard at one point, why did you make an enemy of him?
Yeah, you had to have.
You know what, Howard? All of this is because your fault. You are to blame for all this.
You're responsible for his worst nightmares. Literally, like they come in threes. And I can't think of a time where he got more of a roundhouse, of a haymaker than what you delivered to him with Gary's dad's funeral. And the insider trading thing was his worst nightmare.
It was rapid fire. It came at him rapid fire, and each one was more embarrassing and worse than the next.
Yep.
And he was flabbergasted to the point where he had to go on Fox News for an hour just to talk about me on Fox News for an hour.
And then he knows who you're friends with, and it's just one, insider after the next, and the damage you can do. I do think he had like Buckwald meetings. How do we take care of this? And I think he used every trick in the book, every cashed in favor to have you banned.
Called in the networks, called in ABC, CBS.
Yep.
Don't have this guy. Don't ever have this guy on your air. Totally did that to me. Like totally blackballed me in the entertainment industry. Totally.
I agree, Sky Spectre. Sarah is killing it. You're right.
Oh, he's a nice guy. He interviewed me for something. I go, no, he's Chauncey.
You put an end to that, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Chris. Chauncey just said Howard did in fact take strippers home. That Mercedes story, but it's a whole gaggle of them we don't know about. Like we never that he had with his doorman. Fucking, you heard it with the Lila R. Sierra thing, which we still haven't gotten to.
I wouldn't be surprised if Howard next to his front door. You know how Derek Jeter, we talked about it, used to give gift baskets to Howard used to give NDAs to people when they left.
Oh, I believe it.
Like you had before you left, the butler would hand you an NDA, and you signed it before you left the apartment.
Totally believe it. Totally believe that. Doorman or everything.
I have no control over what she does. Although I'd like to control it.
I'm sure you put it into it.
I'm sure Beth put in it.
That's well said, Chad. Yeah, Marianne Garvey is what the kids call a try-hard. Yes.
No, I'm sure it's something he did made her not want to be bothered.
Is that true, Howard?
No.
Because we were close for a while.
I swear I didn't do a thing. I don't care if she talks to you.
Hey, can I answer Chauncey's question, by the way? Which was, would you go to his funeral? Chauncey.
I don't care if she talks to you. Chauncey, you know, every waking thought conversation they had is him. That why are you writing him back? Why are you humoring this? Why do you, you know?
Yeah. She loved me. Like if it wasn't for Howard, we'd still be best friends.
I believe it.
We got along really well. We just she might have dated me. She might have been Mrs. Chaunce Hayden.
Oh, because you're having the correspondence with her that she can't have with Howard. He's a bore. He's a bore.
Yeah, I'm fun. Like I'm actually fun.
He's the opposite.
I love to travel. Like she would have had more fun with me than she ever had with Howard.
I believe it. Thank you, Frank the Tank. Thank you for the fucking Hastings education, and thank you for the legalese and all the good words. You're such a mensch. Seems like everybody from Canada is, and we're going to get to a Canadian chick named Justine Priestley after this. But yeah, Chauncey is an awesome guest. It just doesn't stop.
I like what Frank said.
Where's that for Chauncey?
Frank the Tank. I cannot believe Chauncey's in his 60s.
Oh yeah. If you go back to the beginning of this, Frank, we talk about this, how he's 66. You can't look any better for that. And it's not even just, you're actually like, your personality is loose. You have a young
personality
essence about you. Yeah, personality. You don't.
I have a youthful glow. About me. That's what happens when you're a father of a 12-year-old. You have no choice.
That's really an awesome advertisement for having a kid later in life. I mean, you are young that it does keep you young. You have to rise to the occasion.
You have to. Yep. Got to keep
like
up.
Sarah and her cartoon cat Camilla that she has to take care of, right, Sarah? That's Kathy Lee Gifford's song, by the way.
Far more important than Howard's life, whose funeral he didn't go to.
Hey, Big Lips.
Oh, I love it, Chauncey. You just jumped right on Gary.
Big Lips.
See, what's annoying is you're having this great conversation, and Gary has to barge right in the middle
jealousy,
of it.
Because jealousy. Now we're talking about me hanging out with Beth and Howard being my friend. Gary's
can't get there.
Whoa, wait a minute. Stop this. Got to stop this.
He wants it so bad. You're right.
Yep.
Didn't go to.
Hey, Big Lips. He didn't
go to Tiny Tim's funeral. He didn't go to Ted the janitor's funeral. He didn't go to Hank the Angry Girl's funeral. He's definitely not going to yours.
Big Lips. Excuse me. Howard said on the air.
Chauncey, how fucking eerie of a foreshadowing is this? You have Gary barging in and cock-blocking your conversation with Howard. And what does he go on to do but blow off Gary's dad's funeral in 2006? And he has the most easy access to it. He has a helicopter ride to Uniondale, and that's all it would have taken. Isn't that crazy that it's Gary doing this?
And not one single person living on the face of the earth ever saw Beth in an emergency room.
Ever. And no pictures, right?
Not weeks ago that if I died, he would go to my funeral.
And you're stupid enough to believe it. That's what you think he's not a liar. He's pulling your leg, and you're dumb enough to buy it.
He didn't say it to me. He said it to a caller.
Okay, Chaunce.
I'm not sure I'd even go to my parents' funeral.
Go kill yourself and see what happens.
He thinks he's what a sociopath. What an absolute elitist piece
of
shit.
Go kill yourself. Go kill yourself.
I wouldn't go to my parents' funeral. He's like thinks he's too cool for his parents' funerals.
You have to go. Unless they die together, you have to go.
Yeah.
So I would answer Gary. If I died, would you go to my funeral?
Honestly, probably not.
So you're backpedaling on that.
Yeah.
That made me feel good when you said that. That's a shame because that kind of hurts.
I like you though. You're flip-flopping. I might go. You know, like if it was a weekend, if you died on like on a Friday and they buried you on a Sunday, I'd probably go. I mean,
if Beth did a sprain, it depends. If Beth twists her ankle, then they're probably going to be able to make it.
Wait, we laugh, but this is exactly what happens in 2006 with Gary's dad, and he is livid about it. Like this is an eerie foreshadowing. It's really bizarre. Yep.
Oh, I don't know.
Depends on who's going to be there. Who's
coming? On the day that I die.
If you were buried at Nobu on a Friday night, he'd be there.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a really funny line. That's
funny.
Not inaccurate. That's a really funny joke.
That's probably the only way. Yeah.
I don't know that I'd go. No, you know what? I got to be honest. Now I'm thinking it through. I don't think I'd go.
Beth would make you go. I think Beth would make you go.
No.
Do you think she'd do that, Chauncey?
Yes, I think Beth would make him go because she wouldn't go alone. I think she would make him go.
And she likes you.
She liked me so much that she would have guilted him into going. Yeah.
Her going alone makes him look horrible.
Yeah, he would look
That's
horrible.
why he'd have to. Yep.
He'd have to go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So here's the thing that's fascinating, guys, in the chat. And Chauncey doesn't remember this.
No.
If you did this, if anybody like called in, anybody would remember this conversation. He called in so many times. He had so many different moments.
Almost 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years. How many weeks, how many days are in 20 years?
I know.
And
but
this
still,
wasn't like now. This was a show that came on every day for 20 years.
But you didn't even remember the Tom Brady gossip you dropped. Like, you didn't even remember that.
Those little things. I remember the big things. I remember like the scandals, the big scandals.
That's massive. I can't even believe I found it. I mean, it was just like completely.
I'm in awe of you. Yeah, I'm in awe that you find these things. Like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know.
I'm just happy I can give you it. I would hate if I were you, like, and I didn't know how to get this stuff anymore. I'd be so like, God. So I'm just happy that I can send it to you so easily.
Well, here's my question: would you come to my funeral?
Yeah, I totally would. Irish funeral, of course. The ice we would have. Poppy and I would handle the ice, and that would be it.
Well, in Ireland, we don't have funeral parlors. We have wakes in the house. So the coffin is in the living room, right? And then someone has to stay next to the coffin 24 hours a day. So the coffin can never be left unattended. And that goes
Not
on
only
for
would I
3
come
days.
to the funeral, I would speak, and I would read the Chat GPT biography they wrote for you verbatim.
Would you play a few clips?
Yes,
like
and I would just
a
play
monitor, have a
it is.
full
We could do
screen
that.
down.
Totally. You
awesome.
could play it for days and days in a row.
That would be awesome.
Did you go to Allison Steele's funeral, or somebody was in this?
No.
Somebody you really liked?
I went to. I'll tell you what I went to. I went to Jerry Nachman's memorial.
Who's Jerry Nachman again, Chauncey?
I don't remember. I don't know
either. I don't know.
But you know what? Let's be honest. And Chauncey, I'm not putting you down, but Chauncey's not Jerry Nachman.
Right. I love Jerry Nachman.
I know who Chaunce Hayden is, and I don't know who Jerry Nachman is. So you're right, Gary. Chauncey's more famous than Jerry Nachman.
Jerry Natler.
Jerry Nachman. I have no idea.
Even though we really didn't know each other, we didn't hang out.
But you guys always seemed.
I had a respect for him.
Yes.
And that memorial service was very moving to you, right?
It was. Yeah, it was way moving.
So Artie knows what it is. Jerry Nachman. Is he like a producer or an agent or a? I'm sure somebody in the chat knows. I usually know this stuff.
You can look it up and find out. I don't know. Who knows?
Mike Correa. Welcome, Mike Correa. That sounds like Bob Levy trying to pronounce it, right? Mike Correa. I can't even imagine.
I don't know, Howard. I think you would go. I think you're saying it on the air. You wouldn't go?
I don't think I would, Chaunce. I'll be honest with you.
He wouldn't go. No, he wouldn't.
I didn't go to my grandfather's funeral.
When are you dying, by the way?
So here's Howard bragging about not going to his grandfather's funeral.
And he didn't go to his grandfather's. He's going to go to Gary's mother's or father's funeral?
It's not. The thing is, with Gary's dad's funeral, it's there's so many layers to it. But one of the biggest things is he has all the assistants and the drivers, and he has a fucking helicopter from Castle Gayskull could take him there, more convenient than anybody could possibly go. Fred drove his motorcycle to Gary's dad's funeral, and Howard couldn't go. No. And then he sent in fucking deli platters.
Chauncey, I didn't go to my grandfather's funeral, and I loved him more than any person on the planet.
You didn't go to your grandfather's?
I was busy.
Because it sounds like
Artie goes, what the fuck? Artie has this thing with Howard too. Like sometimes you just hear him go, what a fucking. There's so much about Howard Artie doesn't like, and he shouldn't be friends with him on any level.
Well, he got to see it. Artie got to see the real Howard. It took time.
He really did.
It took time.
He really did.
Artie got to know it wasn't the idol that he worshipped when he was
don't meet your heroes. Don't work for him.
Don't work for him, because he got to learn who Howard really is. And you could watch the late Artie shows how he began to despise Howard, despise him.
And thank you, Mary Jean. So Jerry Nachman worked for the New York Post, apparently. Huh.
Oh, all right.
Was he like was he like a co-owner? Was he like under Murdoch? Was he an editor like J. Jonah Jameson?
Must have been like I don't know. Worked on that.
I believe Mary Jean implicitly. I do. Huh. God damn. We say this all the time, Chauncey. I'm sure I said this to you, but like he is not making that Sirius bonus. If Artie doesn't go to Sirius, he's not coming close to making that bonus. Everybody was going for what Artie was going to do at Sirius. Could you imagine that left to his own devices with no comedian sitting in that chair, him going, he's not making that bonus.
No,
he's not making it.
And even with Artie, the show quickly went downhill.
Oh, there was some bad years with. Yeah, definitely. It got bad with him. Yeah.
If you looked at a chart, you just see the needle go down, 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 down,
Yep.
down, 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 down.
That would be a great idea to do like a USA Today kind of like a pie chart or line graph of the show deteriorating.
A line graph from 2005 till now.
That's a great idea. That really is. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Welcome,
and you could
tendrils.
even highlight it with Artie gone, like 5 days off, like you could just have it like verify how the show changed and how the graph goes lower and lower.
Thank you, Frank the Tankers. No problem, Sarah. Come on, people. Let's show Arm and Sarah some love. Give them some real money instead of the garbage Canadian dollars.
Oh, God.
Beth threw a horseshoe arm. That's G Canada. Pello says maybe veterinarian's emergency room. Tendril says, do you think Howard took the strippers home to play dress up like he would with Miss America and so he could act out his dress up? That's funny. I don't know. That's funny. I could see him doing that.
Chauncey's putting together the guest list.
Hey, what were you busy doing? Seriously, if you don't mind me asking.
I was, where the hell was I? Either I was in college and like my mother went, you don't have to go down. And I just went, okay. And then, or I was up at summer camp working in the kitchen.
Who would say that to their kids? You don't have to go down. Where else would you? I'm really close with my grandfather. He's making up. I'm washing dishes at summer camp, and I can't go to my grandfather's funeral.
Or did the parents say, "We can't believe you're not coming to your grandmother's funeral"?
That's exactly what happened.
We can't believe that you couldn't be bothered to come to your grandmother's funeral. That's
we know what he does by now. That's what he does. But that's what he does. He takes someone else a story and he twists words and changes sentences to make him look like the victim, or he's just, we know that now.
I mean, what's he going to say? My parents begged me to come.
And it was a big mistake. I should have gone. Big mistake.
But see, I think with you, your moods flip so much. You go up and down so much. It just depends.
He really does. He's such a goldfish brain. That's a great analysis by you. You can't take anything what he says in the moment like he's such a because if it's going to be Ed Bradley's funeral or a celebrity's funeral, he's going to go. So what do we don't know who you're dealing with. You're just dealing with some star fucker who's got a goldfish brain.
What does he get out of it? What does he get out of it?
Right. What do I get out of you dying? That's exactly right.
Yeah.
When
right. I mean, it could. I mean, there's an outside chance. Like maybe I'd be like all upset, but I don't see it. Chaunce, I gotta be honest with you. I don't see it.
You were moved by people again.
Speaking of what do I get out of it, the Pell says Gary must be the dumbest person on the face of the earth to overcome self-loathing from pimping himself out to Howard so he can't see straight. That's his job, Pell, to be a human shield and to kiss his ass so much. He is terrified of not getting that, and he's definitely jealous of Chauncey. Hugely here.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
You loved Ted the janitor.
Right.
And at the end of the day, you know what you said? I'm not going to New Jersey.
Right. And
where are you getting buried?
Can you get buried downstairs?
Something then?
If you could get buried at Nobu on a Friday night, I'll be there.
Make it Scores.
Scores? Yeah, right. I'm there.
You're there.
That's a serious question.
Yeah, Frank the Tank's right. Like, and Chauncey said this before, really that is the personification of don't meet your heroes. Say I can't think of an instance where that's gone right. It seems like 9 out of 10 times that blows up in your face, meeting your heroes.
Yeah. Although I'll say this, I got to meet a lot of my heroes because I interviewed 3,000 people, and some of them I was big fans of. And there were some that I actually was a bigger fan after I met them. And there were others that I could never look at their faces again.
Well, that was what I'm certainly going to give Howard credit where it's due. When him and his peak interview-wise, that always happened, where I would love that guest more so ever than I liked them before going in. I'm talking about like the 90s and early 2000s. If they had the sense of humor and the rhino skin to take an interview with him, I always liked that guest.
Not to take themselves so seriously, and that made them endearing to you. But
I was judging celebrities on will they do that show or not. In a way, for a long time, I was like, "Oh, if you can handle that show, then I'm a fan."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and some of them handle it so well, and then you get like a what's his face, Robert Blake.
Yes,
who didn't get the show at all, and was going to start a fist fight.
I think I became like a James Caan fan because of that.
Yeah,
because he was such a cool dude on that show. Like you couldn't handle yourself any better. Like he just seemed like someone that if you met him, he would treat everybody the same.
He's been around so long and has seen so much. What's a radio show that's for laughs isn't going to shake him?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm answering it.
What made you say that day when there was some concern that I might have cancer on my leg, and someone said if Chauncey died, would you go?
You were there. I was looking at you. I thought, Chauncey's a nice guy. I really do like you. And I went, I would.
Wait a minute. Where is this, Chauncey? You're out somewhere and you gave him this scenario?
Well, there was a time when I had a tumor on my leg.
Oh, yeah, I had that.
And they thought it was cancer. So we were talking about it on the air. And then I guess a few days later or something, somebody called and said, hey, if Chauncey dies from his cancer, would you go to the funeral? Howard said, yes, of course. Yeah.
Wow. I have that, by the way. I just haven't played it yet. I'll send it to you. Sky Spectre, yes. So here's a living. Sky Spectre is one of those dudes. I think actually we don't know if it's a male or female. It doesn't matter. The only reason I went to Sirius is because of Artie. So Sky Spectre is someone who specifically said, I'm going to, and probably canceled in December of 2009, I suspect.
I was feeling like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I would go, but now that I'm thinking about it, that's crazy. No way I'd go.
You were feeling sorry for me at that moment. You sorry for me now because I'm okay.
Wiki Dira says, yeah, with Artie, I said he even one day he was like, I see how things work around here, or something like that. So that's the sort of like the coming, to the realization, oh shit, this is who he really is.
Yeah. Well, there's a great show where Howard calls Artie his bro, and he goes,
that bro fight.
He goes, I'm
classic.
Not your bro. He goes, I'm not your bro. I don't hang out with you. I don't know you. Like we don't hang out.
Well, what hit Artie was he was fat shaming him. So what he did was he said, hey, this chick's into fat dudes. She's coming in to date Artie. And he realized Artie snapped. He's like, whoa. So I'm your fucking fat shame, shield here? I don't think so. And then he fucking unleashed on him. That's a classic fight. That's a really,
we've never real because it was so real.
And Wiggy Dearest, I wouldn't have gone to Sirius if it wasn't for Artie. I would love if you could tweet Artie that. I'm sure he gets that once in a while, but I cannot hammer that home enough. Howard is not meeting that bonus if it's not for Artie.
Right.
But Chauncey, you're going to be dead. Why do you even care?
You know what? It's a weird thing. It's
Chauncey, bottom line, I'm not coming to your funeral.
Star
is it going to make your life more worthwhile to know that Howard was going to be at your funeral?
You know something? I got to tell you, Robin, it would mean something to me.
I don't want to go. Thank you.
G Canada, I think that, and I think that Artie hated the hours at the same time going into it. He's like, I can't deal with this. I ain't doing this morning
shit. When you're a heroin addict, it's hard to get up in the morning.
Absolutely.
It's not easy.
I agree with you, Chauncey, that it would make you feel good because you're like all the time, all the moments I've given you and all the gossip, it would mean something. And that's what are you good? What good are you if you can't do at least that? And like I said, Howard is the least maintenance of getting in and out of in terms of just getting there and back. Imagine you never had to drive anywhere to a funeral. Someone just get in a helicopter or a private jet or a limo, and person just drops you right at the doorstep, and everything is. And he can't even do that, right? It's not much to do. It really isn't in his case.
Something to me.
I don't want to go. Thank you. We got to get the news. Never mind him.
I would hope Leah Remini would go since she stayed at her house for weeks in L.A.
That's a great callback. That's a great callback. He said, I hope Leah Remini would go to your funeral because you stayed at her house for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's a great callback.
She probably would.
She would go. I agree with that.
She would go. That was a good. Oh, he was the best. Oh man, he was good.
This is the prelude to Justine Priestley. And so Chauncey calls in, and Chauncey says, I'm friends with Jason Priestley. And talk about, so he got in the auto accident, and that's kind of, it
was a car racing. He was like a car racer.
Yes.
And it was on a track, and he almost died.
He almost died.
Terrible car accident. Yeah.
Jason Priestley's sister, Justine Priestley. Okay, so Chauncey ends up dating Jason Priestley's sister from 90210, and this is how it's presented. I think I have to jump to like.
Everyone had bad stuff to say about Jason Priestley.
Oh.
The kid from 90210 crashed his car.
Kick a dog when he's down, why don't you?
So that's Justine on the right.
Yeah.
This is Jason's
Everybody
wedding.
thinks they're twins, but they're not.
Yeah, what's the age difference? She's a little older than him,
or I think she's a year older.
Okay. You know, the first thing he ever did was Jump Street. They took him out of high school, and he was on 2 episodes of 21 Jump Street. See, two different people too, which is bizarre. Like the episodes are literally Chauncey 7 episodes apart, and he's playing 2 different people. And the producers are going to think you don't remember the kid who was in the punk rock episode, and now he's playing Pauly Shore's drunk driving buddy in high school. And that was the first thing he did out of high school. He dated Holly Robinson too.
And he was from Canada, so it was right up there where they were filming. So
Vancouver. They're both from. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like him. Is his racing crash going to mess up Jason's hairstyle, which he's had for 20 years? Good point. Here's a guy who wrote, I'm finally going to be better looking than Jason Priestley.
That's a good point, G. Canner. Like his mom he'd such loving, doting parents. Mm-hmm. His mom kissed his ass so much he never wanted him to ever feel uncomfortable doing anything. That's exactly right. His little Jewish prince.
Probably going to lose his hair from paralysis. Cool. Cool is the part I like.
Yeah.
I know he's going to make a full recovery, they're saying.
They say they have high hopes for him.
This one is a funny one. Maybe Ronnie, the limo driver, could replace Jason Priestley's spot in the racing circuit now.
There you go. Now there's a thought.
Yeah.
My question was, will Jason Priestley...
Jose Villataro says, once Artie was fired, began bringing in comedians to compete against Opie and Anthony. But they didn't really, they never replaced the Artie chair, and that started to phase out, and the show lost that third mic, and it was a huge, huge, huge gap. He also pocketed Artie's salary, by the way.
Yeah, well, the Artie thing was so traumatic, and it was such a mind fuck for the show. I don't think Howard ever wanted to go through that again with anyone. He didn't. It just knocked the wind out of him,
Yeah, you know what? Agreed.
Like a bad breakup.
He wants you to feel sorry for him, like he's the victim. You used Artie's derelictions and his persona, the fat guy who's on heroin and drunk and every drug imaginable, and he's like, you use that. When he was late, he would use it for material. When he would overeat, he would use it for. So he loves. He was
everybody,
hired.
but everybody got that,
Right.
John was a stutterer. Gary had big teeth. Whatever flaw or Achilles heel you had, that was going to be your persona on the show. Now, if you go in there obese and drunk and high, well, that's going to be your persona. He's going to take that and times 1,000 and make that a character.
And you're instantly forgetting, Artie is this talented, quick-witted guy, and he could do it. He's a skilled, funny comedian and a super charismatic guy. And all that goes out the window when all he does is fixate on his peccadillos. And so, Artie, you got what you wanted. You hired him to exploit that stuff. Yes,
like
he's funny and all that.
Yeah, Artie says he was a fan of the show. Well, Artie, if you're a fan of the show, if you're obese and high or drunk or hungover,
he's going to obsess over it.
What do you think he's going to do? I'm going to keep that a secret from everybody, so Artie looks good and can just sit in a chair and crack jokes once in a while.
He's not right. He's not going to.
That's not the show. That's not the show.
Race again.
It's a Schadenfreude show.
The answer is yes. He's retarded.
They had a shot of him on the stretcher right after the crash, and I got out a microscope and I looked at it, and he's still better looking than me.
Yeah. You know what I can't figure out about Jason Priestley? Jason Priestley was one of the biggest fans of this show, and I like the guy a lot, and I have no problem with him. And I'm sorry, by the way, to see that he crashed his car, but anybody who races car deserves to crash into a wall at 180 miles an hour because it's a stupid sport. It's not even a sport. If you're sitting down, it's not a sport. Okay?
Yeah.
If your legs aren't moving, it's bad.
Frank the Tank's right. The true sign of someone, they always say like, what does he like when he plays golf? And what does he like when this is true. The sign of a good person is by how they treat the lowest among us on the totem pole. and that makes Howard a piece of garbage because it is. It really
That's
is.
so
I mean,
true.
It is.
The way I was brought up is you treat everybody the way you want to be treated.
And it's even from a self-indulgent standpoint, like that person might wreak revenge on me if I treat them like shit. Like it's not even, for some people, it's not even coming from a genuine place.
Well,
it's
that's
coming like
karma too.
Yeah.
If you believe in karma, and I do believe in karma, because if you look at Howard now and his life, I think his money is a curse, and I think the fact that the whole world turned on him and that he's hated now and that he's a joke now is karma. Its worst nightmare has come true.
Everything he touches dies. Like it's blighted around him. If you will not, this will end badly. Even if it's a network, even if it's like a TV deal, every
awful.
relationship ends badly. Only Buchwald's didn't.
It's not a sport.
Let's call it a competition.
Yeah, you know. It's driving fast.
Let's call it traffic.
But Chauncey from Stepping Out interviewed Jason Priestley's sister, and she shed some light. Gary, did you give me that?
By the way, I didn't realize this too. I'm sure you knew this. Maybe you forgot. She was working at fucking HOGS and HEFFERS.
Yeah, she was a bartender there.
If you don't know what HOGS and HEFFERS is, it's kind of the inspiration for Coyote Ugly, the movie. And the big thing was Julia Roberts, right? Put the place on the map because she got on the bar and danced with her bra off.
And so, no, who did that? Drew Barrymore.
Oh, Barrymore did it too?
Yeah, and they had a big moose head behind the bar, and everybody that went in there, any girl, you took your bra off and danced on the bar. So it was like 1 billion bras hanging off the
I
moose
was
head.
there twice. I went there twice, and it's in the meatpacking district. If anyone knows Manhattan, it's kind of this, how do I put this?
Washington Street, a sleazy,
far
dark,
west side.
On the water, right by the water, the dock. And you know who went there a lot? John Kennedy Jr. would go there.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he would always go there, and he'd go in with a suit, and he used to cut his tie off. If you went there with a tie, they would take your tie and cut it with scissors.
He was on Howard's show once. He came in. By the way, I missed. Who doesn't? I think he really felt Stepping Out magazine was going to dethrone George magazine, and I think that really got to him. Did you get to call him? Did you talk to him when he was on the one time? Did you remember any?
I don't remember. Who knows?
Okay, I got to go back and look. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and look but Chauncey's right. So if you're gonna film a movie about old New York and you wanted it to look like 1978, you would go to this side of Manhattan because it's the docks and the fucking shitty street.
Remember the vault?
Yeah. Yep.
The vault was there. The vault was amazing.
The clubs go over here because it's away from civilians. Like you're not going to get tourist people wandering over there and
all the transvestites. This is before they changed it. This is before the Gansevoort Hotel and all that stuff.
Right.
And all the transy prostitutes would be there. If you wanted a girl with a dick, that's where you would go.
Would you say it's just north of Tribeca, right? Would you say that it's just like Tribeca's like right beneath it?
Yeah, just north of Tribeca.
Walking distance, and that's a hippest, like richest area in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have it. Yeah, I think I do. Chauncey interviewed her. Oh, here we go. I have it.
Wow, the sister of Jason Priestley.
Here's what she said. I don't know what she does. Maybe she's an actress or something. I don't even know. Jason used to love Howard. I would always hear him say, every time I'm in New York, I have to see Howard. But something happened on the air. I think someone called in live and said they saw him doing terrible stuff in the bathroom at Scores. I remember that now. He was really upset over that.
Yeah, Tendrils talks about Prince. I wish Black went to
I'm the guy that called in and said he did terrible stuff at Scores in the bathroom, by the way.
Damn.
I was there. He got a blowjob from a girl in the bathroom at Scores, but it wasn't a dancer. There was a girl there just hanging out with friends.
Wow.
And she saw Jason Priestley, and they did coke, and then she blew him in the men's room, and they got caught, and the bouncers threw them both out into the street.
This was a big deal, too, because you had an article written on you in 2008, and that was featured in your book, right? That you broke this story. It was a really big deal. But he did. So he had sex in the bathroom.
He got a blowjob in the stall. Yep. And the bouncers, they had cameras in there and stuff. And the bouncers went in, opened the door, told them both they had to leave, and threw them out the front door.
And you were there that night.
I was there that night. Yeah.
By the way, when I was at Hogs and Heffers, and you probably remember this too, they are the most skilled bartenders I've ever seen in my life. They do not stop moving. They do not stop making drinks. They do not stop working. Like, I have like this bitterness that hot chicks get these jobs sometimes.
And they do shots
They
all night.
deserve it. They deserve it.
They would do shots with you. They
would do shots with you. So their alcohol tolerance, their constitution is just through the roof.
Yeah.
I've never seen a bartender work as hard as them. They deserve every time they get.
They'd light the bar on fire. Remember
you talk about working for it.
They'd light the bar on fire and they'd start dancing around the fire.
When I was there, like, I had a good time at shit, but I just remember looking at them. I'm like kind of like 10 people back. And I was just, it wasn't like, oh, they're so hot. It was more like, I couldn't believe how hard they worked. I'm like, God damn it. I don't think I could. I couldn't move.
You couldn't move in there. And
couldn't
it was
move.
like 3 of them.
They never stopped. They never stopped making
never
drinks.
Lifted their head up.
Yep.
And they didn't, remember they take the water gun and squirt it out into the crowd. So it got so hot and muggy in there, they would just start hosing everybody down.
You don't think like they had a job to make it look like they're having fun, but you couldn't be working it. They had to be coked up. They never stopped moving and they never stopped entertaining. It was crazy. I would love to know what one of them made on like any given Friday or Saturday night.
Thousands and thousands of dollars. Stripper money. Yeah.
He trusted Howard.
And they only had Pabst Blue Ribbon, right, Chauncey, in terms of cans?
I think that was on draft, but I think you get other cans. But
okay, that was their claim to fame is you're slumming it. Oh, look at this West Virginia shithole bar. And it's almost like they're doing like almost like cosplay, like West Virginia cosplay. And Julia Roberts, who's from Georgia, is dancing on the.
Yeah.
Howard plays the Howard game, and everybody knows that. But Jason felt really betrayed by Howard.
Yeah, Tendrils. Prince is Howard has so many similarities to like Prince and fucking Michael Jackson and the eye contact. And he got a lot of that diva stuff from Letterman too. Doing the Letterman show, he would see how they treated his staff, was afraid of him and shit.
Carson too. Carson had a terrible reputation off the air.
Talk about sex and all that stuff, but Howard really hurt him. Everyone is always trying to get something out of Jason or trip him up. But he trusted Howard. He liked him. He thought he was safe on Howard's show. Who even knows what any of this means?
I don't know. What did you do?
He knows exactly what it means. It's written completely clear. He knows yep.
Because that was the show was all about then. It was about fucking people.
Sandbagging him.
I have no idea. I put a phone call through.
All right.
He was really upset.
Yeah, Wiggy Dearest agrees with me. Like, we're talking about, like, guests, how you became, like, a huge fan of theirs if they did the show. Yeah, I remember how much I love, and I still do to this day, Jason Alexander, who, like, had all these Seinfeld edicts, and he fucking didn't give a shit. He just came in there and dished. He's talking about Shoshana Lonstein and Jerry and stuff. And he's such a likable guy and smart guy and stuff. And I'm a huge Jason Alexander fan. Yeah, not just from George, just for the person that he is.
There's a great commercial of him doing like a Doritos commercial, but he has a thick head of hair and he's thin.
Yeah. It's always funny when he wears a toupee.
Yeah.
Howard effed him. His own friend just effed him on the air. And what made it worse was that there was no apology from Howard, nothing. Why would I apologize for something I don't even know what he's talking about? Number two, why would I apologize for a listener calling in and...
Oh, right, Sky Spectre. I'm sorry. You're abroad. Yes, I knew that. That is a sexy ass. That is a superhero name. Sky Spectre is like a great superheroine name. It would team up with like fucking Black Canary and the Birds of Prey or something.
Ribbing him. Howard never called or said anything to Jason to say he was sorry. Now...
I'm sure we've tried to call Jason to see what he's upset about. He won't take the call.
No. And I really don't care. Number one,
he's retarded.
Number one, I'm not his friend. The guy used to come on the show a couple of times. Why?
And you met Jason a few times, Chaunce. I'm sure you talked to him. He couldn't be a nicer guy. I mean, like he's a Canadian boy, Canadian boy.
I was in his apartment.
Yep, that tells you. I'm one of the sketchy press angels. I'm the Bosley of the sketchy press angels, Sky Spectre. Hey, Holden, welcome, sir.
Anyone would assume they're safe on this program is beyond me. You'd have to be insane.
He loves listening to us do this to other people.
Yeah, but he doesn't like it when he's on.
It shouldn't happen to him.
Yeah, he felt safe. I'm his friend. I'm not the guy's friend. He's a guest on the show. I'm promoting whatever he promotes. I enjoy him. I think he's a good guest, and I like the guy. Got nothing against him.
You've never seen him socially, or...
No. I mean, what is it with people in this business?
Personal meeting with him.
They go on someone's show and they go, hey, that guy's my friend. To me, a friend is someone you talk to. I'm more of a friend with Double A here on the phone.
You're the man, that's why.
You know what's funny is I'm thinking back to a quote from Carson Daly where he says his show is...
Howard's more of a friend with pedophile Double A, who is
Double A the pedophile,
the biggest piece of shit on the planet. That's his friend.
It's better because he is friends with the people that he interviews, and those are the most boring interviews you could ever have.
Yeah, no kidding. That's why he shows on at 2 in the morning.
But yeah, feeling safe on the show is the craziest comment. Robin's been here for 20 years. You just read an email that said F Robin 14 times.
Yeah, how do you...
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
He was safe on the show.
None of us are safe. What are you giving...
You're coming on the air any second now, I think.
Where are you getting this idea? You should be safe.
All right, Double A, thanks for the call.
All right, man. Love you guys.
Love you.
Take care.
Chauncey, that's a good interview.
Yeah, did you see the pictures of her?
No.
Oh, Gary's got to show you the pictures. She is smoking hot.
Does she look like him except a chick?
Kinda, yeah.
And is she an actress? How old is she?
She was in Melrose Place for a little while. She spent some acting, but right now she's living in the city and she's bartending. She can't get work.
Wow.
She shouldn't come on the show because she might not be.
It's funny you say bartending, and so this is HOGS and HEFFERS.
Yeah,
that's just not bartending. That's not just the skill involved. That's good money.
And it's being in show business. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like being in show. I agree. I think you, who knows you're running to in that place.
Yeah.
He's safe.
We might hurt her.
What did the guy say about Jason that he saw him do with Scores? I don't even know.
I remember.
What did he say?
I remember. Jason, I shouldn't bring this up again because that's going to get mad at me.
All right, don't bring it up then. I don't even care if it causes the guy that much pain, but the fact of the matter is everyone knows that people just call up and bust balls.
Isn't that funny? I thought it was the story we read from Canada where he was...
No. Something happened at Scores.
Wow.
And he flipped out. But you know what it is? It's the old story where guys who...
Did you think at this point it was too involved to tell him that story because he has no attention span? That if you
I didn't want to tell a story because I was very close to Justine,
right?
And this whole thing put a real strain on. Like she wouldn't talk to me for a long time after that.
So you didn't want to reiterate the story that you already reported on because you thought she wouldn't know it anyway.
She got mad. We made up, and now I'm about to sever ties again.
I'm trying to think. This is 02. I want to say this is 0203, right? I'm trying to think. I think 90210 had just ended, right? So he what he did on is how I don't know. This is so
his car racing career came after 90210.
Right. Hashtags Justice for Scott Scanlon. That's our 90210 podcast that Sarah and I do, and we're looking for people to sit in on it. And the next one is the season finale of season 1. So I don't know how I know this. So Priestley did the show for 6 years, and he became a producer.
He became a producer,
10 seasons. So it ended, I want to say, 99 or 2000. So this is like 3 years after the show had ended. And he's in a weird state in his career. I think people think, oh, he'll never work again.
He was transitioning from actor to behind the camera.
And it was tough to be, you're typecasted as Brandon Walsh.
The hair. He couldn't get past the hair. Yeah.
But he's smart enough to know I better do something else. I better direct, or I better write, or I better become a producer. He's definitely
that's where he was
savvy
heading.
enough.
Yeah, he was heading towards the other side of the camera.
Yep. And he probably saw the business how it would just chew people up and spit them out. The Ralph. Forget about the Karate Kid. But that was Ralph Macchio for her. I mean, he was not that he didn't have a nice life and stuff, but you just did Corey Feldman. There's a million stories like that.
Yeah, did any of the guys
get the show, and they start to think that
sorry, what, Chauncey?
Did any of the guys from 90210 go on to have successful careers afterwards?
It's hard. It depends what your metric for success is.
Shannon did. She had Charmed, right?
Charmed.
She made a couple of movies, a couple of the TV movies.
Like when you talk about Luke Perry, right? You talk, well, he did movies. He did. Was it 8 Minutes or something? That was the horse riding movie. Stephen Baldwin was in it, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and he was in Oz. Iron Ziering and fucking Shark. It depends what your metric for success is. Like Hilary Swank was it Steve's girlfriend on the show? Now that's like a major movie star, Oscar winner.
Yeah.
So it depends what your metric is. Like, there's some people who were like more bit parts. Like, you got Tori Spelling and Jenny Garth, and they revisit it again. It's very difficult. Brian Austin Green, like most of them didn't. Most of them didn't move on to anything better than that.
But Brian Austin Green married Megan Fox.
God, I love what's her name? Vanessa Marcel is. Oh man,
I interviewed both
of
them.
Her.
I interviewed all three of them. I interviewed him and both the girls.
Wow.
And, they were so. Oh my God, both of them so beautiful, so beautiful. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go back.
Vanessa Marcel to this day says Stepping Out magazine was her highlight, and she went all the way to Jersey to do it. And
friend of the show, how it's going to protect me, but they don't realize that.
You know who's like that? John Stamos.
Yes, Joni. Jason Priestley is in episode, the punk rock episode, Pastel Houses, Mean Streets and Pastel Houses, and Two for the Road in season 2. And Pauly Shore is his drinking buddy. And two different characters, and then he dated Holly Robinson like right after that. And it's the first thing he ever, right out of high school. They kind of like, casted him right out of a Vancouver high school.
Like, John and I'll hang out, and then I'll talk about it on the show, and then he gets all freaked out, and I'm like, dude, what is your problem? Oh, this is his, sister's cute. Jason Priestley's sister is cute.
Where's she bartend?
Nice.
Yeah, to hang out.
Where does she bartend?
I don't know. She's training somewhere. I forget the name of the bar.
Did you know it? You didn't want to say?
Yeah. I didn't want to get.
You didn't want to sell her out?
I didn't want to get in trouble. Yeah, I just didn't want to get.
Did you not trust Howard's fans to go down there and break her balls?
Yeah, I knew she was going to be mad at me for even talking to Howard about it. And like now I'm going to tell everybody where she were. I just wasn't. I had some restraint. I had some restraint.
That was a good move. Very, very shrewd.
Yeah.
What is it, Gary?
Training.
Nice.
She's bartender and training.
I couldn't print out the full shot, but she got a smoking body, Howard.
Let me see the full shot. How do I present it to me on email?
Okay.
You got to see this guy's apartment too. She's staying over his place.
Gary's such a horny fucking. He gets so overexcited about it. She's attractive and stuff, but he's like gonna jerk off right in the studio. He's such
yeah, I know. He's a nerd. He was such a nerd.
He really is. He's such
a nerd. Like he never went out without his shirt tucked in. You know what I mean? Like that kind of guy. Like
he has a couple of date rape stuff. He has some stuff I think where he either they didn't Me Too him or God damn, I forget what it is. He's got some shit on him. And he's I totally see that.
Yeah, I could too. I could too.
Unbelievable. Where Jason lives.
Oh, she's staying in his place.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holden 190 is confusing. Yeah, Luke Perry died, I want to say 2019. I think it's been 6 years.
Before Shannon, way before Shannon.
Yeah.
So,
and it was a stroke. He was a big chain
like a
smoker.
brain aneurysm or something. Yeah.
Sarah said that it was from smoke. Like he's a chain smoker, and apparently that's how cigarettes really can get you in a way that you don't realize.
That's how Bruce Lee. That's how Bruce Lee died.
Yeah. Right.
And he was in his early 30s, and he just had an aneurysm. His brain just swelled up, and he died.
Wow.
Chauncey gets in these people's apartments.
You know what? Would you trust Chauncey in your apartment?
Chauncey's a friend. They trust Chauncey.
I walked his dog.
So right now you're in Jason Priestley's apartment. Where was his apartment,
I'm walking his dog.
Where was it in Manhattan?
Bond Street. No, White Street. White Street.
Oh, so down there in like almost
Tribeca.
Yep.
It was right on White Street. So Street.
That's at that time. Yeah. That was becoming like a huge kind of celebrity haunt.
It was still kind of run down, but it was like if you had a loft there, it was cool. And it was one of those lofts where the elevator opens up to the apartment.
Right.
So like you take an elevator and it opens up and you're right there.
Yes.
That's very cool.
It's in the gentrification stages, like where, De Niro goes down there. And
so there's still like punk rockers and stuff roaming and heroin addicts roaming around.
Yep.
But you live in complete luxury.
So it's the coolest thing, like really late at night in that area. Like back then, like if you go there, it's so dark and it's
great restaurant. Like, so I like what's it? The Spice Market? Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Oh, I love that place.
Oh my God.
You walk Jason Priestley.
And by the way, how long had he lived there? Because you're thinking, well, he's from Vancouver. 90210's exclusively? Like, what's he doing with a place in New York? Is just to hang out,
No,
or?
yeah, when he was in, you know what I thought was cool about it? This is how long ago I guess it was. He had a big flat screen TV on the wall, and at the
Back
time,
then.
I've never seen one.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, this guy's got look at the TV on the wall. It was the first time I ever saw a TV like that. And now
I think he made a
everybody has one.
killing as a producer on 90210 because his agent, I think, negotiated him producer points by like I think Sarah knows this, like the 3rd or 4th season, and it was huge.
Oh, he never has to work again. He doesn't have to work. He's set for life. Yeah.
His dog?
Yeah. That's a tad creepy.
Is the dog all broken up?
So is Jason going to make it? He's going to be all right?
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
Well, was his sister holding, a vigil? Was she sitting by his side?
Yeah, Chauncey actually did the work on Jason Priestley. Went in and as a doctor and he fused his spine.
Well, it's the old story. There's been a number of people who have been on the show who they do a couple appearances and they don't get it, and then they start to think you'll never say anything controversial to them.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Chauncey, did you ever talk to Luke Perry on the show? He was on a lot. Did you ever call in and talk to him?
I don't know if I ever talked to him on the show. I never interviewed him, but I don't know if I ever called in while he was on the show. I don't know.
I'm going to say you did, and you don't even remember it. I'm going to go looking for it because I looked really quick and I wanted to dig harder, but I have to say that you must have. You must have. He was on a lot. Like Joni's asking this. Luke Perry was on the Stern Show.
Shannon Doherty I called in.
Oh, I got to tell you what happened. So I have the video, right?
Yeah.
You're so despised by Howard. Now, sometimes you slip through and sometimes you don't. They're too lazy to find it. They clipped you out of the Shannon Doherty video interview. So I'm following along Mark's friggin' with the Control F, and I'm sitting there. Yeah. Jeff the drunk comes on, and then they skip over to, and you are in the middle of this, and they cut it. They do this like masterful edit that you don't exist in this. And our friend Boff, who gets me a lot of obscure stuff, like when I'm looking for it, I have to go. So the actual audio show is now cut out of the collection, and I have to go fishing for the audio because I have to hear and I have to show you the side by side of Shannon Doherty, like the audio where you're there, and then the editing.
The editing.
Oh, it's crazy. It's so you wouldn't know it. Like you wouldn't know you're on Mark's friggin', and then they cut it. It's so creepy the way they did it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what this guy's talking about. You mean he's upset because somebody called in and gave him the business?
Right. He thinks that you're not going to let those kind of calls in.
Yeah. How would I protect him from that? How do I know what someone's going to say?
He's so full of shit. I don't know how many times we got to prove to you. Chauncey, he's got a monitor. They're telling him what he's going to say. He goes to it when it's something controversial that he doesn't have to do it, and he cannot take the blame. He will go to that call. So he's going to, and then.
Do you think it was Kelly Ripa and somebody had dirt on it? He would have took the call. No, it's his friend.
Right. And he's trying to back away from it. Like he doesn't control he knows exactly what they're going to say. I don't know.
I just there's a bunch of people like that, and they get angry.
And what if they do say something? Say it's not true. That's all.
Yeah.
Hey, when Jason regains consciousness, tell him you've been walking his dog.
Tell him.
Chauncey, did he have a legitimate defamation case against Howard here?
No, I don't think so. Why would he? What did he say? Howard say that you think would be defamatory?
It's not. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't. I mean, it's true, right? It can't be. Unless he had something that I'd have to listen to every.
It's almost impossible to sue a celebrity about anything or a celebrity to sue you because believe me, nobody knows this law better than me. To prove defamation, you have to prove how it hurts your career and a loss of income. It's impossible to do. You can't. If someone's a multimillionaire. And you say they're gay and they're not gay, and they say, "Well, that hurt my career." Prove it. Prove how much money you lost from those words. And not only on top of that, people have a right to have those kind of opinions about you once you're in the public eye, and that's the difference. If you're not in the public eye, the standards are much lower. But once you're in the public eye, you can say almost anything about somebody, and then not.
I don't know how much you watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, but that was really the gist.
Every minute.
Okay, so yeah, Sarah and I were. I mean, before the trial happened, I was reenacting transcripts from the UK, and I said, and I was, nobody followed closer his career trajectory than I did. So before any of this stuff, he had a gaggle of bombs in a row. I mean, not on his script. He was doing lazy cash grabs and
For the
shitty
money,
decisions and losing touch with what worked. So I'm talking about Transcendence. I'm talking about Mordecai. I'm talking about fucking Alice in Wonderland 2. I'm talking about The Tourist. These are massive bombs all in a row. Amber Heard had nothing to do with it. And so as these bombs are piling up, he's not bankable anymore. But she writes this Washington Post thing he abused me. And then, so he's saying, oh, no, that's why I was fired from Warner Brothers. And that's why I was fired from Disney. And her lawyer very meekly and not firm enough said, oh, well, no, you did this to yourself. One bomb after the next. The budget is this. It only made $20 million in the States. It's $150 million. Your lead every day. And they're finally, he really sabotaged his. You cannot blame Amber Heard for fucking Mordecai and Alice 2 and The Tourist and Dark Shadows. Just one piece of shit. Bad decision. He lost touch with the industry. And as horrible as she was, his artistic fastball had reduced down to 74 miles an hour. He just was doing cash grabs. And he wanted to hang out with his friends.
Drinking heavy. Drinking heavy.
And he couldn't be insured on a movie. Would you insure him on a movie knowing he might drop dead from an MDMA overdose at 60 fucking 2?
The same thing happened to Marlon Brando. The same thing. Yeah. He started doing
his idol.
Movies and drinking. Yeah.
That's his idol.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard, I think I'm the guy that called in the story that started the whole thing.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Now
that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. As I'm walking this dog, I'm thinking, I'm the guy.
Hey, you're the guy you should be mad at.
You broke up our friendship.
You didn't tell that to Sister Priestley, did you?
Does Jason ever give you culpability for this? Does he blame you at all?
Yeah. He was so mad. To this day. He's still mad.
What was some of the arguments? Like so his sister's there and he's screaming at you like in person?
Not in person, to his sister.
Okay.
And
she's relaying you all that he knows. Right.
Yeah.
I didn't bring that up.
I always thought he was kind of disturbed in that. He's racing cars. I think anyone who races cars is disturbed.
And to Priestley's credit, I've never heard a bad word about him from anyone that's worked with him or for him, or he seems like the nicest guy in the world.
I think he is a great guy. I think, and the sister's great, and the parents are great.
Smart guy. Yep.
Smart.
The dumbest thing he did is race. I mean, everybody does one dumb thing, and that his vice is racing.
That was his thing.
Honestly, I do.
Well, you think anybody who does anything dangerous, but
I was the most jealous I was ever, not just Holly Robinson, which I'm hugely jealous of. I will admit that any second. He was in a video called a Roy Orbison video with fucking Jennifer Connelly. Before she was a big star, called "I Drove All Night," and I totally forgot about that. God damn it, now that's a great career. Jennifer Connelly's career is a great career. That's a great
respected,
career.
No controversy, just. It's beautiful to this day.
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
I'll take it, David. I'll take that.
It's those kind of people who crash through frontier.
It's self-destructive.
Right. Like, just live your life. Stop with the racing.
Yeah, Luke Perry, Joni, was supposed to be the next James Dean. If you see him, you could see tons of similarities. Not Jason Priestley. Luke Perry was supposed to be the next.
Luke Perry
James
was,
Dean. Well, you don't want to be James Dean. He died at 24 with 3 movies. You want to be more than that.
Great movies. But
they called Beth the next James Dean, too.
Yeah.
He needs to get old. I'm with him.
Well, do whatever you want.
Robin, you having a hard time being thirsty?
Yes.
Hey, I got to talk about Fred.
Good line, Chauncey. Robin, do you have a hard time being 50? And this is when that is, right? So this is 2002, 2003.
God, 50 seems so young now to me.
I know.
His birthday party yesterday that Robin
wait,
threw.
before you do that, I have one more thing. I'm going to go. I have a theory behind this whole Angie Everhart thing.
A theory?
So Angie Everhart, this is, now he's so Chauncey, this is a series of calls. You call back a few times and you're still there at Jason's place.
Talk about Fred's birthday party yesterday that Robin
wait,
threw.
before you do that, I have one more thing. I'm going to go. I have a theory behind this whole Angie Everhart thing.
A theory?
Yeah.
Of what?
Now, Howard, you're going to get upset, but you're going to agree with me if you think about it. Guys who aren't very attractive are always great in bed.
That's true. In fact, a lot of people after my good news yesterday, the ones who weren't mean about it, said to me, what is your secret? And I said, I'll tell you what my secret is.
Your secret is she's a Buckwall client and she's a beard. That's your secret. That's your that's your skill.
My secret.
And she's gonna make it like you're great in bed when that's what a Buckwall client would do.
Yeah.
25 years of watching porno.
That's right.
Chauncey is congratulating himself, not you.
Oh, is that what it is?
George Clooney doesn't need to be great in bed. You know what I mean?
So you're incredible, right?
So Chauncey's ugly and he sucks in bed.
That's right. That's right. I never had a complaint.
All right, thank you, Chauncey.
All right.
Chauncey's theories. All right, I got to take a break. When I come back, I'm going to talk.
Your theory's spot on, but not just that. That's also the Me Too movement, right? You don't see Me Too's on good, great-looking guys. Clooney's a perfect example, right? He'd never get a Me Too because he can't. Women love him too much. You can't.
That's a feather in a woman's cap. A woman
right.
would brag about getting raped by George Clooney.
Yep.
Harvey
Weinstein, no. Yep.
No.
They can't get a Me Too either. That's exactly right. That's pretty privileged.
Guys it's always rape with an ugly guy.
Yep. Frank the Tank, that's a good analogy, right? It's like like HOGS and HEFFERS is the equivalent of getting rich people buying $500 for ripped jeans. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was kind of like that.
Did you see the footage of Ian's earring? Yes, we talked. Chauncey and I talked about that.
The little midgets, whatever they were.
They were like biker midgets, and he had his daughter in the car.
Yeah,
and you got to give him credit. He's like 60, and he just got out of that.
Yeah.
That was a phenomenal. Who
badass.
videotaped that? Some guy, just somebody with
some guy on
camera?
the street. Yeah.
Wow.
On the street.
I'm gonna start looking for it though.
Chauncey.
Hey, Howard, how's it going?
Chauncey's a weird dude.
Why?
I take Chauncey's a bit of a skunk.
He is.
What I do now?
Talk to you about him today, as a matter of fact.
So Chauncey
Sarah says that Priestley got the vanity credit of director. He didn't actually, like, it's like if you're acting on a TV show, like, and you're the lead, how are you directing? That's a big, like, that shoot is, they pumped those out. That show went, they didn't do 22, Chauncey. They did 30 in the season.
Wow.
90210. So Sarah's right. He got a vanity credit as a director. And then season 7 through 9, I guess, was he a producer during those? And he didn't act in those. It's wow.
What does that mean? Is money out of his pocket? He invested in the show? A producer?
Aaron Spelling made him a producer. I think he had the foresight to say, this isn't going to last forever. I'm the face of the show. I want a producer credit. I will make creative decisions. He'll cast people and stuff, and they gave him, the points for it. I don't know. I think he explained what he was doing as a producer on the show, like what his role was and stuff. And he was so affable too. Like, he's very pleasant to be around. That sets the tone on the set. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so that they do that, Chauncey, that all the big actors now with especially
works alongside the producer, advising.
They'll give him producer credit so he gets more money.
In charge of budget.
Yep.
Interviewed Jason Priestley's sister.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I read the interview.
Yeah, by the way, Quitter, that's a great call by you. Luke Perry was actually in a huge movie at the end of his life called Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and I highly recommend watching it. It's a Tarantino movie, and Luke Perry is kind of a small role in that. And they all loved him during that. I think Tarantino liked him. DiCaprio was actually, you never hear from DiCaprio, and he was saying when Luke Perry died, he was like, God damn it, he was like the teen idol James Dean of that era, and he's the nicest guy in the world. You never hear DiCaprio comment on shit. He's almost like Derek Jeter in that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what's controversial about it, but evidently, what's the story? You're being sued by Jason Priestley?
He's got his attorneys sending threatening letters to magazines and publicists and newspapers saying that the interview was bogus, didn't happen, she didn't say the things that...
He was with his sister at the time.
Yeah.
And he's suing you. He's thinking about suing you.
In his apartment.
In his apartment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is crazy. He's not saying get out of there.
He was saying I never met his sister. He had a legal letter. I probably could have sued him. He sent a legal letter to every media outlet everywhere saying, I never interviewed the sister. She never even met me. Meanwhile, I'm in his bed.
This is insane. How much of the year is he in this place?
I don't know.
10% of the year?
I'd be talking at my ass if I said, because I really had
let's say 10, 15% of the year. So his sister's like, fuck that. HOGS and HEFFERS is right where she probably walked to work.
Yeah, could walk there. Yep.
Yeah. So it's really her place in a way, right? I mean, she's living there.
She had keys.
Yep.
She had the keys.
Did she have another place?
She eventually got another place, a small place.
There or somewhere else?
Like I think like in the village, like Avenue C or B or something
East
like
Village.
that. Yeah.
That in the interview, I never spoke to her.
Yeah, so I get an email that Chauncey sent to Gary saying, listen, this interview I did with Jason Priestley's sister is very big.
I didn't say that.
And Us Magazine and everyone is writing about, how this controversy. And I'm getting calls from disc jockeys on morning shows all over the country, like Man Queer and all of them, and they want to interview me. What should I do?
Oh, you exaggerate so much.
All right, I'll read you the.
He didn't exaggerate even a little.
I'll read you.
Yeah, you're playing the game exactly. You know how bitter he is. He can't deal with any other radio host having a scoop or an interview. And
by the way, and this is how fucked up the show is. If you don't ask those questions, you're banned for life.
And you knew that.
Ask those questions, then you're a pain in the ass. You can't.
It's the
win.
Personification of a catch-22, and you knew that.
Yeah. If I go on Man Cow or one of those shows to talk about my interview and promote my career, I can never do Stern again.
You must have got asked all the time. You must have got, even like back then, Opie and Anthony were probably all over you.
I always got asked to do stuff that I had to turn down because of the Stern show. Yeah.
And you're doing the right thing here, and he can't handle it.
Can't handle it. No.
It's a lose-lose every time.
The email. It's big. Everybody wants me. Man Queer wants me.
Yeah.
That's
so
it.
I went.
I try and do the right thing,
So I go, here's a guy I have on every day. Man Queer ain't having him on every day.
Doesn't know what to do.
Now he doesn't know what to do. It's not clear to him what to do.
You never know with you guys what the protocol is, what gets you in trouble,
What's the protocol?
I don't know if you guys care, if you don't care.
You want to help other people's shows, or you want to...
Spot on, Chauncey. I couldn't agree with you more. He moves the goalpost all the time on the protocol.
All the time.
Yeah, you couldn't. There's no good way to play it with him.
The same argument could be, Chauncey, you don't work for us. You can do anything you want.
You're not on payroll, right?
You're not on
Why
payroll.
should you?
You can do anything you want.
He needs you just as much as you might need him for certain promotion. Like you have so much, you bring so much gossip to the show. I mean, that Tom Brady thing is crazy gossip. That is a massive, massive A+. It is. I mean, they still talk about that to this day. I heard Trump bring that up. Fucking, where was it? It was like 8 months ago or something.
Really?
Yeah, he was talking about sports to someone. He's a huge sports fan. He was like, "Yeah, my Ivanka almost married Tom Brady."
Almost
said
Tom
just
Brady.
Like that.
Yeah.
Out my show.
You just never know with you what's going to set you off.
Here's the protocol. We're the morning show. Everyone else is our enemy.
Right. What show do we want?
Consider me. I don't know what you consider me. You know what I mean?
I consider you a skunk. But I tell you what.
What?
You're our skunk. Who puts you on the air when you don't have something going on?
Story.
Well, I take that as a compliment.
Well, of course. What is it? Whatever your name is.
Howard, Chauncey instant messaging me on Sunday. Can I do his show? Does it matter? I'm like, Chauncey, why would you do that? He's not even in Jersey. What? I don't understand. He's like, but you think Howard would be mad? I'm like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah.
What's wrong with that? You're asking John, because Howard's impossible to get through. You can't.
Yeah.
You won't talk to anyone off.
And Howard could say, "No, that's all right. Tell him I don't care if he wants to do it."
Yeah,
that would be great for me. It would be a favor to me. But at least, if he says no, it's no. And if he says he doesn't care, good for me. I'm asking. You don't even have to take it to this level.
You should be lionized for going to that degree.
But this is what got me. But this is what got me banned for the show for life. Because when I got that subpoena, I called off the air to Gary and Jason and Will and Dominic, and I said, "What do you want me to do? Is this a real subpoena?
Yep.
Advise me how to handle it." And the only one that would respond was Jason, and he laughed and said, "I don't think anybody really cares." That was his response.
Yeah, this is crazy because this is exactly what happened to Stuttering John with Leno. What you just described is verbatim what the story John would tell, where he's like, all right, I got an offer from The Tonight Show. I'm going to Howard. I need to talk to him off the air. And Howard kept blowing John off over and over and over. The deal's going to go away if I don't talk to you. And Howard probably knew what was up, and he wouldn't. And he's so arrogant and so elitist and so
You're not worth his time.
Not worth his time.
You're so low on the totem pole that I'm not even going to acknowledge what you're even asking me. Go fuck yourself.
John had Leno try to call him for him, and he still wouldn't do it. And then he takes the job as anybody else would, and then he smears him on the air. Howard's goal was to smear John so bad that eventually the Tonight Show would just go, it's not worth it. Fuck him. He's so replaceable. We're lucky. I'm not putting up with this. Smearing us every day. And that was Howard's goal, was to get John fired.
Right,
because just talk about it so much.
Right, Jay was hoping that Howard would do the Jay Leno show, and that Howard would play clips of it at night every morning
and do a magic hour on it.
Yeah, did you hear what John did? And let's talk about Jay and Howard. Let's start, and it would be free promotion for the Tonight Show every night. But it completely backfired.
Chauncey, it is eerie. It's eerily similar to what you just described. Like, that is exactly what happened. The same move. You did everything right. And he said, well, no, I got a life to lead. I'm not going to fucking have to run by. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, why, if you've got something good, why wouldn't you bring it to me?
Because if you guys know what's going on with me all the time, if you don't.
No, we don't. In fact, when you sent me that email, that was the first I knew of the controversy.
How do we know what's going on with you?
What are you talking about?
Beth emailed me and told me she knew about it.
Beth isn't me.
So you tried to get Beth to relay the message for you, and she didn't do it.
Well, she probably did, actually.
And he's playing stupid that she never talked.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, of course, that's his move. Yeah. That's so. But that's you covering your own ass too. Like, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to tell Beth.
Trying to do the right thing. Always trying to do the right thing. But there is no right thing. Everything is the wrong thing. Everything is the wrong thing.
A quitter. That's a brilliant thing. I talk about this all the time on our hashtag Justice for Scott Scanlon. Happy Days is essentially, 90210 is essentially Happy Days with money. You can make, so Dylan is Fonzie, right? Luke Perry is Fonzie. Jason Priestley, Dylan and Brenda and Brandon are Richie Cunningham and Joni. The Peach Pit is Arnold's. Nat is Arnold and Al, right? Steve is Ralph Mouth, and fucking Brian Austin Green is fucking Potsy. It's the same show.
That's funny.
It is. That's exactly how they set up. That's brilliant. You saw that.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Yeah.
Beth is Beth.
I figure you guys talk.
Beth emailed you?
Yeah.
That's disturbing.
It is.
We're like email pals.
But Howard knows you're emailing with her at this point.
Yeah.
He's pretending that he doesn't know it.
Pretending that he's shocked and outraged.
Meanwhile, she emailed you about your controversy?
Yeah.
How did she know about it?
She saw it in Us magazine.
Oh, well, she didn't tell me about it.
Wait a second, Chaunce, was she responding to an email you sent her, or did she just emailed you out of the clear blue to ask you about it?
She emailed me out of the clear blue to ask me about something else. I answered her. Then she sent me back another email saying, by the way, I saw this in Us magazine. It's crazy.
Right. So okay, big shot.
Big shot.
So now you want to interview with everybody else?
No, I'm not doing nothing. I do the Stern Show, and that's it.
Yeah, good call by you, Holden. The Rocketeer. That's a good one. You know who directed that? Joe Johnston directed Captain America: First Avenger, the first Captain America movie. That's the same director, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. So that's the same director who did The Rocketeer. That's a good call by you.
Okay, so tell me what the big deal is. What did you stay on hold for a few minutes? You got a few minutes?
Yeah.
Let me take a commercial break, then I want to hear what the big controversy is.
Okay.
Joni says Roy Orbison married a 17-year-old when he was fucking in his 50s, I think. It was also, because so many crazy, statutory rock, old classic rockers. Like Depp has, Iggy Pop and fucking they all have this.
The mother of my child was 19 when I was in my 50s.
But that's not, Steven Tyler or fucking like she's describing with. They're all like Iggy Pop and.
I blog every day on the radio for 4 hours.
Tell is 99. Welcome, sir.
What is it, Chauncey?
Hey, Howard. So I was hanging out in Jason Priestley's apartment in the city.
This is just like a barrage of you just going, and you're doing it so like.
I'm doing it to twist the knife into Jason Priestley.
Yeah.
Because he's threatening to destroy my career.
God
I'm
damn.
going to now embarrass him. I'm going to embarrass him on the #1 radio show in the world with millions of people listening. I'm going to prove him to be a buffoon.
Where is his sister at this point?
She's in New York.
No, but is she in the background listening to this?
Oh, no. She didn't want me to do this. She was begging me not to. But I was like, fuck this. The guy's fucking with my career. Your brother's trying to put me out of business.
I picture her working all night at HOGS and HEFFERS, and she comes home, and that's not the end of the night. She went to some fucking after hours place after that.
Right.
And I picture her like strolling in at like 6:30, 7 a.m.
Sun's up,
and you're on the phone with Howard.
Yeah.
I picture that happening like 3 days a week. That same scenario. You're on the phone with Howard, and she walks in after a HOGS and HEFFERS shift.
Talking about her and her brother.
Look at you.
And you know what he's got? This race car seat that you sit in it, and it's a sensation that you're.
This is in his house. So Chauncey's in Jason Priestley, and I assume this is like one of those like crazy like fucking Nightwing would have. Dick Grayson, a loft in
The
Bloodhaven.
whole house was so cool. It's like an arcade with all kinds of racing.
And it's like a house, so it's a massive like loft in Tribeca.
Loft. Huge, cool loft like you would in Tribeca. Yeah, the whole thing was so just so you would think a Hollywood star would live in.
You remember the Real World first season in New York, Chauncey, where they were on Prince Street?
Yeah.
Do you remember that place they had? Did it look like that? This like sort of massive. It was like a 2 or 3 story kind of loft looking connected apartment.
It wasn't that big. It wasn't that big, but it was pretty damn cool. Like
actually on.
That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. I wonder what he spent on. I wonder he bought it, right?
Then, probably not a lot. Probably back then, maybe 1.2, 0.3.
I bet you he had
now it's probably like 15 or 20.
I was just gonna say, I bet you he had like a fucking 1,000% increase when he resold that. If he did resell it, maybe he didn't.
At least 20 mil now.
Has to be. Has to be.
Yeah.
On a racetrack, it vibrates. You feel the G-force of the car while you're racing, and he's got 2 of them back to back in his living room.
Yeah, Dominic has that in his basement. He's got one where you're on motorcycle.
Really?
Yeah, like I put my girlfriend on the back, and we like ride motorcycle in Dominic's basement.
Oh, that's fun.
Everything. You can ski. Yeah, it's.
That's not Garden City. That's Shelter Island, Chauncey. He's talking about.
Okay,
that's Dominic's place on Shelter Island.
Now, keep in mind, Jason has put out a letter to the industry, every publicist, everyone you can imagine saying, I lied and I never met his sister or interviewed her. I'm now on Stern in his home describing everything in his living room. So this is what's going on.
Did Chubby Pickle wants to know, Chauncey, if you ever saw Beth's implants up close? She has this horrible like bocce ball tits, we call them.
No, I didn't. No, I never got.
It's
one of the worst.
It's one of the worst bolt-on jobs I've ever seen. The cover of her on FHM, they're literally like bocce balls on her. I've never seen worse looking implants in my life. It's like Cinemax at 3 a.m. in 1995.
Well, those are the early days of implants.
Yep.
Before they started really improving the teardrop implants.
Yes.
The teardrop are the only ones to get.
Yes.
Everything else is fake.
And Howard to this day like claims they're real, and it's just the worst, maybe the worst lie he ever tells.
It's weird too because you feel like you're on a motorcycle.
Unfortunately, Jason should never have left that apartment.
I don't know what's going on with Chauncey and Jason, but he's got, he sent me a naked picture of Jason's sister the other day.
What?
Did you take that, Chauncey?
No, that was a photo shoot for Stun Magazine. It's going to be next month.
For what magazine?
Stun Magazine.
What the fuck is Stun Magazine?
Back in those days, there was FHM, Maxim, Stuff, and then there was like all these others, like Stun. There was a bunch more.
Yeah, knockoffs, right? Stuff, right? Maxim, FHM, Stuff. I know exactly.
And then there was under that there was Stun and Perfect 10. Remember Perfect 10?
It has to be one syllable. Stun. It's kind of
hot. Smoking. Like there was, and I got paid. Like they would pay me $5,000 for my photos and for my
wow.
Yeah.
What a fucking system you had going back then.
Do you know what Penthouse would pay me? $10,000 an interview. $10,000 to give.
Didn't you write articles to them occasionally?
Every single month for like 5 years.
You and AJ Benza?
No, AJ wrote for Playboy. I wrote for Penthouse.
Okay, I remember AJ wrote an article. This is how I could prove I read the articles. I open it because I literally would, like, if Depp was interviewed, like I would buy, if I liked it, I would read it. They had good articles. And AJ wrote an article about him pretending to be in group sex with Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, and Lisa Kudrow. And they wrote like a cartoon picture of the three of them. And AJ wrote this article about what it would be like if he had group sex with the Friends chicks.
In Penthouse?
And yeah, no, Playboy.
Playboy.
Yeah. What a life you had. God damn it.
Oh, it was great. It was great. And these were interviews that I've already run in Stepping Out. So I would interview somebody for Stepping Out, and then Penthouse would say, "Oh, can we have that?" I'd say, "Yeah."
Wow.
$10,000. Within 30 days, you get your check for $10,000.
And nobody knew how you had so much money. So here's your answer. When you get gigs like this shit's piling up. I mean, you're printing money.
I made $120 a year just faxing over an interview to Penthouse. That's all I had to do was fax them an interview, and I got $120,000 a year, not counting Stepping Out and all the other stuff I was doing.
And we call you, Carpe Diem. We call you Chaunce Diem because you could not make the most out of every minute of your life at any moment. There's no day that you just mail it in. There's always something going on.
No, it gets better. So I was syndicated through a company called Planet Syndication in London. So I would take my interviews and I would email my interviews to Planet Syndication. They would then sell them to Rolling Stones. I was on the cover of Playboy in France with Jenny McCarthy. Jesus. I interviewed Jenny McCarthy for Stepping Out. I gave it to Planet Syndication. French Playboy bought it, and I made the cover of French Playboy with that interview.
Did you have a falling out with her in some capacity? I'm trying to remember.
No, not Jenny McCarthy. Okay. So every month I would get a check from Planet Syndication for maybe $8,000 or $9,000.
Damn. You could never do this again. Like the system you had. Yeah, those days are over. You could never pull off what you did.
No, those days are so. You know what? I used to get $10,000 from Penthouse. You know what they pay now? $25.
I would say 1/15 that, if not less.
$25.
Wow. And that's just the mother load, right? It's all downhill from now. You'll never be able to do that again. The magazine industry is sort of dead.
I rode that wave right till we hit the beach. and I took my typewriter and walked off. And that was the end of it.
Let her ask Thompson to be jealous of what you brought, the autonomy you had.
I did so well. Oh, man, I did so well.
So the photographer got her to take her clothes off, so I don't know if those pictures are going to be in Stun, but she got naked.
Chauncey, how do you end up at Jason's apartment?
Because I know his sister, and she was staying there.
Jesus. Poor Jason.
When he stays off the air, I'll tell you some wild stories.
Hey, Chauncey.
Why off the air? Why don't you tell me now?
I'm always in trouble. I'm just tired of being in trouble constantly.
I heard you were hanging out at Jason Priestley's apartment when he was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, he got in that accident, that car accident?
Yeah.
Chauncey
Yeah, ESG is right. Beth's not just the implants, but then they're veiny at the same time. It's just
Well, her skin is very pale and opaque, so her veins, her blue veins, pop right through her skin.
She's sort of anorexic. Yeah, she loves it.
Freaky looking. Yeah.
There's nothing you can do with those. There's nothing you can do with them. There's just no way to
moved in.
And he's suing me.
He's suing you?
He was, and I'm hanging out at his apartment, and I get a letter.
Yeah, they're kryptonite tits. Hell, that's right.
From his lawyer saying I'm being sued.
Why?
Because you remember the story that I never interviewed his sister when I'm best friends with his sister and I'm hanging out at his place.
So you mean you're living in his place and he's suing you?
Yeah.
That's what you call an out-of-control life.
Gigantic FU right there.
Right. Hey, you know what? You can sue me all you want. I'm here eating your food, dude.
Right, I'm in your
That's what I thought.
This is great.
Funny stuff.
Hey, Chaunce, are you going to tell everyone where I live again on the Metro channel or what?
Yeah, what's this? I made this clip like 3 weeks ago.
So that's the show I told you about on Naked New York on MSG. So I had to do a strip club interview on what was the name? It was a strip club in Weehawken. Squeeze. It was called Squeeze.
That's a good name, actually.
And Artie and I got blowjobs there. So at the same time. So they take Artie first. He gets his, and then they bring me down as Artie's cleaning himself up and picking up his pants and walking up the stairs. And we both kind of look at each other and just laugh. So when I did my review, I on TV, I said, and one of the great things about this place, is that Artie Lang is a regular, and if Artie likes it, it's got to be good because he lives down the street. So I didn't say his exact location. I just said Artie lives down the street from Squeeze.
Yeah, everybody knows he lives in Hoboken, right?
I know.
He brags about it all the time.
Same.
You Frank Sinatra's, Frank Sinatra's city.
Right.
You didn't give us, but
No,
he's somehow. He gave his address away. He gave his phone number out once.
Yeah. I did not give. I don't even know Artie's address to give away. I wouldn't know it to give it away.
How would you know the number? Right, the number.
I don't know it.
Everybody knows he lives in Hoboken.
Yeah. So that's
Frank. That's so funny. Yeah, Luke Perry was on Riverdale. It's like a WB or like one of those CW shows. I think he played someone's dad. Yeah, you know who watches that? David watches that. Frank.
Riverdale.
I can't believe you knew that.
Why?
Because you remember the story that I never interviewed his sister when I'm best friends with his sister and I'm hanging out at his place.
So you mean you're living in his place and he's suing you?
Yeah.
You're right, G. Canada. Right. Internet porn and blah, blah, made those magazines completely obsolete. You're right.
Yeah, there's no need for it.
Probably, Chaunce, would you say about like 2004, 2005, the days were numbered like, uh-oh. Yeah, like as soon as...
In 2005, we saw it. You still making money.
You had to see it.
You saw it. If you were in the business, you could see what was coming. You saw the storm clouds. I would say it was by 2008, 2009, it was over.
Damn, that is awesome. That is that, and nobody can accuse you of not having foresight or being ahead of the trend because everything we see here, you do see stuff coming. You do have a kind of a prescient ability like that.
That's why I started internet radio in 1999.
I know, that's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. That's a podcast.
I saw the future. I knew that's where we were going. Podcast was the future. I knew it.
And you kept saying it. Nobody believed you.
Nobody believed me.
This is where it's going.
Yeah, that's what you call an out-of-control life.
Gigantic FU right there.
Right. Hey, you know what? You can sue me all you want. I'm here eating your food, dude.
Right, I'm in your apartment.
That's how I felt. funny stuff.
Hey, Chaunce, are you going to tell everyone where I live again on the Metro channel or what?
What are you talking about?
I'm flipping through the channels. You're on some talk show on the Metro channel.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a strip club? You don't remember doing this?
Oh, yeah, Naked New York, yeah.
And you had to point out
that... You've said you live in Hoboken about 20 million times.
No.
I got to back you up on that. I love Artie, but I'll back you up 100%. He never stops bragging that he lives in Hoboken.
Who didn't know that Artie lives in Hoboken?
Yeah, that's a weird complaint to have.
Weird complaint, yeah.
I haven't, Chauncey. I mean...
Oh, is that true, Pell? Molly Ringwald was on Riverdale as the hot mom? I didn't know that. Jesus Christ. God damn it. I love that you guys are watching the CW drama shows.
I didn't know that.
How do I know you live in Hoboken? I heard you say it on the air. I don't know where you live.
I didn't even know he lived there.
We've talked
in Hoboken.
He said he hangs out there. I don't think he's ever said he lived there.
Yeah, well.
Said he goes to, he hangs out.
You live in Hoboken?
How many times when you were late for the show once and Howard said, "Oh, he's right in Hoboken"?
No.
Never.
Artie's route to work, Chauncey, right? It's like you go through the tunnel. What is it? The Lincoln Tunnel? And
go down Washington Street in Hoboken, right? Well, no, I'm sorry. He's right at the end of Washington Street. He actually lived next door, the building next to Eli Manning. And I think Hudson Terrace was the name of his apartment building. And then the tunnel is right there. Like literally you could throw a rock and hit the Lincoln Tunnel.
And the Lincoln Tunnel comes back in Manhattan. Is it 8th Avenue where it empties out?
Yeah, no, not that far. Like more like 12th.
Oh, you got to go all the way to that fucking weird part of town.
42nd, 12th and 42nd. And then you shoot right down to 7th Street and right to the studio.
And it's
that was during the old, K-Rock and before Sirius.
5:30 a.m. He could do that with 20 minutes.
10.
Wow, is it that close? Shit.
Yeah.
I took a ferry from there.
About a dozen times.
Get back to Jason Priestley. Did Jason's lawyer serve you a subpoena in Jason's apartment?
He could have. That's where he would have found me.
That's where he would have found me.
Yeah, it's not as bad. Great.
Was he looking for you, Chauncey?
Yeah, they were trying to send me a subpoena to sue me.
And so they're trying to serve you the papers.
Yeah.
Would you hear them knocking on the door and you just wouldn't answer?
Well, they didn't know that's where I was.
Okay.
They didn't bother coming because they never thought in a million years. They're suing me for not knowing his sister when I'm living in his house.
This is how, I would be terrified in that scenario. And you're just laughing. I mean,
I was sued all the time.
Everybody you don't even care.
For millions. I was sued for at least $20 million once a month by somebody.
And nobody won.
No, you can't win. They were always so ridiculous. These lawsuits,
frivolous lawsuits, right?
I throw them in the garbage.
That's so
funny.
Get
a lawyer. I wouldn't even get an attorney.
You're so rhino skin. Like nothing affects you. Like that. No. Most people would be terrified.
No,
being served papers and shit.
I'll give you an example. Let's say Jason Priestley takes me to court for saying I interviewed his sister, right? I have his sister on tape. I have been in his house. So if no attorney representing me, if I go to court and I just play the tape, I win. Why do I need to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for representation? Get a jury. You pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let me know what day I have to be in court, and I'll come in with the cassette tape and pictures of your bed and your house.
You got all your receipts. Yeah, I guess so.
And we'll see who wins. Well, the jury decide if I ever interviewed your sister.
So you're sitting in his car racing game.
Yeah.
You getting any from his sister?
He's got a motorcycle up there in his apartment.
Are you doing the sister?
No.
But you were.
Yeah.
But you were. You can hear the way you said it.
Yeah, I didn't want to say. And by the way, at the time I'm married.
Oh shit! Oh God, were you on the outs or you were happily married? You were married.
I have a wife who doesn't listen to the show.
Damn. God damn, that's juggling bitches and
they're crazy.
God, no cell phone either at the time, no smartphone, so you could sneak around way easier. That's really clever if you could pull that off with no
so it's not like
cell
my
phone.
wife is getting text messages saying, "Do you hear what Chauncey's saying?" Like that didn't. It was like she hated Stern, never listened. So when I went on Stern, I never had to worry really about what I said because I knew she would never know.
Okay. You're always juggling all this gossip and
it's amazing I didn't have an ulcer. It's amazing.
It is.
I did get panic attacks, but
of course
I never vomited blood, and you would think you would vomit blood with all this going on.
You're carrying around Dulles Airport baggage everywhere you go, and it just piles up. Man,
just so much. There was one time I'll tell you just a quick sidebar. My life got so crazy that I actually made reservations in New York City for Thanksgiving with my parents and my wife. And at the same time, I had a stripper who I was dating who was in Oregon and moving to New Jersey to work in New York. God. And I told her we were staying in a hotel overnight in New York for this Thanksgiving dinner. I let her stay in my house that night on Thanksgiving. I told my wife I had to run home and get something from the office at stepping out. Fucked her in our bed while my wife and parents are at Thanksgiving dinner. Made it back to the city for dessert. And then went to and meanwhile, I have a stripper and her sister sleeping in my bed in Jersey, only about 20 minutes away.
This is like that story with Rodman where he fell through the ceiling and Carmen Electra.
That was in Canada. That was in Toronto. That was in Toronto. I asked him all about it. I actually, Carmen came in and Stacey Yarborough was in the bathroom and they didn't know each other, was in the apartment and he was fucking them both. Oh
yeah, I have a Carmen Electra audio video I made of you as well, which we're not even going to get to today. But that, I think you go into that because I didn't go through it, but I made that like 3 weeks ago.
And Robin's broken penis. I was the one that broke the story that Robin.
Oh God, that's going to be fun to go through that.
He was banging a girl in a boat, Stacey Yarborough. I know her, and his penis slipped out of her vagina, and when he went to thrust, it hit the side of the boat, and his penis snapped in half.
What?
And he had to go to the hospital with blood pouring out everywhere, and his penis was the shape of an L, of the letter L.
Try rebounding that one, Rodman, right?
Yeah.
That deflection. Find that angle. We got fucking Matt.
The stories are endless. The stories are endless.
Sweet Lou Sanis says, we talking Matlock? Yes, we are. Your big fan Melvin wants to know, Chauncey, give me something juicy you know about Artie that probably no one knows. Well, that strip club story was something no one knows.
Yeah, Artie and I used to get blowjobs at the same strip club, Squeeze and Weehawken.
Is there anything else? That's big enough.
Artie's an open book. What
he'll tell you anyway,
about Artie?
right?
Artie hasn't said in one of his books or on his podcast. Artie, there's nothing to tell.
Chubby Pickle says you're an Irish black man, Chauncey, the way you operate.
And what's that mean, Irish black?
It means like black guys keeping like double lives and having,
Oh, I get it. That's a black guy. Oh, I see. Well,
I know you probably didn't. So. Colin Quinn had a joke at one of the roasts, and it was about Robin and Mr. X, even though it wasn't a Robin roast. He said something like, "Robin, your boyfriend, Mr. X, has a job with the government. Yeah, black guys call it married with 2 kids." That apparently in the black community, that's a thing, like where you're living like a double life. I think that's what Chubby's alluding to. I think
Colin Quinn gave me one of the best compliments once. I was doing an interview with him, and I said, "Oh, Colin, I'm a big fan of your show and your comedy." I go, "This is a thrill for me to interview." And he goes, "Are you kidding me? You're Chaunce Hayden." He goes, "I'm excited that I'm talking to you." And I thought that was the nicest thing. And
he's a legit like super fan. He's a weird guy. He's a weird cat because on SNL, like he didn't belong in that. He followed Norm Macdonald.
Oh, it was so awkward and bad. Yeah.
But he has a great like comedy mind, and they kind of see, but they didn't know what to do with him on that show. He's not an impressionist. He didn't really belong, but like
I think
he's very likable.
I think he would have been good in a sitcom.
Oh, totally.
Like King of Queens,
totally.
He
they missed that.
A good husband to somebody,
yes.
With kids, a husband with kids.
Totally, and have like Patrice O'Neill as his black friend, and they scream at each other.
Like a blue collar guy.
Yes,
something along those lines.
They missed that. Absolutely. But yeah, Pellel, that's kind of true. Like he's almost too smart for Saturday Night Live. I agree with that, actually.
And he's not one of those. To me, they're all like these woke kind of yuppies. That's not Colin Quinn. He's like a guy from the street, edgy and doesn't give a fuck.
He grew up in where I moved to eventually, Park Slope, Brooklyn. I lived there for about 6 years. He's from there, but that was when that was a fucking a war zone. I mean, the mob was there and stuff. Like he lived there, and I think Lawrence Fishburne's from that same area, but that's where he's originally from. And
you get that with his persona.
You do get it. You do get
it.
Yeah. Jesus.
I'm like Mark Wahlberg. No, definitely not.
All right.
Oh, I have a clip of you and Marky Mark. I gotta play because you play that. I'm gonna have to play that. I have to do that too. God damn it! I can't believe I have that too. Fuck. Chubby Pickle says yes, exactly, Arm. That's exactly what I'm. Oh, thank you, Chubby. I do know the story. I do know my black people. I do know that. It's a great compliment. Where's my clip? This is my fans.
If I was a black guy, I wouldn't be here in Ireland with my daughter. I'd be still living in America.
Definitely not. She's a good person, though.
He's lying.
You like Justine Priestley? You would not do this for any old broad. You are.
I know. I think I loved her. Like I was in love with her. I still kind of am.
If you listen, when you hear the interview she does on Howard, you didn't even know she was on the show, which is crazy because this is right in the same 2 weeks or something. You could see it. She has got that real cool factor. She really has that Canadian cool factor, and I could see what you see in her.
She was so much fun. Like she was just fun.
She sounds it in this clip when you hear it.
Falcon, the winged black superhero.
To work at Hogs and Heffers, you have to be, Chauncey. You have to be.
And and I'm not the best looking guy, and she never cared about that. Like we just enjoyed each other. Like she just enjoyed being with me. It was great. It was great.
In this interview, she says something along those lines. That she says something like, "I went out with a himbo, and his personality sucks so bad that I stopped." That's the Canadian chick that says that, by the way.
Yeah.
Is he? I think he is because
he didn't swear.
It's a tepid no, and he doesn't want to ruin a good thing. He'll tell us in 3 months when they break up.
He's saying no, he didn't.
I said no.
All right. Later, Chauncey.
All right, guys. See you later. All right, bye.
I wonder if he put on Jason's clothes.
His underwear.
Yeah. He's got to call in with that again.
Yeah, he's probably gone through every drawer.
Chauncey, if you're still listening, tell me if you put on his clothes.
He starts acting out all different 90210 episodes in the living room.
Hi.
Crystalopolis wants to know, Chauncey, how much did you and Artie pay for said?
They were free. The owner said, "You guys pay for nothing here."
Stepping out promotion, right? That was one of your advertisers.
The owner would say, "Point to a girl, whatever girl you like, and I'll have her go downstairs."
Damn. Wow. And this is like 03, 02.
And these girls were stunning. I mean, they were beautiful. And I say, so that girl, so that girl right there. And he goes, "You want her? Yeah, go downstairs. She'll be down in about 5 minutes." Yep.
Were they all locals, or were they like the Russian broads, the cliches you hear about, the Czechoslovakian and Russian broads?
They were both. Some were local, some were Russian, some were, whatever.
Yeah.
they were from all over. Yeah.
What was Jason's character?
I wouldn't know. You watched the show.
Fruity McGee.
Hi, I'm Fruity McGee.
And by the way, imagine you're Jason and you're listening to this right now.
He had to be.
You had to be.
He had to be.
You don't think all his friends and all of Hollywood was listening to this, saying, "Jason, you hear Howard Stern right now?"
He's getting calls from everybody. He had to be.
Some guys in your house.
Yep.
I wonder if Chauncey's ever pleasured himself in the apartment, which I think he probably has.
I don't think that would be a stretch.
Chauncey Melvin wants to know, hey, did you take the waitress to Pound Town in the bathroom stall while your wife sat at the table sipping her iced tea?
No, I wasn't that kind of a stud. It was a lot of work for me to set that up.
That sounds like a ton of work.
It took years to make all these things happen. Like it was very difficult.
Wow. Jamie, see who else? Yeah, Chauncey, go ahead.
Hey, Howard, how's it going?
Call again.
I watched you last night.
This is all the same audio. Like it's just like all in the same couple of days where you do this.
Hey, Howard, how's it going? I watched you last night with Beth. I had a feeling that Roseanne Scotto had a major problem with Beth doing that.
Oh yeah, you started another fight with Roseanne Scotto, who's a local. God, she's on Channel 11?
She's still there. No,
she's still there. Okay.
And now she's doing Fox News as well. They're having it on Fox and Friends in the morning a lot.
She calls in, not on this, but I had it so much. She has to defend herself. She's so you're such a troublemaker.
I am.
She was kind of out to sabotage it.
I don't know if that's the case or not, but I know that they were begging her to do it.
I don't know Roseanne Scotto. I don't know why.
I agree, Saturn Dragonfly. It makes me miss the early 2000s. I agree with
that. They were
great
times.
It's a great time.
Great times.
What's he saying?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because she's a longtime newswoman, and now she knows Beth is beautiful. She's on TV. Roseanne's thinking she doesn't deserve to be there. And she made it known in a sly way.
So you're saying here, this is great, that now Scotto's on Channel 11, right? At that time, PAX, WB.
No. Scotto was on Fox.
Oh, Fox. Okay, so I'm sorry, Fox.
Channel
You're right,
5.
Fox.
Channel 5.
And so Beth gets this, Howard crowbars and gets her on this. And so they're not treating her like she's her own woman. You're Howard Stern's girlfriend. What are you doing here? This is ridiculous. And
yeah. They're rolling their eyes, basically.
Right.
She let those feelings.
I think you're projecting.
Yeah.
I really do. I don't think that at all. I don't think they were
I have no idea, and I don't know. And Chauncey's just speculating sitting on his couch at home.
Beth wasn't looking to be a newswoman, and I think Roseanne Scotto knows that.
Thank you, Autobot. I will see you
I thought it was odd, too. They kept promoting the catalog shoot or the magazine shoot, and all they showed at the very end in the background, just a couple of quick flashes, and that was it.
Yeah, because probably the magazine doesn't want them ruining... who knows? The whole thing is crazy.
But Beth, I'll tell you, Beth did great, though. She really did do great.
Are you calling?
You're so, I don't know how you have time for all this. You juggle so much shit. You're watching Beth on Rosanna Scotto's interview while you do and you really that you're going to bring it up the next day.
I needed constant content. I needed content, and the content I pulled from any media outlet I could get, not just for the Stern show, but for everything I was doing. Besides doing Stern, I had to interview somebody famous every week, and I was doing other shows and other gigs. So for me, life was about gathering content. That's all I had to do every day.
Oh, man, it's just, would you, if one of the underlings would do, every now and then you would see Stuttering John go on Conan O'Brien, or Artie would do a ton of, Artie made it clear that I'm doing stuff. You're not holding me to this, but the rest of the staff couldn't. You never saw,
right.
Would you, if fucking Gary were on Letterman, would you watch that and look for stuff? Would you try to track it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And anything that Gary did, or Artie did. I used to send Howard a top 10 list. So whenever anybody did something outside the show, sometimes even with the show, I knew what was always a home run for the radio was Chauncey's top 10 list about whatever it is I was making a top 10 list about, and Howard would go through the whole list because it would infuriate whoever I made the list about.
Yeah.
And it would kill, half hour of the show. And it would be funny. It'd be funny to get people to lose their minds over a list that I made. Observing.
Here's an interesting thing, Chauncey, regarding Stuttering John and Sarah, who's here in the chat. Sarah used to have a picture on the old Stern Fan Network, and then it became, Dog Shed and Radio Gunk. And it was Deborah Stern's graduating high school picture, and it was her avatar picture. But everybody thought that Sarah was Deborah Stern. Nobody knew what Deborah Stern looked like. So Sarah had that. And so Stuttering John, who is the horniest mother effer on the face of the earth, sees this, and he regularly would PM Sarah thinking he was, but didn't know what Deborah looked like in her high school picture. So he thought Sarah was Deborah Stern, and he was emailing her every day, trying to hit on, every day.
Really?
As they say, sliding into your DMs every fucking day, thinking that she was Deborah Stern.
So he was trying to get in with Howard's daughter.
No, he didn't know what Deborah looked like as a senior in high school.
He was just a girl he was trying to hit on.
Right, but Sarah used her picture as her avatar. Okay. But he was really hitting on. He thought he didn't know it was Deborah, but he was
from Jason Priestley's apartment.
Yeah, I'm on his bed.
Oh,
gotta go.
Bye. What?
We were supposed to ask him some more questions.
Yeah, what was the question?
Yeah.
Did he ever pleasure himself in Jason's apartment?
All right, did you ever put on Jason Priestley's clothes?
No.
So they had a pitch session about how to talk to you with questions
about his bed, about his house,
about Jason Priestley
while I'm in his house.
Jesus, thank you, Chubby Pickle. Chubby said, "Thank you, Chubby." Chauncey, what are you doing in Ireland for some scratch now? Does it sound like he needs it after what we just described? Spencer Coburn, talk to Spencer Coburn about that, Chubby.
Investments in good investments.
It is. It's. I mean, how many? The multitasking and the side hustles, and it just doesn't end.
Yeah,
I never did that. But thank you for asking.
But you've gone through everything, right?
Everything, every drawer.
I knew it.
I'll email Gary
the details.
So your intent is Jason's listening to this, and I'm just going to say the fucking,
I'm totally busting his balls right now.
The most violating things I could possibly say.
The most violating thing that this journalist who you despise is literally going through your socks and underwear drawer.
Could you imagine him talking to his agent and publicist at this time?
On the #1 radio show in the world, the guy you hate the most is on air in your bedroom going through your sock drawer.
God damn it.
Tell me. Why do you have to do it off the air?
Because I don't want to get in trouble.
It's just better if Gary reads it.
It's better if Gary says it than me saying it now.
All right, email it to us.
All right, I will.
But you have pleasured yourself in the apartment.
No, I haven't, Robin.
You haven't?
What makes you think I would?
All right, okay.
Is that a little bizarre?
No, it's weird. Chauncey told, if you don't know what we're talking about, Chauncey told a story yesterday where I guess he was interviewing Jason Priestley's sister, the guy from 90210, Jason Priestley. And Jason Priestley was trying to sue Chauncey at the time. And meanwhile, Chauncey ends up staying in Jason Priestley's apartment with the sister.
Right. Well, we're just hanging out.
Right. And then, I don't know, then one thing led to another, I guess.
And Howard's landed on thick, too, because he's having a feud with Priestley kind of at the same time as well.
Yeah, because he's mad at Priestley now for trashing him.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. He's using you as a vessel to humiliate Priestley.
So now instead of humiliating me, he's making me look better because he has somebody else is in his crosshairs.
Yes, guys, but we could have called this Sausage Party. That's a great name for a podcast. That's right.
You were living there.
No, were you crazy?
Stayed there for a couple of days.
You were using his racing machine.
Yeah, you were playing with his games.
Yeah, well, how can you avoid playing with his games? Have fun.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I got to go.
So this is who we're talking about. This is Justine Priestley, who does the Stern Show. This is like the same week or two. And Chauncey's not even aware she was on it as we spoke before this.
No, I think I booked her on. I'm the one that booked her on.
You had to have. You had to have.
Yeah, I'm the one that got her on the show.
But she somehow doesn't bring you up during this. Like I'm doing my own thing. And and it's a weird. They ask her to take her top off, and you hear this bomb she drops, which you talk about. So Chauncey went to fucking college with Ian Ziering at William Patterson.
Yeah,
This is Chauncey. This is what, the late 80s, the mid 80s,
mid 80s, 85,
okay.
84, 85. Yeah.
And you were in drama class together.
Drama class, the drama department at William Patterson. We had a class together. Yeah.
He's from Jersey originally, and this all comes full circle with it.
I kill.
So that's Priestley's sister, Justine, on the right. She's cute. She's really cute.
Yeah.
That's Daphne Zuniga, if you remember her from Melrose Place on the left.
She hates me. Yeah.
Does she hate you?
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
What'd you do to Daphne? How do you?
I wrote a gossip item about her in Paris. Her publicist went berserk. Yeah.
Damn. What year was she on Melrose Place at the time, or was it after?
Yeah.
Okay. I think they thought she was going to be a big star after that. She was on the original cast. You know, she was on the show for a long time.
She was a big star then. Yeah.
Yep. She might have been the most known person when the show started.
Yeah.
In terms of having a career before that.
That show was huge. She was huge, and everybody on the show was huge.
Melrose Place might have did better than 90210, even though it was a spinoff of 90210. They took fucking Grant Show, Jake.
A different audience.
Yes.
The audience that 90210 had, as they aged, they would age into Melrose Place.
Yep. If you watch, there's a show called Vanderpump Rules, Chauncey. It's a reality show.
I interviewed them all. Yeah.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. The whole.
Wow. What Sarah? God damn it. Fucking that Vanderpump Rules is basically if Melrose Place were the real world. It really is Melrose Place. It is. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
Like it just took it a little further on Bravo.
But so was the OC. Wasn't that kind of like that too? The OC.
Yeah, it was a little more tame. It was on Fox and shit, and it was I think it was a spelling show.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I kill people. Where's my mother? I love her. I love you. Okay. So do you want to meet Jason Priestley's sister?
I would like to.
Nice. The guys tell me she's good looking.
I passed by her out there. She was cute.
I got a bunch of other tapes to play you, too. I'm going to get through some of these. I got them all. You heard this thing. Oh, here she is. I'll do this for you later. Oh, hey, baby. How you doing?
to see if there's a family resemblance. Sometimes it's weird to meet the sister of somebody.
Unfortunately, there's no video. Did this ever make the E! Show, Chauncey? I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
You think it did?
To answer Sarah asked a question about Ireland immigration problem. It's actually terrible here. In fact, Ireland is the last place you would find an Irish person.
Wow.
There's no more Irish here. It's all African and Ukrainian.
It's fascinating talking to you about. Like, a lot of people don't know this stuff about Ireland. Like, I think there's a lot of stereotypes.
It's awful. It's because it's only 5 million people here. It's a small country.
Oh, I didn't know it was that small. Is it?
Wow. It's tiny. It's tiny. You could drive around the whole country in a day. And they've imported all these people from the Congo and Nigeria.
Really?
And they're all violent and angry. And it's not like the United States where you can spread them out. We're on a little island, and they're crammed in here, and they hate Ireland. They hate being here.
Wow.
And it's a big problem.
Truly the madman from Sudan.
Yeah, it's bad.
Famous because you want to see if they look like. I want to see if you look like your brother.
Do I?
Like, is it me looking into the eyes of a chick who looks like a guy?
That's kind of funny. That's kind of twisted.
Yeah. You see. No, you got your own look. Does she look like a brother?
You can see a vague resemblance around the eyes, but not so much that you'd say you're looking at a guy.
But if he was sitting next to me, you guys would freak out because we have a lot of the same mannerisms and stuff like that, yeah.
Justine is Jason Priestley's sister.
God, he's my bro.
I'm going to say she came in here after a HOGS and HEFFERS shift. And she's up all night. I'm saying.
She always had a raspy voice. That's her voice.
Okay.
I mean, that's how she spoke. Which I actually liked about her.
Oh, I do too.
I love raspy voices on girls.
Brother.
Next week, Luke Perry's sister.
Really? We're doing the sisters and brothers of?
Yeah, so you can have Kelly Fox, Michael J. Fox's sister.
We're always interested in you because your brother hates us so much. He used to be our biggest fan.
Right.
And loved us and would always rush to come do the show whenever he was in New York when he was on Beverly.
And we loved having him here.
And then he turned on us viciously.
Well, why don't you tell me your side of the story of what happened that day?
I don't have one. I mean, I had him on the show. I'll tell you my side of the story.
Okay.
And it's really not much of a story. I had him on like I always do. And we always have listeners call in, like we'll do with you or with anyone else.
Sure.
And then,
Chaunce, really quick before I forget, because you're from Jersey, and I know this is a big story in Jersey, and we could tie Johnny Depp into this, which I always try to do. Speaking of Melrose Place, because this just hit me. On the first original cast of Melrose Place, do you remember blonde Amy Locane? She was in Crybaby. She was the lead actress in Crybaby, with the first movie Depp did after Jump Street.
I don't.
So she's from Jersey. She killed people in a drunk driving accident. She backed out. How did it go?
I think I know this story.
Somebody was backing out of a driveway, and she was crocked, and she killed, I think it's 2 people. And it's a rare instance of a celebrity really getting the book thrown at them. And this sort of spiraled. I think she's been in prison for 10 years, and they relitigated it and shit. So she's from Jersey. She was in Crybaby, and she was originally in the first cast of Melrose Place. Amy Locane.
Wow, I vaguely know this story, but I'm not real familiar with her career.
She tried to do all this repentance to the judge, like, I'm going to do charity work and I'm going to speak against drunk driving. And she tried to do, and they just, you couldn't. She probably the worst lawyers like in the world. Like Matthew Broderick legitimately killed 2 people in Your Precious Ireland.
Yeah,
and you would think nothing. It is like he couldn't be more lying. They never bring that shit up. He killed 2 people.
He's a murderer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he freaked out because some of the listeners accused him of stuff, but he denied it, and that was the end of it. And I don't control what the listeners say.
Right.
It was weird.
Really? You don't screen the people?
We screen them, but they always say something else when they call in. They'll go, hey, I want to tell Jason I think his show's really good, or they go, hey, I hate Jason, but I want to tell him.
This is Howard's bullshit alibi. He doesn't know exactly what's being said on the. And you can do the bait.
There's a delay. If you really
huge delay. Not just 7 seconds. I think it's 2 minutes on his show.
It was something like a minute. It was so long that he could erase anything he didn't want aired.
I hate him because he looks funny or something. And then they'll come on with, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's funny because I can sort of hear what she's getting at. I've heard through a lot of people that Jason feels that we set him up. We set him up. That whole thing was a big setup.
And it's so not true. And then what was weird about it was, too, that, like, people will call up and say, I just want to say I hate Jason Priestley, or I like Jason Priestley. They don't tell you exactly what they're going to talk about all the time.
I'm sure that's true, yeah.
So some people do. Some people will call up and say, and so what? Let them on and let them say what they want to say.
Yeah, I didn't hear that show, but everyone told me that he handled it really well, and he made a joke out of it, and it was all very funny, but he never came back here, right?
Right.
And then we heard it. We heard through people, like I remember your birthday show, I invited him and he didn't come, and somebody said they saw him in a hotel in the city, and they asked him, hey, you know, you're going to do Howard? And he was like, F him, you know, he turned on me. And I've heard that several times, that he's just mad that he thinks we turned on him.
Well, the truth is...
He's even mad at me, and I'm not even the guy in charge.
You're a bastard.
He is, though. He's doing Howard's work for him. He should be. Priestley knows how it works. That's exactly. He should be mad at Gary.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Oh, that was a joke.
I got it.
I don't know what your brother got on his mind. Maybe he's weird. He might have mental problems. Because was he the one who went into rehab and stuff?
He did, yes.
Yeah,
he went to Promises where Charlie Sheen went.
So maybe he's crazy.
Well, everyone's a bit cuckoo if they're an actor, right? I say that as one myself. Yeah, I mean, we're all just like neurotic disaster areas.
What are you doing? You're acting?
I'm an actor, yeah.
Where are you acting?
I've been an actor for a long time.
What have you been in?
Wow, well, let's see. Shall I recite my resume? The most visible thing I ever did was a few episodes of Melrose Place a few years ago, but I've done like 12 independent, really low budget, mostly movies. You can go and rent them at the store.
Are you a bartender who acts, or are you an actor who bartends?
I'm an actor who needs to, pay the rent. Right. So I'm bartending at HOGS and HEFFERS right now, which is the most kind of performance.
Was Jason helping her out, Chauncey, or
no, he wasn't. And that was a real sticking point, because I used to say to her, "Why doesn't he?" Because she was struggling.
Yeah.
I'm like, he doesn't help you. She goes, "No, he doesn't have it. Gives me anything." No.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't take much back then.
She's had some hard times. No, he doesn't.
I bet.
No.
She's a real estate agent now, right?
Yep.
Bartending you can do. I don't know if you guys have been down there, but
what do you do? Like you get up on the bar and dance and stuff?
We know that stupid movie Coyote Ugly. It was based on this kind of thing, and we really do. We have a megaphone. We scream and yell at customers. We cut their ties off. We light the bar on fire. We dance on the bar. We have like this
what do you
country
wear?
Clogging.
We talked about it before. It's insane. You can't work any harder to make people entertain than they do at this place. It's insane.
It was fun, man. I used to go there a lot. It was a lot of fun.
Like I said, I only went there like 2 or 3 times, but I was just enamored by how hard they worked. I just couldn't stop looking at it. How just never stopped making drinks. They never stopped working.
No.
Okay, the boss told me when I started, not kidding you, she goes, all right, we need a cross between Daisy Duke, biker chick, meets girl next door. So I'm not really sure what that means. But we wear these crazy boots and they clonk on the bar. They make a sound. And like cowboy hats, Daisy Duke shorts, jeans,
with
belt buckles.
Your ass cheeks sticking out?
Well, it's been the winter so far, but I'm sure in the summer there will definitely be some of that.
Oh, you just started doing it?
I just started a couple months ago, yeah. I'm just new to New York.
So you know how to make drinks, but also you have the ability to get up and look hot and like dance around.
And perform, and everybody cheers for us. And
it's really what Beth should be doing. Like, if she doesn't meet Howard, that's really what she should. Really, I mean, that's not.
That'd be a good gig for her.
Yep, it would have. That's exactly what she would have been doing if she had.
Doing bra modeling shoots for Sears catalog.
At Ames, right?
Well, we don't, but the customers all do. We have a collection of bras on the walls.
And don't famous chicks come in there and like?
Heather Locklear was in like 2-3 weeks ago, and her bra is hanging up there, and her picture was in the paper.
Chauncey, you probably didn't say this. I love Heather Locklear. Speaking of Melrose Place, right? She's I've never heard a bad word about her. She couldn't be sweeter. She's like an icon, a television, sort of goddess icon. She couldn't be nicer. Howard she had this, I don't know, she had some weird freak out a few years ago. So Howard fucking smeared her on the air. It was like really in a shittiest way. And Tommy Lee went on Twitter and it just fucking eviscerated Howard. And he said nothing about it. That even shut him right down. Wow. Like Howard, of course, he doesn't engage in anything anymore. If somebody comes at him, he just ignores all of it.
You don't
when
exist,
well, later on, we're not gonna have time for this. We're gonna do the Tom Hanks's son went to all the public. We were involved in this too, and threatened to kill Howard, and he avoided the story. Yeah, yes, Chet Hayes, yes.
Oh, okay, the rapper.
Chester Hanks is his name.
Yeah,
and so Howard was goofing on him, and he wasn't having it, and he fucking went on. He really threatened to kill him. Like he said, I'm going to, and just insane rants. And I saw it on Twitter, and I gave it to Adam Levy from the Daily Mail, and he ran with it. And it was a huge story, and Howard avoided it.
Oh, yeah.
But when like Heather Locklear takes her bra off, does she whip them out?
Well, usually the girls are drunk, first of all. And they kind of do like the flash dance removal out the sleeve. But, you know, they're half pissed, so a flash almost always happens.
You saw Heather's boobs?
You know, I wasn't working that night. I'm sad to report. But, yeah, I'm sure, you know.
No kidding.
People definitely, I've seen a lot of flashing boobs in that place.
So, like, at what point do you have to get up and dance every night?
We have to. Yeah, we go up, like, every hour pretty much.
And you, like, mix drinks and stuff while you're up there dancing?
No. That's, like, the performance part. And then, but the bartending part of HOGS and HEFFERS is really easy. I mean, it's opening beers and pouring shots.
Right. They don't do a lot of mixing.
It ain't complicated. We have no fruit, no salt. We're like, you know, people go, Corona with a lime. And I go, where in the hell do you think you are?
Right. There's no lime here.
Right. It's fun, though. You get to, you know, all the things that you normally get fired from a bartending job for, like having attitude.
That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump ahead here to, and I'm going to give you this whole thing, but I'm going to jump ahead to the 14-minute mark, and she drops this weird bomb, which just ties into you again, as everything else does.
Oh, my God.
That's how they made it sound. I'm sure Luke didn't say that.
Spotlight.
And then he says, you know, they wanted to know if Jason, you know, how bad his brain damage was. So Luke got right up into Jason's face and said, Jay, do you know me?
Because, of course, your teenage Luke.
They're talking about at his bedside when he was in a coma. And so apparently Luke Perry.
You used to be Luke Perry. No, you're Luke Perry.
You're as obscure as I am. How would I know you?
You're that guy from the movie 8 Seconds.
Justine says Jason lost his virginity when he was 13 years old. And he's always had a charmed life with that face.
Yeah.
He's had a charmed life.
That's Johnny Depp's story, too. 13.
13?
13.
I don't buy it.
With an older girl, too.
Not bad.
Nice.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about JP is, you know, he was the superstar that he is now long before he was a superstar.
He was always
a
superstar.
Absolutely.
Bastard.
6th grade, he was voted, like, most popular and most likely to succeed.
Now you know why I set him up. That's why I did him in.
He never had any adversity.
That's right. He needed a little adversity. I'm the first adversity he ever had.
You give JP some adversity.
Hey, you banged one of the guys on 902?
Listen to this. I did not know this. This is crazy. This is so bizarre. And this ties into you. Listen to this. And I don't know. You gave him this gossip. It must have been you. I think it had to be. How else would he have gotten this?
Let's hear it.
All right.
Ever had.
You give JP some adversity.
Hey, you banged one of the guys on 90210. You banged Ian.
You know...
Ian Ziering.
Ian.
Sorry. Ian Ziering. Why'd you bang him?
You know, I never, ever talked about that. It's so funny that something just, you know.
Isn't that weird, though? Like, you're the sister. I wanted to give you something,
Howard, that I never gave anyone else.
You're Justine Priestley's... Isn't it weird your parents name you Justin and Justine?
Jason and Justine. Come on.
Justine Priestley.
Oh, that is.
Okay, now we will
You're right.
If you didn't catch that, it was a little weird the way it was delivered. She had sex with Steve Sanders, Ian Ziering, who played Steve Sanders.
I did give that to Howard because she told me.
It had to be.
I passed that on, yeah.
And you went to fucking college with Ian Ziering. It's just so bizarre. You're connected to everything.
Yeah, same drama class, yep.
That's not so weird.
I think your parents aren't weird.
Oh, yes, they are.
Isn't it weird that you slept with a dude from 90210? Like, I mean, it's so incestuous.
It's so funny. It was so long ago.
What happened? You went to visit your brother?
I was living with a guy at the time, and he was living with a girl at the time, and they came to, I was living in London, England, and they all came to do this promotional tour, and, you know, we got trashed. They flew the boys in first, because they didn't want to put the whole cast on the same plane. So Friday night, Jason and Ian show up, and the next morning, all the girls are arriving, well, me and Jason and Ian.
Sarah, did 90210 shoot from London? At one point, did they do like a episode storyline from London? Is that what? Damn, God, this is so crazy. Well, her life is almost as crazy as yours, like in a different way. Like she's just all over the place.
One day she got up and just went to Vietnam, just to roam. She went to Vietnam by herself with a backpack and just lived there for a while. I used to get postcards from her. She'd be going down some Vietnamese river to Cambodia by herself.
Oh my, Dustin Gwen over here?
I got absolutely pie-eyed. I mean,
is your brother able to stay off the booze now?
He hasn't drank in how long, he says?
10 months. He was in, I believe, in April, and he's been clean and sober ever since, which is one of the reasons he survived, because he was healthy.
So you got pie-eyed, and then wasn't your brother pissed that you banged Ian's earring?
Oh, how can he point a finger?
Well, I'm just saying.
Wow.
I mean, wouldn't he be pissed at Ian?
He was like high-fiving everybody. Me, Ian.
Really?
Oh, sure.
After you guys did it?
Oh, my God.
Your brother was high-fiving people?
I mean, we were all high-fiving each other.
Really?
Oh, that's grotesque. It was really debaucherous.
So she's really describing in no certain way. There was group sex with the entire cast of 90210 and her, kind of like in the same hotel room with her brother in the same room.
I'll send you guys pictures. I'll send you pictures, and you won't believe the party she and I had and what we did.
I got to see these.
I got great photos. Great photos that you'll thank me for the rest of your life.
Do you think she'd be friendly with you if you tried to talk to her again?
We talk all the time.
Oh, you still? I thought. Remember I said, would she come on here? She's like, I don't think she likes me anymore.
No. I was saying, I don't think she wants to talk about this stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
This caused such a rift in our relationship that it was years before we started talking again. But now
I would have her on just to sit in on a show to comment on shit. I wouldn't even care about, like, it sounds like she could do that. It sounds like she could hang and just roll with anything.
She would, but with me, she probably thinks she'd be suspicious.
You're up to something,
like
right?
she'd probably start thinking, oh, here we go again. You know what I mean? Like
No, I get it. I totally get it.
Jason, no, right away. I mean, what was
he in the room?
I don't really remember, but me and Ian just like left in a cab, and then they were staying in the same hotel in the morning. Ian was so great. I never forgot in the morning.
Really?
He was awesome in lots of ways, but he ordered like the best room service spread I've ever seen in the morning.
What'd you have?
Pancakes and chocolate strawberries and champagne. The whole.
He ate it all. Wow. Listen, you worked for it.
That sounds like fun.
He had to put out.
I mean, it's Jason's sister.
Yeah, I put it out before I knew about the pancakes.
Right.
It was fun. We had a really good weekend. And then they left. He went back to his girlfriend. I went back to my little boyfriend in North London. And,
Wow.
And I've run into...
Did he bang you good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good? It was good.
Totally good, yeah. I was like, I get why Nikki's doing that.
And you knew all this, Chauncey, before she came in the show. You knew every single bit of this.
Yeah.
So they get really shitty where they're here, and of course they do the Neanderthal thing, take your top off, and it's just, it falls so flat and it's uncomfortable. And she's cool with it, but it's like it only goes so.
I went back the next night too. They were there for the weekend.
Wow.
So it was purely sexual, I guess.
Yeah.
And that was it. Never did it again.
Never did it again. And saw him in L.A. and lots of different times and places, and he always greeted me like a long lost friend. And
did he visit all ports?
No.
Just one port?
No, just
or
one.
2 ports.
As a gay man would ask, are you worried about? He's worried about anal, right?
Yeah.
Right? He's always. That's why he asks it so.
Probably.
The visual.
All right, good for you. Yeah, you're a sexy girl. All right, I like a player.
Tell us more about the pancakes.
I turned out my pancakes.
The breakfast after.
What an incredible spread.
Yeah, wow.
Phil, you're on the air. Go ahead. Yes, Phil.
Okay, right about here.
I was curious to see what Phil had to say. Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Some of the guys that were talking to Justine earlier seem to be under the impression that she's not against the idea of maybe like taking her top off or something. I don't know why.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on.
No.
I believe Justine implicitly here. I think that Gary's pulling his bullshit where he's pretending that blah, blah, blah said this back and she agreed with it. And I think this conversation never took. Gary's known for making up conversations that never took place.
Yeah,
I believe this never happened.
She would never do that. She wants.
No, I believe her.
She's not a stripper,
Nope.
She's not a porn star.
She's all over it too. She's right on to him.
Yeah.
I believe her implicitly here. Gary's the biggest liar on the face of the earth. He makes shit up all the time.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on.
No.
Bad impression.
I don't know why.
No, because all my... Okay.
Take it off.
The E-camera comes, in your face as soon as you get in here. And he was like, how does it feel to be here, blah, blah. And I just mentioned it.
Yeah,
like,
come on, let's do it.
No.
Take off your tie.
No.
Come on, please.
Nope.
Would it help?
Hey, you went and slept.
I'll tell you what.
Boobies. Say boobies.
Yeah, boobs.
I don't, what's the difference? You know what you're getting into when you go on the Stern Show. First of all, it's not on. This is sexual harassment. I mean, I don't know. She didn't sign up for this. She didn't come in there going, yes, I'm going to be nude. She's not. This is sexual harassment. He's badgering her, right? I mean, what's the difference if you're on a Weinstein casting couch or this?
It's no difference. This is why Howard's so woke now, because all this stuff would get him canceled. And
something is this. Like, you never thought anything of it back then. This is straight up sexual harassment.
Yeah.
And she didn't agree to anything.
Oh, come on, please.
Nope.
Would it help?
Hey, you went.
This is why Erica Durant, another nice Canadian broad, came out of there crying. We got to show you that sometime.
Slept.
I'll tell you what.
Boobies. Say boobies.
Yeah, boobs.
What do you got? Oh, wait, you want something to show us your boobs?
What do you want?
What do you need?
Okay, well.
Say boobies. Say boobs.
Boobies.
I know that sounds ludicrous, but we can't say that.
Bubbies. Oh, we can't say the T word?
Did you just take test shots for Playboy?
It was a while ago, but yes, I did.
What happened?
They changed their minds after like 2 different photographers and 5 days of shooting, and yeah, it was.
How does that feel when Playboy rejects you?
Sucks. Oh, and I was so excited too.
Let me do some photos right here. I'll do it right.
Where are you publishing, my dear?
Yeah, I'll be on the cover of Howard Stern Monthly.
I'll put you on the web.
It's a slam dunk in Hustler, though.
She's trying to be cool about it. She's trying to. You say back to me, like, what do you need this for? Like, aren't you happily? The girlfriend you brag about all the time. What do you need this for? Like, what is in it for me? Like, she going, like, what? Why do you need this? If she should like push back on him, like, and he would have no answer whatsoever. Yep. Thank you, Sky Spectre.
Slam dunk.
Yeah.
No.
No kidding.
No. That's a little.
Show me your boobies. I'll give you something. What, you got a watch?
You do a little better than the watch.
What do you got?
No.
Got a grand?
No.
I'll give you a grand.
I think, and you know how the show works, Chaunce. I think they had it in their mind that she's definitely going to do this. Like, they were banking on this.
They're thinking if she hooked up with me, she'll do anything they say.
Yes, she has no standards, right? She'll do anything we ask.
She's a slut. She's hooking up with Chauncey. Like,
she's Jason Priestley's sister.
Respect.
She works at HOGS and HEFFERS. We don't respect her. We're gonna
that's it.
No.
Wow.
No.
$1,000.
What do you? I mean,
what are you looking for?
The HOGS and HEFFERS thing, it's like you're a struggling actress. I'm sure you're good at acting, but you could use a couple extra bucks, right?
Well, certainly, I'm bartending.
Here's the deal.
And this is Gary's whole job. Like, depends on really sexually harassing her into capitulating to this. Yeah. Like, and he will not. He has had it in his mind, and I'm sure he promised him in the pre-game planning stages of this, whether it was by email or in those Tuesday meetings where he said, I am going to, we will throw fucking, Steven Singer watches at her and every fucking $1 we have.
Yeah.
This isn't like Playboy. It's not like the whole world's going to see it. It's basically just those two.
Okay, I'm not taking off my shirt, guys.
They are legitimately sexually harassing her. Like, it's beyond. They are badgering the shit out of her now.
Yeah, not giving up.
She's saying no in 1,000 different ways.
Yeah.
This is no different to me than like a Weinstein cast.
A publicist would have walked in now and pulled her out of there.
Yep. You got to see the Erica Durant thing. Welcome Tam Fran. Welcome at the buzzer. We're gonna play Marky Mark, Tam Fran, and then we're gonna leave after that.
It's a big mistake.
Whatever.
I'll give you a bottle of Jack Daniels.
Oh, boy. I can't get that at work.
Final offer, $2,000 and a watch.
No, thank you.
And a box of chocolates.
I appreciate the offer, though.
And treats.
Would Jason be high-fiving you?
I think Mary Delabate listens to this like, Gary, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. You sound ridiculous.
Take his shirt up. If I bang you, would you think you'd high-five me?
As if I'm listening to this for that. Like, it's almost degrading to me. Like, I'm such a Neanderthal. I'm such a lowbrow piece of shit that I can't listen to this show for anything but that. Like, what am I getting? Even it's on E, it's blurred out. You have porn at this point on. Like, what do you need it for?
Right. Yeah. No,
it's so antiquated.
Mm-hmm. Now, especially now, when you listen to it,
Tamara Francois goes, "Yeah, I had my shift the entire time, and you're still on. I just got home from work."
He might.
Yeah, it'd be too much. Mark Wahlberg, why'd you turn him down?
I just didn't return his call.
Wow, This is great. Look at Chauncey. You're a conquest, and Marky Mark gets turned down.
He'd high-five me?
He might.
Yeah, it'd be too much. Mark Wahlberg, why'd you turn him down?
I just didn't return his call.
He called you up for a date?
Yeah,
why not?
We did this project, and he saw. We weren't working on the same days, but he saw my picture in the makeup trailer, and he asked. He said something to the makeup girl, and I was like, well, sure, I'll leave my number, and then he left me a message, and I didn't call back. No, he called me. I didn't call him back.
All right.
I think I had a boyfriend. I think I was in like mad love at the time, and I just kind of,
Well, speaking of Marky Mark, I can't believe we can tie Chauncey into every fucking name we bring up. This is insane. And the fact that I have this is bizarre. So this is Chauncey calls Marky Mark and outs him. This is like for the Black Morticia Adams of the world on the set of Planet of the Apes for having sex with Helena Bonham Carter, who Chauncey loves. And Chauncey is in the Burtonverse, by the way, before Tim Burton did. And that's who she ends up with after the filming of Planet of the Apes. Helena Bonham Carter is like the Johnny Depp of females for the Tim Burton verse. He uses her for everything.
Right. His go-to.
Yes. She's been in so many Burton movies. Chauncey with Marky Mark. Here we go. Chauncey drills, but this is actually, I had to get this from an audio. Like, there's a video of him, and then he comes on again, and then you call him and do this.
all about the spitting,
Do you feel Eminem is emulating you in some way?
No.
Like making the move into acting?
No. Why? It's a natural progression.
All right, I'm just asking. What is it, Chauncey?
Hey, how'd that go?
Hi.
So I heard from someone who was on the movie set of Planet of the Apes that Helena Bonham Carter.
Who's your source, Chauncey? On a Burton
I don't remember. I'm listening, like just trying to figure out where I'm going with
you don't remember this, right?
I don't know.
That's crazy. Yeah, you were at home with everybody.
First got the cameraman, then who was on. So I heard from someone who was on the movie set of Planet of the Apes that Helena Bonham Carter first got the cameraman, then she got Mark, then she got Tim Burton.
That's not true.
Oh, she's a busy little girl.
He swore to Jesus it didn't happen.
That's not true.
Really? You gotta get the lie detector test out.
You must have gotten Alyssa Milano.
I believe you, Chauncey. I believe you.
I'm sure.
He's busted and he knows it. I believe you.
Yeah.
You could tell. He's like,
No, you worked with her.
We worked. True.
He swore to Jesus it didn't happen.
That's not true.
Really? You gotta get the lie detector test out.
You must have gotten Alyssa Milano.
You're willing to put your reputation and your great reputation, by the way, on the line and say, get a lie detector test out. I will go anytime. And you have your receipts. He was in a movie called Fear with Alyssa Milano, I think, in like the early 90s.
You worked with her.
Yeah. We worked together.
Yeah. You never banged
Reese Witherspoon's in that, too, by the way.
What about Jennifer Aniston? Did you ever bang her in the early days?
Nope.
Really?
Howard, ask him this. Would he admit if he did? Would he say it on the air? Because of course he's not going to say it on the air.
Would you say it on the air if you did?
You know when people are lying, right? Like, I saw Fred Durst on the show, and he was obviously lying about that whole Britney Spears thing.
You think so?
Oh.
Wiggers, no wiggers, right, Chauncey? Right, goes right to Fred Durst.
Yeah.
For sure.
You really thought so?
For sure.
I thought he was telling the truth. Why do you say that?
Well, you could just tell. I said no. I mean, I was very clear. If he did, he would have said yeah, and that would have been the end of it.
You see,
especially if she was already dissing him, he would have been bragging about it.
I think he did bang her. Interesting.
No, I'm not really convinced.
That's a real gay move. If you say you're banging a chick and you're not.
Exactly.
He's really, Chauncey, you really shut him down. He's really trying to figure a way out of this. He's mumbling and he's, you got
to be honorable.
And I like Fred. Fred's a nice guy.
You like him.
He just deflected the question. Would he admit it on the air or not?
Hell no.
That's a yes. That's a yes. You got him.
Yeah.
You got him.
Hell no.
Would you lie on the Lord Jesus Christ? That's the only way I know with you. Because I know you're very spiritual.
Why would I do that?
Diane Lane, I know you banged. Now, that's one I'd like to get.
What?
Wow. That's one I'd like to have in my collection.
Can't believe you banged Diane Lane.
I didn't bang Diane Lane.
And you must have banged Britney Spears. Because you're defending her today.
Nice!
You son of a bitch. You banged Britney Spears.
Now you're in all kinds of trouble.
My God.
Or did Fred Durst hit on Rhea? Something's up.
Oh. Why would you say
that? There's something going on with you.
No, I was just saying that because I remember him being in this, it looked like this very seat.
It was that seat.
And it just looked a little suspect is all.
Well. Listen,
me also, I'm not one to kind of go and talk about it. I mean, you asked me, especially on the Bible, I'm going to answer you honestly.
All right, swear on the Lord Jesus Christ that you never banged Diane Lane.
I swear to the Lord Jesus Christ, my Savior, that I did not have sex with Diane Lane.
What about Stella Warren on Planet of the Apes?
Same goes for Stella Warren.
What does he call sex? We got to get into this, because maybe he's getting something that he's...
Did you get oral? You consider oral sex?
Swear that you never got oral from Helena Bonham while she was in the ape makeup.
Yeah, swear on that.
I swear on that, too.
All right. All right, now the Italian job.
I believe every word of what you just said. There's no question you busted him there.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you know the stories about him and blinding the Asian guy in Southie, Boston?
No. What did you?
He was the gang of just like wigger thugs before he was
famous.
famous.
I knew he was in the gang and stuff.
Yeah, they blinded an Asian guy and like he literally made him blind in an eye, and he had like, and then they had a wilding with a black family where they surrounded them at the beach, and they just threw rocks at them. Like crazy racist shit. Like
No, he was a thug. Like
yeah,
when he was, I used to hang out with him at Scores a lot. I might have told you the story. There was a time when he just finished the movie Boogie Nights.
Yep.
And I came into Scores, and Lonnie grabs me by the arm and says, "I want you to meet someone." He brings me over to Mark Wahlberg. He goes, "Mark, I want you to meet my good friend Chaunce Hayden." Chaunce Hayden is one of the top journalists in the country. Whatever you two guys need, I'm going to sit together, and whatever you need, just order it. So we started ordering shots of kamikazes, and he says, and he has something about him. He's got a weird voice. He goes,
yeah,
yeah, Chauncey.
You ever see Andy Samberg's impression of him, Chauncey, at it's great. It's great. You got to watch. I'm sure it's on YouTube. SNL breaks your sketch. I go watch Andy Samberg impersonate him. It's great. It's really good.
Check it out. You got Chauncey. I just did a movie called Boogie Nights, and it's a really wonderful film. And I show my penis in it, but it's not really my penis, and it's gonna shock a lot of people. And I really hope you get a chance to watch it. I really do. It's a great film, and I'm proud of it.
He's trying to intellectualize it.
And I'm looking at all the strippers going, Mark, we're in Scores. We're in Scores. Look around us.
He's by himself. He's by himself. He just comes in there by himself.
By himself, and he and I sitting there doing shots of kamikaze. They bring me a picture of them.
My God!
The shot glasses all over the table, and it was awesome. It was great.
God, next time we're gonna go into so much still to get to the Dennis Rodman, Carmen Electra stuff, because I have that. I'm gonna send you all this stuff.
The broken
Chauncey,
penis.
I gotta thank you again. This is a phenomenal show. You just keep outdoing yourself. There's nobody we can't bring up.
I can't believe you're still having me on. Like
forget it.
Like usually it's like riding a Bronco. Like I keep waiting for it to go. All right, we have Chauncey.
No,
I'm holding on to the bull.
This is a different audience. This is a different. You found your people.
I did. I found.
Yeah.
You ever see the Twilight Zone when the woman has her surgery on her face because she's so ugly, and they cut the bandages off her face, and they're like, oh, she's still ugly. It didn't work. and then you see her face, and she's beautiful.
Yes.
And a man, and then you see the doctor is like a zombie, like his face is all fucked. And we're gonna send you to a place with your own people, and this handsome man comes in to take her to, I guess, Earth. Where she'll feel like she's beautiful.
That's a great analogy. There's a Marvel Comics character named Madame Mask, who has that exact complex. They must have gotten it from that. That's exactly what you described.
Such a great episode. Yeah. It's such a great. So in reality, we're all ugly on Earth. We're hideous. And there's a world where people are beautiful. And
this is beautiful, right? In the bizarre world, this is beautiful.
Like got sent to this planet because we're so gross. People can't look at us.
Yeah, Mr. D's right. Great stories, Chauncey. Great show again. I believe every single one of them. So do I. He has all his receipts. Mr. D, that's the thing.
Mr. D, thank you so much.
He records the stuff. He transcripts it. He knows he's going to be doubted, and that's why you have to believe him.
I had receipts. I had all the receipts all the time for everything.
How ended up hating you, and we all believed him, but because you were 100% honest. And that scares the shit out of him the most. That's exactly right, Mr. D. Couldn't have said it any better.
I didn't follow the rules or play ball with the big guy.
Thank you, everyone who donated. Thank you, Bon Jovial. Thank you, David. Chauncey, we're going to come back to this. I'm going to send you all this stuff that we had.
And I'll send you stuff, too.
Gmail.
I got great stuff to send you.
Oh, yeah, the Priestley. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of her sister. I really like this Justine Priestley. I really
She's
dig
awesome.
that.
She really is amazing. She's amazing. Yeah.
It's really disturbing that Jason didn't make her life a little easier, though, in New York.
I'll tell you one last thing. So, you know what Justine and I started doing? We started getting sent all over the country and Canada to be judges for pay-per-view stripper contests.
Oh, my God.
I'll take it a step further. It was me, Justine Priestley, and the porn star guy.
Ron Jeremy.
Ron Jeremy.
Yeah.
The three of us were judges in Texas and Canada for these pay-per-view events for strippers, like the best stripper in the world contest.
That's fucking. And then did you tour it all? You did a few of them, and then it stopped.
Yeah. We toured it, and it was on pay-per-view, and I got
awesome.
Great photos of us doing it. It's amazing.
That's so awesome.
That's stories for another day, but some great stories from that.
Yeah, speaking of her another day, G-Can is right. You got to see this Erica Durance thing. So she was on Smallville. She played Lois Lane on Smallville, and they sexually harassed her like it almost made that with Justine look timid. How bad this is. She ran out of there crying. Nice Canadian girl. She was a pretty big TV star on Smallville, and Sal and Richard were horrible to it. And if you were related to her, you would come in there and just start kicking the shit at everybody.
I hate those guys.
Horrible.
I really hate those guys.
It was. You got to see this. And anyway, Chauncey, I love you. I will send you this stuff.
Okay.
Tell Poppy we have some ice to catch up on.
I got to get Poppy to learn the words to that song.
Oh yeah, we got to sing it right. All the Emily Stern stuff. And the next time I'm gonna play a Deborah Stern ODing at the Jingle Ball and Howard vaguely talking about it, which is phenomenal.
Awesome.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
It's Christmas time, I feed the world. Till then, it's Christmas time, I